Good morning. It has been a wild 24 hours since I was able to get my stream up and going again. And in the last 24 hours, much has happened. But we have got those live streams back up, and we are going to catch up on the news and see what's going on. And I will be bringing more news segments and stories to you as they break.
Continue to work hard.
Just set for Senate Republicans to speak to reporters, members of the media there who are already seated and ready to go. Now, this news conference could start at any moment, and all of this is about an hour ahead of the Senate.
And right off the bat, we do have 2 early warnings from Home Front Command that you can see on the red alert map.
Second longest in government history. TSA workers not getting paid, so that's going to be a big topic of discussion. There's also the bill that Republicans call Protecting Girls and Women in Sports. That act will be discussed as well. And Mark Wayne Mullen, who is the DHS Secretary nominee, his nomination could move forward in a vote either today or tomorrow. So a lot going on, and you can expect we'll hear from Republicans here, as well as likely from Democrats as the day progresses. All of that you can watch in full on Live Now from Fox. For now, what I'm going to do is take you back to where we left off in that news conference with Georgia Governor Kemp as well as Lieutenant Governor Jones as they and other officials there talk about what's being done to help with gas price relief. On the other side of that, my colleague Christina Evans will be right here in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Saturday. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
Well, it certainly is one today. It's a good morning. I'll say good morning to y'all. But y'all know what I know. On a day like today, it's especially great. It's a great day to be a Georgian. Thank you, members. Y'all got to get all together on that now. Governor Kemp, First Lady Marty Kemp, thank you for your steadfastness over the years that you've been leading this state as you continue to lead out and go out on a very, very strong note. And we appreciate you both personally and what you've done for the people of Georgia. Thank you all so very, very much. For our colleagues in the Senate and the House, thank you for the work you're doing. Mr. Lieutenant Governor, thank you for your partnership, because we both know that we're working for the best interest of all Georgians, and we're going to continue to do that, and we'll finish this up very strongly. So know that's the case, and we look forward to working together the remainder of this session. Today, the General Assembly is once again delivering critical relief to our fellow Georgians when and where it's needed most, in their pocketbooks, right, Governor? We're all feeling the pain at the pump as instability in the global oil markets causes the cost of fuel to rise across this country, but especially what we're concerned about here in this state. Earlier this week, the House met with hardworking Georgians in the trucking industry who are facing nearly a $2 per gallon increase in diesel fuel prices, while every driver across the state feels the strain of these rapidly gas-rising prices. We are anticipating and prayerful a quick and successful end to the conflict overseas that is causing these increases. But the House knew that we couldn't wait to ease the burden on countless Georgia families, citizens, and businesses across this state, which are why we were proud to put the language in House Bill 1199. Now, in just a few moments, Governor Kemp will sign that bill, making it, as he alluded to, the 4th time under his administration that we have partnered to suspend the gas tax in some of our state's greatest times of need, and making Georgia one of the first states in the nation to take action to address fuel affordability. Once signed, this cost-saving measure will immediately begin to save our neighbors across our state and every corner of this great state nearly $400 million over the next 60 days. Now, whether it's the immediate relief for millions of businesses, drivers, and citizens, of course, in House Bill 1199, the income tax rebates enabled by House Bill 1000, or the property tax relief grants in the amended budget, 2026 amended budget, here in Georgia, We aren't just talking about addressing affordability. We're delivering the results. And we aren't finished yet, are we, Lieutenant Governor and Governor? We still have got work to do. We're also working to lower the cost of insurance for Georgia's families, homeowners, and drivers across our state, and all the businesses across our state, and to provide further tax relief for Georgia homeowners and tackle Georgia's literacy crisis to get our children reading, in which we all know that will strengthen our workforce and secure our long-term prosperity for generations to come. We look forward to ensuring that the Senate has all the information they need to consider these propositions, and we look forward to working with y'all on those and getting them to the governor. While the General Assembly has taken these steps to support our neighbors here at home, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you all to please join me in keeping our American heroes across this globe in our prayers. Thanking them for their service to our great nation, as well as their families and loved ones. We should all keep them in our prayers and keep that they will be safe. Thank you all for being here. Thanks to the colleagues, the governor, lieutenant governor, and all that's being done to make Georgia and to continue to make us a very blessed place to live and work or raise a family. And I just want to thank God for continuing to bless us all and blessing this great state. Thank y'all.
Well, thank you, Speaker Burns, and Lieutenant Governor Jones. Again, thank you to the great folks in my administration, but also the members of the General Assembly for your work on both of these pieces of legislation. I know that you all have a busy day and need to get back home after a long, busy week. So we'll move to the table and sign these bills and let you guys get back to work. Just for our friends in the media, Director Dunn and Commissioner Burge will be available if you have technical questions about when this is going to be implemented, timing, and other things. They'll be glad to make them available for that. But with that, we'll move to the table and get these bills signed and get some relief to hardworking Georgians. Thank you for being with us.
All right, as you see there, listening into those Georgia officials speaking about relief from some of the high gas prices. This, of course, has been a part of what we're watching there, a piece of the conflict that's ongoing between the United States, Israel, and Iran, seeing higher prices at the pump. Wanted to make sure we're able to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue on with our coverage as we are in a new hour. I do want to thank my colleague Josh Breslow, who was with you for the last few hours, taking you through today's top stories. My name is Christina Evans. I'm going to be doing the same. I do want to show you this. It's a live look that we have there at the U.S. Capitol building, as in just a little while, we're anticipating that we will hear from some of those GOP officials, as well as possibly hearing from the Democrats, this all ahead of a rare Saturday session where the Senate will be discussing the Save America Act. The Senate is planning to debate and vote on the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. Republicans are generally in favor of this measure, while Democrats have been warning that this could potentially lead to some citizens not being able to cast their vote in future elections. President Trump, on the other hand, has since said that this bill is his top priority. And so while we're watching all of this unfold here on Live Now from Fox, we do want to now bring into the conversation Nathaniel Rakich with VoteBeat. Nathaniel, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Hey, Christina, how are you?
Great. How are you? And so, of course, as we're looking at today, it's a rare Saturday session where we're actually going to be hearing from the Senate. And so folks may have been hearing a bit about the Save America Act and asking themselves, what is this? So as we're setting up this conversation, let's just initially go over what this bill has, as it's written, is saying that it's aiming to do.
Yeah, I mean, you're not kidding. I actually saw a poll the other day from YouGov that said that 41% of Americans weren't sure where they stood on this because probably they didn't know what was in it. So basically, the Save America Act, as it stands right now, would do two things. One is that it would require all people who are registering to vote to prove their citizenship. So that would be something like providing a passport at an elections office or a combination between like your birth certificate and your photo ID. And then the second thing that it would do is that it would kind of put in place a blanket photo ID requirement for just going to the polls for all voters, regardless of whether you're a new registrant or not. So in some states, they require photo ID to vote, other states don't, and this would create a national standard.
All right, and that national standard has been something that has been heavily discussed. We've talked about it here on Live Now from Fox as well. And so, Nathaniel, as we're looking at this from the whole, I want to break this down by party because both parties have been very vocal either in their support or their disapproval of this bill if it is to pass. I want to start with the Republicans as we're going to be hearing from them in just a short period of time. Many of them in favor of this act. What gap do they believe that this bill ultimately fills, and why do they think it's important for it to be passed?
Yeah, so I think that first and foremost, Republicans obviously care a lot about election security, election integrity. This is something obviously that President Donald Trump has been focusing on ever since he believes falsely that he lost the 2020 election due to voter fraud. But basically, they see a gap in some states. Again, some states, particularly Democratic states, don't require photo ID in order to vote. And nowhere is it required for you to prove your citizenship. That's actually not true. In a couple of states, it is required to prove your citizenship. But in the vast majority of states, you don't have to prove your citizenship in order to vote. You just have to check a box that says, I attest under penalty of perjury that I am a citizen. And so Republicans basically, in order to guard against the voter fraud, which again is not as high as people like Trump are claiming, they think that we need to have these uniform standards to protect.
And so as we're taking a look at the other side of the aisle, many Democrats have said that there are risks of widening inequality or creating new barriers. Can you speak to what that ultimately could possibly look like as we are waiting this debate to get underway?
Yeah, so Democrats and I think like voting rights advocates are concerned about the bill because it would definitely make it a lot harder for eligible citizens to vote. And it might actually disenfranchise some of them because a lot of people just don't have the documentation that this act would require, particularly the proof of citizenship requirement. So about half of Americans don't have a passport. So either you would have to get one, which obviously costs time and money, or you'd have to use a kind of combination of these other documents, such as a birth certificate. I'm not exactly sure personally where my birth certificate is, for instance. I could probably find it, but that is something that Democrats are worried about. And given that people will often wait to the last minute to register to vote, I think they're worried that people might be like, they might show up to an elections office and be like, oh, I don't have these documents, and then they're not able to register, and then their vote isn't able to be counted.
And that'll be something to continue to watch to see how all of this is unfolding as, again, we are waiting this press conference to get underway on Capitol Hill in just a few moments. Now, yesterday, I have to ask you, Nathaniel, we heard from members of the GOP party who said that they are also attempting to add a new provision that addresses who is able to compete in women's sports. How does this tie into the Save American Act, and why was this added in this moment?
Right. It's not terribly relevant to the other provisions of the bill. This is currently just kind of a bill about voting procedures and stuff. But yeah, there are two amendments that Republicans want to add. One is related to elections. It would restrict mail voting, which is also something that Donald Trump has been against historically. And then, as you mentioned, right, it would basically bar transgender athletes from participating in women's sports. And those are just two priorities of Donald Trump's and of the Republican Party that I think that they want to add to this bill because it is the top priority of Republicans right now. And so you've seen in Capitol Hill that people will try to add things onto bills that kind of have momentum to potentially pass, even though this one looks like it's probably going to be stalled by the filibuster. And so I think that's just kind of why they're adding it.
All right. Well, we certainly appreciate you being with us here on Live Now from Fox as those Republicans have just stepped up to the microphone. We're going to take and listen into this press conference. Thank you so much, Nathaniel.
Thanks, Christina.
And we intend to keep pushing forward and ensure that the American people know whether their senators are for or against, ensuring that only American citizens vote in American elections. You've probably heard some falsehoods coming out of the Democrats throughout the course of the week. Probably paramount among those was when Leader Schumer answered a question and said, well, we're not really opposed to photo ID. That was quickly dispelled when we had an opportunity to vote or to respond to a proposal put forward by the senator from Ohio, Senator Husted, that would have passed essentially photo ID only, limited it to that one issue. And the Democrats not only blocked it, but their counterproposal was a piece of legislation that would actually specifically ban photo ID nationwide. So they're not serious about this issue, but they are clearly on the wrong side of the American people. So as we press forward in this debate, we look forward to continue to highlight the differences of opinion we have between our colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle, but to ensure that the American people fully know who is and who is not for ensuring that only American citizens vote in our elections in this country. That's what this debate is all about. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. Really nothing more, nothing less. But that's at the end of the day, that's the vote. That's the question Democrats here in the Senate are going to have to answer, and we intend to make them do that. Senator Barrasso.
10 million illegal immigrants flooded into this country while Joe Biden was president and the Democrats were in charge of the Senate. And now Democrats want to make it easier for them to have an influence in our elections in the United States. I believe only citizens of this country ought to vote in American elections, and I believe you need to show and prove you are who you say you are with a photo ID in order to vote. It's common sense. You have to show a photo ID to board a plane, to buy a beer. Why not to vote? It's overwhelmingly popular with the American people. They agree you need to show a photo ID in order to vote. You know, the Save America Act that we're talking about here and have been through the week on the floor of the United States Senate, it is the only way that we can make sure we have safe and secure elections that reflect the viewpoints of the American people. But what the Democrats are doing, they are standing with the extreme minority who say you shouldn't have to show a photo ID. They're also standing with the extreme minority that don't believe we need a Department of Homeland Security because they continue to vote to keep it closed. Every one of them is now on the record. The Democrats in the United States Senate are standing on the side of open borders and illegal voters. Senator Langford.
So this is the challenge that we face today. We have Department of Homeland Security closed right now because apparently my Democratic colleagues are more afraid of ICE than they are of Iran. And the challenges that we face now in the conflict internationally, that we know that we have threats back in the homeland, but my Democratic colleagues in the Senate just refuse to even pay attention to that at all. Stacked on top of that is the issue we've been talking about for weeks, and we're still working through this weekend to be able to negotiate, and that is the most basic thing in American life, voting. The 1965 Voting Rights Act begins with all citizens. This should not be controversial. It is already federal law that requires only citizens vote in the United States. We trust that they sign up as only citizens, but we're not verifying, except in a few states. About 9 states actually do verification of citizenship all over the country. And you know what? They still have people show up to vote. 36 states require voter ID to be able to show up to vote, including my own state. My own state requires voter ID whether you do mail-in voting or in-person voting. You have to have voter ID in that. This is not complicated. This is simple and straightforward. It's not even controversial except in Washington, D.C. Across the country, if you were to ask anyone, should you show an ID to be able to vote? They would say, well, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem on that. Should you ask the simple question, should only American citizens vote? And they would say, of course that should be so. But for some reason, that's controversial among Democrats in Washington, D.C. This is simple. This is straightforward. It's why we continue to be able to push this common sense legislation that the American people want to see get done.
If you attend a John Ossoff rally in Georgia, he requires an ID to get into his rally. But he will not, along with every other Democrat, support having an ID to vote. Overwhelming majorities in South Carolina and Georgia support having an ID to vote. Actually, what we hear from the Democrats is a throwback to old years when they talk about race in Jim Crow 2.0. The truth is that over 80% of Hispanics agree with an ID to vote. 75% plus African Americans agree with an ID to vote. The one thing this is not is about separating people. This is about making it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Let's get it done for the American people.
Well, in addition to serving Ohio as one of its U.S. senators, for 2 terms I served as Secretary of State in our great state. I oversaw 2 presidential elections, 2 gubernatorial elections, and we indeed in Ohio made it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And I was listening to the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, the other day say that he didn't oppose photo ID as part of the Save America Act. That's not what they opposed. So I listened closely and I said, okay, well, we can fix that. I offered the other night a clean photo ID bill that would allow 5 forms of identification, photo identification, to cast a ballot and to create a national standard that 36 other states already have that would say you could use a driver's license, a photo, a state ID, a military ID, a tribal ID, or a passport. Things that are widely available and in the state of Ohio are free to get a state ID to cast your ballot. This indeed would enshrine a national standard that would provide election integrity to our nation. And I offered that clean legislation, and the Democrats blocked it. And they came up with all kinds of excuses as to why, but there are no good excuses. This works. It's being implemented all around the country, photo ID. It will provide for integrity in our elections. And I also want to add about making sure that citizens only vote. I think that everyone can also agree with that. But understand the way it works right now, many times there are millions of people who are in this country who are here legally under TPS, under refugee status, with a visa or a green card, who also have the same information, a social security number, that would allow them to register to vote. And I can tell you from somebody who was from a swing state that you have groups of people all over this country who come in, descend, and try to sign up people through voter registration drives, and are often signing people up, maybe even without their recognition of it, that they're committing a crime by signing up people to vote who are not legally allowed to be in this country, or not legally allowed to vote in this country. And if you care about them, you wouldn't want that to happen, because immediately, as soon as they do it, they are committing a crime and jeopardizing their status to ever become a citizen or to stay in this nation. And so I ask my Democrat friends, I've been listening to you. I want to find common ground on a photo ID bill that you can support. We offered one. I hope you will reconsider and support us in this. And I want to thank the Majority Leader, John Thune, for giving us a chance to push this forward to get photo ID done in this country.
Well, as the 6th speaker, I don't want to be too repetitive, but I will be, because these are, everybody has spoken to the reasons why voter ID and proof of citizenship is a requirement in some states and should be all across the nation. But it goes back to one thing that I think most of the folks that we represent have a great respect for, and that's just basic common sense. Common sense and fairness. It's only fair that those who have the right to vote as a citizen are actually granted that and can go to the polls. It's only common sense that an ID would be required. So I'm kind of flashing back to when we were requiring the real ID. And we know we live in the land of exaggeration here in Washington, D.C., but there were, people, this is discriminatory. People aren't going to be able to get a real ID. They're not going to be able to fly. It's going to be so terrible. Guess what? People have real IDs and fly every single day. States have adjusted. They've put the mechanisms in place for the real ID to be used at TSA. That's the same thing that we're looking at here. And as John said, as former Secretary of State, states can make these adjustments and in many cases already have. So let's go back to common sense and fairness, and let's make sure our elections are secure.
Questions? Good morning.
We've been told repeatedly that you plan to terminate debate at some point. why, considering the pressure of the president and the right, why would you eventually move to end debate on this if this is so important, especially to the president?
Yeah, well, we haven't made any final decisions about how to conclude this, Chad. Well, at some point, that's a possibility. But at the moment, what we are trying to do is ensure that we are having a fulsome debate on an issue that is overwhelmingly supported by the American people, and one that puts everybody on the record, one way or the other. And so today, obviously, we're going to have a vote later this afternoon on whether or not biological males ought to be able to vote or ought to be able to compete and play in women's sports. But then we will move to something that Senator Husted addressed, and that was the piece of legislation he tried to get brought up and passed on the floor and objected to by the Democrats the other night. And we will move to that, put that, every Democrat on the record. So the photo ID amendment will be the next amendment. And I think all these things in the Save America Act, as we've all said, are common sense. We think they're supported by overwhelming majority of Americans. And in many cases, as Senator Husted also pointed out, you had 36 states that have adopted photo ID laws. Why wouldn't we have a nationwide one? And to hear the Democrats, hear the leader of the Democrats say in response to a question, we're not opposed to photo ID, but then to block even getting it up and considering it, and furthermore to offer an alternative that bans and prohibits specifically photo ID, I think speaks to where they are. But they're all going to have to cast that vote. So we're going to continue to debate this, and at some point we'll decide after we have a sufficient number of votes and we have had the opportunity to have that fulsome debate on the floor, we'll decide what to do next. Lisa.
Two questions about specific pushback on the bill that include Senator Murkowski's first pushback. One is that it's effective immediately. The Real ID card, for example, was phased in ultimately over 20 years. So it's a lot of ownership putting on states to move around very quickly. And then the other is about rural areas, and the question is there's some kind of murkiness, I think, in the way this is written as to whether people will have to travel for proof of citizenship specifically to bring their documents, and that might be a real burden on states like Alaska.
Well, and I think you heard her talk, and that might be a question for Senator Husted to take too, as a former Secretary of State. But as the bill was being drafted, the attempt was to contemplate all the different scenarios that might play out in different states around the country, because states do have different laws and obviously have different geography. But I think in the end, the language that was agreed upon and adopted, I think addressed most of those concerns. And if there are other concerns out there, obviously there are conversations going on with Senator Murkowski. You mentioned Alaska. Alaska has some unique circumstances which we're trying to make sure are addressed. But there isn't any reason why any of those would get in the way of adopting a photo ID. I mean, you're talking about other issues with regard to registration. There's some questions about mail-in ballots. But when it comes to photo ID, that is a straightforward issue. And that ought to be an up and down vote that every Republican and Democrat in the United States Senate can cast that reflects an overwhelming majority of where their constituents are. And I don't know if anything you want to add to that, John?
I would just say that 36 states already do photo ID. And some form of identification. And I listened to what Senator Murkowski said the other night, and I believe that our straightforward bill on photo ID addresses her concerns that this can easily be implemented. So I know there are a lot of issues in the Save America Act, but this particular one focused on photo ID is something that can be easily implemented, which is already being implemented around the country.
All right, a couple more.
All this is to say that today we are seeing a vote on trans sports issues. So other than the president wanting this to be in the bill, why wedge this in here? And Senator Husted, if I can, you talked about TPS. How many on record have you ever come across that have been voting that are TPS recipients? How many examples are there of that?
Well, on the issue with respect to biological males competing in women's sports and transgender surgeries for minors, those are also issues that are overwhelmingly supported by the American people, and issues on which there is legislation up here, broad support among certainly our caucus on both of those issues. And so, yeah, they're part of a package, a broader package of the Save America Act. And obviously, we intend to trigger votes on those. But the specific issue we're addressing right now is photo ID. And that is one on which the Democrats have said, Senator Schumer himself, that we are not opposed to photo ID. Well, let's test that proposition. Let's actually have a vote on it and see where the Democrats are. Because, like I said, I think everybody here in all of our states, this is something that's overwhelmingly supported by a majority of voters. And the fact that 36 states have already implemented, I think, reflects that. You want to touch that one?
Yeah, I can just answer. My point that I was making is that there are many ways that you can be in this country legally, have the documents that allow you to register to vote, and because there are so many groups out there who are trying to sign people up, inadvertently, even if you don't want to do this nefariously, you're having people who are signing you up to vote. You're attesting that you're an American citizen when you do that, and then you're putting your immigration status in jeopardy. So out of concern for that group, those groups of people, we ought to want to make sure that we don't have flaws in our voter registration system so that those unfortunate circumstances don't materialize.
Well, but how often?
Let me just make a quick comment. Let me give you a practical example in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we passed a law a couple of years ago saying if you show up at jury duty and attest to the judge that, hey, I'm not eligible for jury duty because I'm not an American citizen. We passed a law several years ago saying as soon as somebody does that, we also go check your voter registration to see if you're registered to vote. The first time that we did that, there were 40 people that were identified before a judge that they had attested, I'm not here legally. We did the first blush. 40 people immediately had already been registered to vote. So we can't say what the total number is. I can't say those are TPS or not. But most certainly this happens. There's this belief that somehow this is not really happening for real. Even in my state, in Oklahoma, this is happening, and we found ways to be able to identify it and to be able to address it. This should be all citizens. That's what it should be.
All right, last question.
Last night, Collins and some Republicans again met with Democrats. They said they made an offer with legislative text. Have you heard back from Dems yet on them accepting the DHS proposal or counter-offering, and further, do you expect that meeting to again meet tonight?
I would hope that the discussions continue. I think the meeting last night was productive, and the offer was made and legislative language was submitted by the administration to open up the Department of Homeland Security with a lot of reforms that had been requested and asked for by Democrats. And at some point, the Democrats are going to have to take yes for an answer. I know they think this is politically good for them. It's not. It's not politically good for anybody to have literally tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people out of work and important functions of our government not being carried out on a daily basis, and functions that are important to our homeland security and our national security. So the opportunity to actually drive this to a conclusion is there. You have to have, obviously, to negotiate a deal, you got to have two sides at the table. The White House is there, Senate Republicans are there. The question is, are Senate Democrats going to take yes for an answer? And frankly, at some point it's going to become pretty clear to everybody that they really don't have any excuses. Frankly, it was shameful that they waited 18 days to even respond to a White House offer. And so the White House has been meticulously trying to do outreach, set up these meetings. They finally agreed to it a couple of days ago, which led to a follow-up meeting last night, and it should lead up to a follow-up meeting over this weekend. It's going to be very, very hard to explain if we leave town this next week without having funded the Department of Homeland Security. And at some point, the Democrats are going to be held accountable for this. I know they think it's, as has been described by one of their leaders, very serene with their position. Well, I'm telling you something, the people who are sitting in those lines at the airports right now don't see it as very serene. This needs to be resolved. We need a result. We need a result that opens up the Department of Homeland Security, and that's going to require Democrats to, at some point, accept yes for an answer. Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
All right, as you see there, we were listening into those senators, GOP side of things, speaking about the Save America Act, as well as DHS funding. Of course, we know that both of those will be the topics that are discussed today on Capitol Hill in this rare Saturday session. We will try to bring you some of those updates here on Live Now from Fox once that gets underway. We are going to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, much more on these top stories when we return. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. It's shaping up to be a very busy day on Capitol Hill this Saturday. I want to take you back out to this live vantage point that we have of the U.S. Capitol building. And so just a few moments ago, we heard from GOP senators discussing two of the top topics that are going to be talked about in Washington, D.C. That includes DHS funding as well as the Save America Act. And so, of course, the topic of DHS funding has been making headlines amid this, taking you out to this live vantage point that we have of different airports across the United States. Right now, we are seeing increased TSA wait times at Hartsfield Jackson and other places across the country. This all stemming from this partial government shutdown. And to talk a lot more about it, I do want to bring into the conversation now political analyst Brian Sobel. Brian, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure, Christina.
Well, it's a lot to get into that we're seeing these senators discuss, but I now want to focus on the portion that has to do with DHS funding. So many people now standing in lines in airports across the country wondering, why is this line so long? Why is TSA functioning not as it normally does? Can you sort of walk us through what those senators will be debating today on Capitol Hill?
Sure. This all revolves around the issue of ICE, immigration. DHS is a very, very broad department, including the Coast Guard, the Secret Service, numerous other departments. But what's holding up the funding of DHS is the issue of ICE. Now, here's what's interesting, Christina. The Department of ICE, the immigration portion of this, they're fully funded through 2028. So one wonders why the Democrats in Congress are holding everything up for a department among many departments that's already funded. And so Americans find what's going on, or many Americans find what's going on unconscionable in terms of, as an example, TSA workers at the airports who are going without pay. For no reason other than a political debate that's going on in Washington, D.C. And this, through all of these government shutdowns, always nets out the same way. The people suffer. And I've had a lot of people call me and say, well, maybe if when these senators and members of the House have to, if they were required to go through the same lines at the airports as regular people, they might get a taste of just how uncomfortable this is for the average American.
Absolutely. And as we're looking at some of those airports across the country, Hartsfield-Jackson in particular has been hit pretty hard there in the Atlanta airport, in the Atlanta area. It's the busiest airport in the country as well. And so as we're talking about what this looks like moving forward, I do want to put up this live vantage point that we have there of the White House. We do know that the White House did offer additional immigration enforcement concessions to Democrats just yesterday evening. This as Border Czar Tom Homan met a second time with the bipartisan group of senators trying to end the Homeland Security shutdown. This is according to some of those lawmakers who were able to attend. So what does this signal now that the White House is seemingly able to create some new concessions there when it comes to funding the Department of Homeland Security?
Well, this is the way it should work in Washington, D.C. when you aren't playing politics. And it's really clear that a lot of this has to do with the coming midterms. The Democrats are interested in getting a step up with the American people. They want people to be angry about ICE. They want them to be angry about Donald Trump. If you look at commercials around the nation, you see that Trump is the target, irrespective oftentimes of who the person who's running for office is running against. So clearly this has a great deal to do with the President of the United States, with the Republican control of the Senate, where their Republicans have 53 seats, clearly in the majority, and in the House as well. So this is a fight for November, Christina, more than it is a fight for March.
I'm glad you brought that up because it has been a lot of conversation around the midterm elections and what's to come of that as well. And so President Trump has been very vocal, as well as we know that the Save America Act will also be debated today in the Senate. When it comes to what the president is trying to do ahead of these midterm elections, is that important for the Republican Party? And how are the Democrats finding a foothold to use this as a moment to affect what's going to come in the later part of the year?
Great question, but the narrative is right now, I think, 50-50. I think the Democrats have scored some points. I think Republicans have scored some points. But in all of these situations where a government shutdown occurs or a partial government shutdown occurs, or what's going on right now, which is perhaps debate around the merits of the SAVE Act or DHS funding, is that the American people feel like they're caught in the crossfire of two political parties that just can't get it together and find solutions. So hopefully today in Washington, D.C., and in the coming days, we will see a solution to the partial government shutdown. As you point out, in Atlanta, the busiest airport in the country, these lines are out of sight, literally. And who's suffering? It's the person, the traveler trying to go someplace. It's not a senator. It's not a member of Congress or a member of the administration. And so, again, I go back to what the regular folks feel, and that is that a lot of this is out of their control, and it all has all to do with fighting going on in Washington, D.C. around politics.
And so politics do affect everything nearly. And I want to put this up on the screen as well. This is from Fox News. This is a unique way possibly of seeing some relief. It does say that Elon Musk is now offering to pay the salaries of TSA workers during the government funding standoff. The tech mogul said the funding impasse is negatively affecting the lives of so many Americans at airports throughout the country, really speaking to the narrative that Brian and I have been touching on. So, Brian, I have to ask you, though, have you seen anything like this before? Is there any precedence for a private citizen offering in to fund a portion of the government? I've never seen anything like this.
No, there's been talk of it in the past that maybe a multi-billionaire, which is where we're at now with some of these tech guys and others, stepping in and helping out some way, but actually funding a whole department like TSA in terms of being able to pay their people is rather extraordinary. And obviously, the phrase deep pockets comes to mind to consider that somebody could upfront that kind of money. But, you know, for the regular TSA worker, many of whom are living paycheck to paycheck, this is unconscionable behavior, really, out of Washington, D.C., especially because the focal point of this, ICE, and immigration in general, ICE is funded through 2028. I repeat that. So what's the argument about? It's about the midterms.
And so we'll continue to keep our eyes on some of these airports across the country as they are being affected. And I now want to kind of pivot the conversation to the other piece that will be discussed this weekend. We do know that senators are also going to be debating whether or not Markwayne Mullin will be able to advance his nomination to become Department of Homeland Security Secretary. Of course, the news broke just a short time ago that Kristi Noem would be leaving that position and possibly replaced by Senator Markwayne Mullin. We heard some of the conversations that happened earlier this week as he was sitting down in an open session discussing all of this and how he would lead the department forward. What is this conversation going to be looking like this weekend as well as we wait to see how all of this unfolds?
Well, Markwayne Mullin is, came out of the committee hearing with an 8-7, the Homeland Committee, with an 8-7 win, if you want to call it that. Fetterman of Pennsylvania voted for him. Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky, voted against him. The final vote was 8-7, advancing it to the United States Senate and for a vote on confirmation. At the end of the day, because of the Republican majority in the Senate, I quite expect he'll be confirmed.
Absolutely. And so we're looking at some of the photos and of Kristi Noem. We do know that she'll be leaving this position as well. And so, Brian, I have to ask you, if Mullin is to be confirmed, what challenges does he possibly face taking on a department that has been under such intense scrutiny?
It's a huge job. It's got thousands upon thousands of employees, a monstrous, huge budget. It's a big job for the senator from, and will be former senator from Oklahoma. But he has experience. He was in the Senate since 2023, a 10-year member of the House of Representatives. So he's got experience in Washington, D.C. And here's what may be critical, and that is that he knows many members, probably all the members of the House of Representatives, and certainly all the members of the Senate, where he has relationships. And those relationships may be very, very important here, Christina, as he tries to find some ways to work together with the opposition. If he can do that, this may smooth things out. As we know, the turmoil with the Department of Homeland Security and Kristi Noem had reached an apex, and the president no longer wanted to watch that. So he reached out to somebody who was more of an insider, a senator in this case, and Markwayne Mullin, and he hopes that Markwayne Mullin can work with his colleagues on both sides of the aisle to essentially smooth the waters and maybe come up with a solution to a lot of these problems, and frankly, some reforms that have been requested by Democrats, in particular with ICE in particular, and also with Republicans who are interested in just seeing this government shutdown go away and that business returns to usual in Washington, D.C.
And Brian, as we're taking this live look there at the Capitol, as we do know that debate will get underway starting at noon Eastern time, so in just about 15 or so minutes. I do want to point out one other thing I found interesting as we aired that hearing earlier this week. We do know that Senator Rand Paul and, of course, Senator Mullin, they got into a back and forth on some of their personal issues that they disagree on, and mostly some of the things that happen outside of the business that happens inside of the Capitol building. But it is important to note that if Paul ultimately votes against Mullen on the floor, he would be the only senator in modern history to oppose a fellow senator that's been nominated by the president of his own party. Is that any indication as to where the Republican Party is sort of standing at this point, kind of at an impasse there, possibly not, again, all senators siding with their party?
Well, it may be historic, and the issue between Rand Paul and Markwayne Mullin is really personal. When Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky, was assaulted in 2017 by a neighbor over what appeared to be a landscape dispute between neighbors, and Rand Paul was injured in that fight with his neighbor, broke several ribs, had some lung damage, some other things. Markwayne Mullin's reaction was, kind of a so what. And in fact, he went a little bit further and called at that time Rand Paul essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, a snake in the grass. Rand Paul obviously took that very, very personally. And offered Markwayne Mullin the opportunity in those hearings to apologize to his face, essentially, because he had never received an apology from the time of the assault. So you have some bad blood between those people. So the idea that Rand Paul is going to vote against him for personal reasons, if not true reasons about his Markwayne Mullin's ability to serve, which is what Rand Paul really fell back on, means he'll vote against them. But on the other hand, John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, the Democrat's going to vote for him. So that's a wash. And you hate to see these personal problems play out on the floor of the Senate. But you know what? This is going back to the beginning of our republic. There have been face-offs between senators literally since the beginning of the republic.
Absolutely. And so we've been watching some of this reaction coming in from Rand Paul and those moments that happened earlier this week. And so, Brian, as we're kind of wrapping and putting a bow on this conversation, still awaiting that debate to get underway there in Washington, D.C., is there anything else we should be on the lookout for this weekend? Anything else that sticks out to you that the Senate might be discussing?
Well, for viewers, it all comes down to raw votes. And you'll see the debates. You'll see some Democrats, in this case, very concerned about not only the nominee, but about the Department of Homeland Security, about ICE in particular. But viewers need to remember, again, the Department of Homeland Security is a vast department with 400 or more different areas of responsibility. The focus is on ICE, but ICE is funded through 2028. So it'll be interesting to see the debate points. But again, all of this, in my view, comes down to setting the table for the midterms in November, Christina.
And it is, of course, a very important election year. And so, as always, though, we appreciate Brian Sobel for joining us here on Live Now from Fox ahead of some of the major policy issues that are going to be discussed today on Capitol Hill, all on a rare Saturday session. Thanks so much, Brian.
My pleasure. Have a great day.
You too. Wanted to make sure we're able to give you that update. Also here, closing out, I want to put this up on your screen. We have some reaction this week following that very heated moment that we heard during that open door hearing with Senator Markwayne Mullin. This reaction coming from Senator Rand Paul saying endorsing political violence should disqualify anyone from leading federal law enforcement. Political disagreements are a part of the democracy, but supporting violence crosses a line. That is why I will vote no on Senator Markwayne Mullin for DHS Secretary. Also putting this one up on your screen as well from U.S. Senator John Fetterman, who we have heard a lot about during these discussions, saying heading to vote, and I will remain the only Democrat that refuses to shut down our government, pay TSA agents, reopen DHS. We'll watch all of that unfold there on Capitol Hill as that's set to get underway at noon Eastern time. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Much more on these top stories when we return. Stay with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Once again, we are waiting some of that debate that's set to happen at noon Eastern time from the Senate. We're also going to be watching some of those other live events that will be coming into our newsroom. Right now, though, as we're speaking about Capitol Hill, President Trump, alongside Secretary of State Marco Rubio, took time to answer some questions outside of the White House just yesterday. I want to play that out for you in case you missed it here on Live Now from Fox.
I thought I'd bring our great Secretary of State out, and he is doing a fantastic job. So we have Marco. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you, Iran executed 3 people this week.
Terrible.
You have vowed strong action in the past. What message would you send?
Well, we've been hitting them awfully hard. I don't know if you can possibly get hit harder, but these are thugs and animals and horrible people. But you can't hit anybody harder than we've hit them. But I'm not surprised. They executed 3 young people for protesting.
And do you plan to escort those ships through the Strait of Hormuz with or without allies?
We're doing very well there. We're doing very well overall. You know, we don't use the Strait. We don't. The United States. We don't need it. Europe needs it. Korea, Japan, China, a lot of other people. So they'll have to get involved a little bit on that one.
Mr. President, do you still want South Korea support the United States?
Yeah, what about it?
Do you still want South Korea support?
Well, I love South Korea. We have a great relationship with South Korea. We're helping South Korea a lot.
Mr. President, do you think Israel will be ready to end the war when you're ready to end the war?
So, yeah.
Mr. President,
The relationship's a very good one. I think so.
Mr. President.
We want more or less similar things. You know what we want? We want victory, both of us, and that's what we've got.
Mr. President.
What's your plan for Card Island, Mr. President? What's your plan for Card Island? You know, I may have a plan or I may not, but how would I ever say that to a reporter? If I said that to a reporter, Marco would say, please, sir, let's bring you over to the helicopter immediately. Right? No, I can't tell you that.
Mr. President, the economic pain.
Certainly a place that's people are talking about, but I can't say. Yeah.
Are you ruling out ground troops there, though?
Affect talks with Russia and Ukraine.
What about it?
Are the talks on back burner right now because of
no? We're talking about it. I think it'll get done.
When do you expect the next round of talks to take place?
They take place almost every day. We're making a lot of progress.
Mr. President, you said that the war was militarily won in Iran. What did you mean by that? You said the war was militarily won in Iran. What did you mean by that?
Oh, I think we've won. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force. We've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait. But from a military standpoint, they're finished.
So how much longer should the American people expect it to go?
You said opening the Strait of Hormuz is a simple military maneuver.
Very simple.
Yeah, but what did you mean by that?
It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help in the sense of you need ships, you need volume. And NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so. And others could help us, but you know, we don't use it. You know, at a certain point, it'll open itself at a certain point. But we've defeated the enemy, and they are an enemy. They're a sick group of people. The leadership is gone, the Navy is gone, the Air Force is gone, the anti-aircraft equipment that they have, the radar they have is all gone, everything's gone. The strait itself, the actual strait, how are you?
Hi.
The strait itself is, we're doing a good job, but it would be nice if the countries, including China, if the countries that use it, China uses it 90% of their energy. Japan is 95% of the energy. It would be nice if those countries would get involved.
What did you call it?
What? I thought she did a good job yesterday.
Regarding the American bases in Europe, Lindsey Graham has asked for you to reconsider the American bases in Spain, in Germany, after what they have done in the Strait of Hormuz. What's your take?
Well, it deserves. He's right about asking that, and I think NATO's gone down a long way because they haven't I mean, they should be helping with the Strait. They get much of their energy from the Strait of Hormuz. And if Lindsey Graham said that, and don't forget, he was the big NATO guy for a while, and now he's not. And a lot of senators and congressmen, they're very upset with the fact that NATO has done nothing.
Pope Leo is calling for a ceasefire in the middle. Pope Leo is calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East and to reopen dialogue. What do you say to the Pope?
Well,
sir?
look, we can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have any equipment. They don't have any spotters. They don't have anti-aircraft. They don't have radar. And their leaders have all been killed at every level. We're not looking to do that. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, Chuck Norris.
I thought he was a great guy. Wow. Yeah, he was a supporter. Chuck Norris died. I didn't know that. He was a great guy. He was a really good, tough cookie. You didn't want to fight him, I can tell you. He was a tough, great guy, and he was a great supporter. Wow, that's too bad. Tell his family highest respect. Okay? Great man. I know him. I get along with him great, and I probably would.
Do you want to make a deal with him? Do you want to make a deal with Vito Bellower?
Well, I get along with him very well.
Are you deploying the additional troops for deterrence or to optimize your operational capabilities?
Well, I would say this, that if I told you the answer to that question, my military people would be very happy. So we have a lot of troops, we have unlimited ammunition, we have the greatest equipment in the world, and we are decimating Iran. It's about time. And frankly, it should have been done long before me. It should have been done before other
Polls have shown that MAGA is essentially unified behind you as a Republican when it comes to Iran. There's been reports that the United States might be sending 2,500 Marines to the Middle East. Are you concerned that a move like that could potentially change the unity?
Well, I don't know. I seem to have great support because CNN came out with a poll today that I'm at 100%. And they said they've never seen a poll like that. The CNN poll said I'm at 100%, and they've never seen that before, which is an honor. I was impressed that CNN would do that. But as far as troops are concerned, I can't tell you what we're doing.
Mr. President, you took issue with Australia, Japan, and South Korea this week.
Yeah, I was very surprised.
Very surprised about Australia and what? What would you like them to do?
Well, they should get involved, and I was a little bit surprised that they said no, because we always say yes to them.
What did Australia say no to? What did Australia say no to?
They'll allow the U.S. to use air bases to defend the Strait of Hormuz. What's your response to that?
Well, it's been a very late response in the UK. Surprised because the relationship is so good, but this has never happened before. They were really pretty much our first ally, all over the world, first ally, and they didn't want us to use the island, the so-called island, which for some reason they gave up rights to it, and I was a little surprised at the UK, to be honest with you. They should have acted a lot faster.
Have you spoken with the Prime Minister?
I have.
Mr. President.
They should have acted a lot faster.
Mr. President.
Did you see that your former press secretary, Sarah Sanders, was asked to leave a restaurant by staff who felt threatened by her politics?
Well, her politics are right down the center. She's a good person, and that shouldn't have happened. Where did that take place, here or in Arkansas?
In Arkansas.
Wow, in Arkansas. That's very surprising. I love Arkansas. I won that state by so much. I think that Sarah's going to be just fine, but it's too bad. She's a good woman, Sarah.
Mr. President, the price of oil is way up. The stock market is down. Did you miscalculate the cost of going into Iran?
No. We're not giving a nuclear weapon to terrorist thugs, and we're knocking the hell out of them. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their leaders are gone, Their anti-aircraft is gone. Everything's gone.
But did you expect the economic
No,
effect?
I expected worse, actually.
Mr. President, you still
I
support...
really thought that oil prices would go much higher when I did this.
You still support...
We just set every record in the book with Dow, with the S&P. Dow hit 50,000, S&P hit 8,000, 7,000 at levels, at speed like nobody's ever seen before. But I said I have to go off in that path and I have to take a little journey. We have to get and he would agree, but he's not going to say it. And this is not St. Patrick's Day, by the way. What are you doing with that tie? But we had to go off on a circuitous path and take care of business, and we are in the process of doing it. And I'll tell you, I think we're weeks ahead of schedule. My Secretary of State is very happy. Do you have a question for Marco?
Yes. How soon? President Trump said this week that he can take Cuba. How soon can that happen?
Well, I mean, Cuba's a disaster, and it's because of their communist government. It doesn't work. So I don't have any news for you on that today, other than that's been going on for 67 years. They're a disaster. It's the worst it's ever been.
And what are you guys hearing from your Senate colleagues about the chances of the Save America Act passing?
Well, it seems to be doing okay. It's voter ID. You have to have citizenship to vote. And I'm hearing very good things. I mean, I was hearing negative things because the Democrats are all against voter ID. They're all against citizenship to vote. They're against transgender. You know, they like the transgender thing with mutilization of your children. All of the things that we talked about. You know, we added two little elements. No men in women's sports, right? You know that. We added that. And when you add them all up, whether you take 4 or 5, I think they're all 95 to 99% issues. I hear it's going, look, it should be an easy pass, but we need Democrat votes. They don't want to approve voter ID because they cheat. They don't want to approve citizenship. In other words, we want to have citizenship in order to vote. You have to prove your citizenship. The Democrats don't want to do that. You know why, Peter? You know why? Because they want to cheat, Peter. Now, speaking of something that's more pleasant, see that? It's going to be the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world. Nothing like it. And they just started today one of the biggest pours of concrete that's ever been seen in Washington, D.C.
When they're doing the construction, does it ever wake you up?
It makes me happy when I hear those pile drivers. My wife doesn't love it, but I love the sound. I love the sound of concrete. I love the sound of pile drivers.
How are you, Mr. President? One question. How are you?
All right, we did want to play out some of those remarks from President Trump as he was alongside Secretary of State Marco Rubio just yesterday afternoon answering questions outside of the White House. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm now going to take you out to this as this has just now gotten underway there on Capitol Hill. Officially, the Senate is in session. This is, of course, amid the DHS funding shutdown, as well as the debate now on that it's going to be happening this weekend on the Save America Act, as well as the Mullen nomination vote. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Bernie Moreno, a senator from the state of Ohio, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of House message with respect to S. 1383, which the clerk will report.
House message to accompany S. 1383, an act to establish the Veterans Advisory Committee on Equal Access and for other purposes.
All right, as you see there, this is just now getting underway on Capitol Hill as the senators are getting ready to debate. We did just go to this feed as those opening remarks are going to get underway, the prayer to open the Senate floor. But we do know that today the Senate is planning to debate and vote on the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. This is also known as the Save America Act. This is happening as conservatives are now warning that a failure of this is going to affect future elections. Democrats, though, have been largely on the other side of the aisle, not agreeing or wanting this to pass. So the Senate is expected to vote in this rare Saturday session as well on an amendment that's been sponsored by Senator Tommy Tuberville, the Republican from Alabama, to bar transgender athletes also from participating in women's sports. They want all of this to be rolled in together as the Senate is meeting today. We do know also on Sunday the Senate will pivot to vote on a motion to advance the nomination of Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, the Republican from Oklahoma, as he is set to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Let's listen in.
311, H.R. 7147.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 311, H.R. 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, the truth eventually will get out. Democrats have spent the last week or two attempting to hedge on photo ID, to suggest that, in fact, Democrats actually support photo ID. It's just the rest of the Save America Act, I should say, that they're concerned about. So on Thursday, the junior Republican senator from Ohio decided to give them an opportunity to do something about it. Not interested in the rest of the Save America Act's common sense proposals? Okay, he said, and he offered a clean photo ID bill. No other provisions, just a measure to require showing photo ID at the polls, which could be a driver's license or state ID card, a passport, a military ID, a tribal ID. And Democrats, Mr. President? Democrats, the party that the Democrat leader said does not object to photo ID, well, Democrats blocked it. So as it turns out, Democrats support photo ID for voters just as long as you don't ask them to actually support a photo ID bill. They want to have their cake and eat it too. Shield themselves from criticism, since polls show Americans overwhelmingly support photo ID for voters, but also save themselves from having to back up their words with actions. Mr. President, I am still waiting for Democrats to come down to the floor and to call out requirements to show photo ID to board a plane. I'm still waiting for them to attack doctors' offices and hotels and movie theaters and banks for requiring photo ID. I'm still waiting for Democrats to explain why it's perfectly logical for them to demand photo ID for their own rallies and yet oppose photo ID at the polls. Is voting the one thing the Democrats don't think should be taken seriously? Do they think voting is so trivial that it really doesn't matter if those coming to vote are who they say they are? Well, I'd like to know, Mr. President. Mr. President, Democrats may have rejected a common sense photo ID measure on Thursday, but they'll have another chance to support common sense today when the Senate votes on an amendment to protect women's sports from being hijacked by men. Over the past few years around the country, we have seen men, biological men who identify as women, take up spaces and medals in athletics meant for actual women. And this is happening across a range of sports. Swimming, softball, volleyball, basketball, tennis, and the list goes on. Mr. President, needless to say, men have inherent biological advantages when it comes to sports. Things like greater muscle mass and greater aerobic power. That is just a simple scientific fact. And those biological advantages mean that men are likely to dominate in women's sports, taking up medals and opportunities that should belong to women. One female runner had this to say, and I quote, 27 times during my high school career, all 4 years, I had to return to the line and settle into blocks next to first one, then two biologically male athletes to run a race that everyone knew wasn't fair. I lost podium spots, awards, recognition, and 4 state championship titles during my junior year, the time when it was most crucial for college recruitment. My teammates and I watched those 2 athletes dominate the girls' events. They won 15 women's state championship titles, titles that were held by 9 different girls in 2016, set new individual meet records and eliminated girls from advancement opportunities more than 85 times, end quote. They won 15 women's state championship titles and eliminated girls from advancement opportunities more than 85 times. And that, Mr. President, was the effect of just 2 male athletes in women's track in just 1 state. And this is happening across the country in a wide range of women's sports. Mr. President, I want to know, are my Democrat colleagues okay with this? Are they okay with 2 biological males eliminating girls from advancement opportunities more than 85 times? Are they okay with the fact that, as the UN reported in 2024, and I quote, the replacement of the female sports category with a mixed sex category has resulted in an increasing number of female athletes losing opportunities, including medals, when competing against males. According to information received by the 30th of March in 2024, over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions have lost more than 890 medals in 29 different sports, end quote. Are Democrats okay with that, Mr. President? They think that's fair? They think women's opportunities to excel should be taken from them by biological males? I want to know. Are Democrats willing to abandon decades of progress in women's sports the minute the transgender lobby comes calling? I guess we'll see today, Mr. President. Do Democrats stand with women? Or they will continue to sacrifice fairness and equality at the altar of radical transgender ideology? Mr. President, the situation at U.S. airports continues to worsen thanks to Democrats' refusal to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Thousands of Homeland Security employees have been working without pay for more than a month. The problems of having an unfunded Homeland Security Department continue to multiply. And Democrats, well, they just seem to shrug. I guess the Democrats' 43-day full government shutdown from earlier this fiscal year ought to have made it clear that Democrats are happy to deprive government workers of their salaries if it serves their political ends. But I still marvel at the fact that Democrats have been willing to deprive some government employees of pay for almost 80 days now over the course of less than 6 months. To say nothing of their willingness to defund law enforcement and jeopardize national security. 36 days the Department of Homeland Security has been shut down now, Mr. President. The White House has offered a substantial number of reforms to Democrats. The Democrats have yet to move a step off their original list of demands. And I hope that will change. So far, the concept of negotiation, which involves compromise and give and take, seems utterly lost to them. Or perhaps it's simply that Democrats don't want a solution here. After all, if they get reforms like many of the reforms the White House has offered, Democrats might not be able to use this as a campaign issue. And I strongly suspect that Democrats are less interested in fixing problems than they are in having issues that they can use in the November election. Of course, I would caution them that their renewed commitment to defunding law enforcement may not play as well as they think it will. Democrats had to dial back on their hostility to law enforcement once before for political reasons. It turns out, Mr. President, that defunding the police and defunding law enforcement isn't such a popular issue after all. So perhaps they ought to think twice before making defunding law enforcement and Homeland Security their signature issue this November. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
All right, as you see there, listening in to some of those opening remarks as the Senate is getting ready to debate the Save America Act in this rare Saturday session. It does appear at the bottom of the screen. We can see Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer also stepping up to make some of his initial comments. Let's hang with this to see when he starts to speak. We want to allow both sides of the aisles to get some of those opening remarks out here on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to listen. All right, as you see there, they're sort of doing the roll call on the floor just to get a good view of everyone who is currently present. We do expect Senator Chuck Schumer to speak at any moment now. But once again, all of this debate is happening amid this partial government shutdown that involves the Department of Homeland Security. Let's listen.
Today, every senator must answer a very simple question. Senator, do you want chaos at our airports to come down? Yes or no? I asked it. Senator, let me repeat the question. Republican Senator, do you want the chaos at our airports to come down? Yes or no? If you've had enough of long lines, if you want TSA workers to get paid, then vote yes on the motion I am bringing before the Senate today. It is unacceptable for workers and travelers in entire airports to get taken hostage in political games. But that's what the Republicans are doing. It is unacceptable to say we will only pay TSA workers if it is attached to a bill that funds ICE with no reforms. But that's what the Republicans have been doing. Democrats want to pay TSA workers ASAP with no strings attached. A yes vote would do that. That's the first time in this chamber we'll have an opportunity to vote yes or no on whether you want to pay TSA workers ASAP with no strings attached. Every bill they have brought before the Senate says, oh yeah, we want to pay the TSA workers, we want to reduce the lines at airports, but only if you pass ICE funding with no reform. And the American people want reform. They know that. But you got Stephen Miller up there in the White House and so many others who don't want any reform of ICE, and our Republican Senate friends are willingly going along with that and holding airports, travelers, and TSA workers hostage. We Democrats want to bring down the long lines at the airport. And a yes vote, plain and simple, would do just that. I urge Republicans to support my motion. The chaos at airports has reached a boiling point. People have been waiting for 2 hours, 3 hours, sometimes more, just to get through security. One couple in Austin said the line stretched right out the door and into the grass outside the airport. Meanwhile, TSA workers are about to go a full month without pay. That is unacceptable. It means they cannot pay the rent or the mortgage. They cannot buy groceries. They're digging into their savings just to get by, these hardworking, good people. And at the same time, they're being asked to work brutal hours. It's no surprise many have been calling in sick. It's not even a surprise that many are looking for other jobs. They have to support their families and themselves. We need to bring this to an end today. Today. And that is what we can start doing with a yes vote on our motion. As I've said, we've seen a lot of roll call votes over the past few weeks on the floor related to DHS funding, and they say they want to get up and fund TSA, but they want to fund all of DHS, even ICE, even Border Patrol, with no reform. This vote today is different from what our colleagues on the other side have offered. It is a breakthrough because it says fund TSA only, fund TSA with no strings attached. Republicans, in essence, say they want to reopen all of DHS, but only if there are no changes to ICE and Border Patrol when they vote. That's not acceptable, not just to us, not just to Democrats, but to the American people. The American people feel very strongly that ICE's conduct needs to be reined in. Trump himself, the originator of these horrible ICE goon squads, has said they've gone too far. We can't just give ICE a blank check to keep operating without guardrails, as Republicans have proposed in their previous votes. So today, Democrats offer to pay TSA without the anchor of demanding funding of ICE and CPB without any guardrails, which is what the Republicans are doing. We want to open TSA with no strings attached. Let me repeat, no strings attached. There's not one bill the Republicans have brought forward that doesn't have strings attached, strings that don't let it have a majority vote. Now, we're having productive conversations on reforming ICE and CPB, and Democrats remain committed to securing reforms. But that's an ongoing process. They're meeting today again. But we must fund TSA now. Let us keep negotiating the outstanding issues with ICE, but let us start sending paychecks to TSA workers now. Let us bring the long lines at the airports. Let us end the long lines at the airport now. This is the logical, expedient, correct thing to do. So in conclusion, I urge my Republican colleagues, vote yes if you want to pay TSA. Vote yes if you want to bring down the long lines at airports. Vote yes today. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
All right, did want to play out some of those opening remarks from Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democrat from New York. Speaking up there, both leaders of both parties have now spoken, having some of those opening statements ahead of these debates. I want to take you out to this live vantage point we have outside of the U.S. Capitol building as all of this is happening on the inside. We do know that just yesterday, Democrats blocked a funding bill for the Department of Homeland Security as they're continuing to insist on reforms to immigration and customs enforcement, as well as Border Patrol, in exchange for funding of the agency. This marks the 5th time since the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, which began in mid-February, that the funding bill has failed to be advanced there within the Senate. As you heard there from Chuck Schumer saying that they are willing to compromise and fund TSA portion, but not the full bill. So we wanted to make sure we're able to play out those remarks for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have much more on today's top stories when we return. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our top stories that we're following, and I want to take you out to this. I'm going to put this up on your screen. This is some video footage that we have of Major Cody Cork. Those funeral services for him are currently underway. He is a native of Polk County, Florida. He was killed in action during a U.S. attack, or during an attack, I should say, on a U.S. base in Kuwait earlier this month. This all happened amid the Iran conflict. Let's listen in to some of this as it is underway right now in Florida.
First time I met Cody was at a bus stop. Little did I know that this skinny kid with thick glasses would change my life, my neighborhood's life, become family, and ultimately be an American hero. Pretty quickly, we became inseparable. I spent most of my time on the lake playing Pokemon cards, paintball, video games, terrorizing the neighborhood in our gas scooters with Kyle, and riding in the golf cart with Jamie. Cody's mom became my mom, and vice versa. We were lucky enough to have a childhood without social media and the internet as it is today. We don't have a lot of the worries back then that we have now, and we were able to ride our bikes wherever. We spent our time in high school together. Cody and Garrett would swap out driving me to school because I got my driver's license after them. Cody talked me into joining the ROTC in high school, which looking back would have never happened without his influence, but I'm glad it did. Cody told me that we would be shooting guns, and it was an easy A. I was very surprised when we spent 90% of the time running, standing at attention, and getting yelled at. We became less shy and young adults, learning the hard lessons about girls and love. We continued to expand our friend group when we all got jobs at Publix and welcomed Cody into that Publix family. It was rare to see Cody sad for long periods of time, but when he was, it was probably because we were let down by the Gators or the Tampa Bay Lightning. That sadness never lasted long, though, because we'll always get them next year. Cody had a way of turning everything into fun and positivity. He called his thick-frame military-issue glasses his panty droppers. Those became an icon in my family. I actually told Charles the other day, I think our dogs ate 3 to 4 pairs of those in 1 year, but Cody still rocked them, even with tape. He would still have them on. That was Cody. He made the best of every situation. Like many people my age, my initial thoughts whenever I heard about Cody's passing was to rain down fire and fury on that country. I still come back to that from time to time, but after a little grieving, I think what we really need is to be a little bit more like Cody. For Cody, there was never a problem that couldn't be solved or a beef that couldn't be hugged out. There was never a day where there wasn't an opportunity to learn and have fun. He forgave people, he was kind. He never missed an opportunity to make someone laugh. He became a leader in a room that needed one, and he never hesitated to be authentically himself, regardless of what anybody else thought. Most importantly, Cody was unapologetically American. Cody, we will all honor your memory and carry on your legacy, and we love you. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker will be AJ, representing Sigma Alpha Epsilon.
Brothers, will you join me on stage, please? I'm going to try my best to get through this without crying, but here we go. I've watched Cork evolve over the last 16 plus years from a young and carefree person, just like a lot of us who came to college, to a leader and a loving person who would give the shirt off of his back and the last dollar to his name, which he did for me and all of us on multiple occasions. Cork had a sense of adventure. We lived together for over 6 to 7 years in multiple cities and states, and he never said no to any of us if we had a wild idea or wanted to go somewhere. That transition to his life in the military, I remember asking him one summer if he wanted to move up north with a couple of the brothers, and without me finishing my thoughts, he started packing his things up. Cork had a calling to serve something greater than himself, and that was the Army, and to protect all of us. If he had the chance to wear red, white, and blue, he always seized it. I remember him asking my fiance at the time, when I asked him to be my best man, if he could wear a red, white, and blue bow tie. That's what our country and the service to the people meant for him and his dream. I'll share another story here. I remember when I first met Cork in the suites of the college that we attended, and he was sitting on the couch, and I walked in through the front door, and I said to him, "What in the four eyes is happening here?" And then I asked him to shotgun a beer with me, and his response was, "Hell yes." Ever since then, we became best friends. I can go on with thousands of stories, but I'll end with this. Cork was my best friend, my best man. I'm sorry. And my brother. I shared things with him that I have never shared with anyone in my life. He was there for me at my lowest points and never judged me. He never judged any of us. He helped me get through some of the hardest times in my life and shaped me into the person that I am today. I pray that his legacy lives on forever. And what we were all able to do, put together for him at Florida Southern College with the endowment for the scholarship, lives on forever and will change all the lives like he did for us. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Next speaker will be retired Colonel Larand, representing Cody's ROTC.
I didn't write anything down, but I try to keep this under 5 minutes. I think if Cody was here right now, he'd look at me and he'd go, "Dang, sir, you got fat." Yeah, I didn't have a friendship with Cody. It was a mentor-mentee relationship. I was his instructor, and I met him in 2012. I was 42 years old. I was 3 weeks out of Afghanistan. I'd come home, packed up my family to from Fort Lewis, Washington, and drove all the way to Florida. Dropped the family off, went up to Fort Leavenworth for 6 weeks to learn how to run an ROTC program, and came back that August. And that August, I met Cody for the first time, or back then at Cadet Court. So I didn't meet him really personally. He was one of probably about 70 or 80 cadets in the program at the time. While I was there over the 3 years, I probably commissioned about 60 kids in the program, young men and women. I see several them out. Zach, I saw you a minute ago. Tyler, Alex, I think a few others might be here. But Cody, to say he was the best cadet there, I think everybody would know that would probably be stretching it. But was he one of the most memorable ones? Absolutely. He was incredibly memorable. Y'all adequately described him as the pencil neck looking geek with glasses. And when you see him out on the PT field, you're not thinking, this is the stereotypical Army officer. But boy, the first impressions are wrong sometimes, and Cody was a first impression is dead wrong kind of fellow. So I got to know Cody over the next couple of years. I taught him his senior year. I taught all the seniors my senior year. But I got an extra blessing from Cody. Cody, when he finished the ROTC program, he still had some academic to finish up. He'd started out at Polk State, come to Florida Southern College after transferring, and so he had a few more hours to do. That summer in 2014, there's not school for ROTC instructors, so the Army finds other things for us to do. The Army sent me to Senegal in West Africa, where I ran the Cultural Understanding and Leadership Program for cadets that came from all over the country to get immersed in a country that's not the United States. I believed in that program. I thought it was really important. My first time outside the United States was as a young platoon leader in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, where I didn't speak the language, I didn't know the culture, yet I was patrolling the streets like a beat cop, with soldiers around me, and trying to communicate, trying to influence, trying to convey a sense of calm to people that I didn't understand, I'd never been to. It was difficult. So when I had the opportunity to not have some cadets have that first experience, I jumped on it. Cody having that extra semester, I said, well, Cody, you're coming with me. And he goes, absolutely, sir, I'd love to. And so while we were there, Cody, we had the cadets from across the group, 3 different groups of about 20 cadets came for 2 to 3 weeks at a time. And we had a language immersion program where we were teaching Senegalese soldiers and officers English. There was an instructor. The cadets were there to be conversation partners. So I assigned Cody to, okay, Cody, you're going to be the one that assigns the cadet to the Senegalese soldier. That's your job. Your job is to assign them right and to make sure that the partnerships all go well. And Cody did that. He was probably one of the most astute people I knew, active duty cadet otherwise, who could read. He could read people really well. He could tell when a cadet was struggling to communicate, or when a Senegalese soldier was struggling to communicate, when a cadet was uncomfortable. And he could go and just whisper, make a small comment, crack a joke, get them to relax, and make the situation less strenuous. The cadets weren't in classes with the Senegalese soldiers, Cody and I had the other responsibility to find fun things for them to do. And that's the Army definition of fun, not the normal definition of fun. So, I mean, we did everything from, we worked days in an orphanage, playing with kids, washing dishes, washing clothes. We would tour remote Senegalese villages, try to communicate with village leaders, that didn't have running water, didn't have electricity, didn't know what a cell phone was. We went to very suspicious restaurants. You'll see one up here. It flashed. If you didn't see it, it flashed through. I'll get to that in a minute. But our goal was to make the cadets comfortable being uncomfortable. For those of you, and I see a lot of y'all in uniform, y'all know what that means. Things just aren't certain a lot, particularly in hostile environments. In that, Cody and I had a lot of one-on-one time. We had some interesting conversations. He was unapologetically American. As you guys have said, he absolutely loved being in his country. But he was unapologetically who he was. So here I am, about 20 years older than him. And we started having a conversation about cell phones. Back then, when I started out in the Army, cell phones weren't a thing. Social media wasn't a thing. And, things were just different. And I made a comment about how many people, put videos of people getting fights and arguments. Buddies are sitting there, filming their friends getting in fights. And I said, back in my day, you'd help the guy out. And he just looked at me and goes, sir, well, if you were to get in a fight here in Africa, I promise you I will get my phone out and I will videotape it for you. And, and he meant it too, I have no doubt that, and so I made sure I didn't get in any fights when I was in Africa. So there was a restaurant, and you'll see it up here. I said there's a picture of me and him, and I liked Cody because he and I both wore really thick glasses. I have since switched to contacts, but when it comes up, you'll see it. But I said we're going to go find some restaurants that don't necessarily meet U.S. food or USDA regulations. We're going to find some suspicious places for them to go eat. And so we asked our driver, who was a native Senegalese, to take us to a place, and he dropped us off, and even I was a little suspicious, and Cody's like hesitant going in. I'm like, Cody, we're going in. We're going to do this. And yeah, it was plastic table, plastic chairs, more flies than people. It was not a nice restaurant. And so we ordered something pretty safe. It's called chebu, which is a rice with a rice dish with some red sauce and some meat. And they served it to us, and Cody's kind of picking at it, and I could tell he's not all that comfortable with it. And finally he gets the nerve up. He says, "Sir, I don't care what you tell me. I am not touching that meat." And he goes, "I'll eat the rice, but that meat is a shade of blue. That's not, I'm not going to." And I'm like, "Cody, you might be right." And as we realized that we had probably taken that one a bit too far. So we got ourselves a picture after eating out in front of that restaurant. And if you notice it, he is not standing anywhere near me. I think he's pretty upset that I made him go into that restaurant. But anyway, we had other good conversations like that. And we talked about his passion for service and what that meant to him, and that it was something he got from his family. And a lot of cadets, a lot of us now, we do this because our families did. We had a family member that did it, that inspired us, and Cody was no different. I guess I'll close up by kind of talking about probably a well overused biblical verse: "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." And I remember when I was a young lieutenant, I got charged with prepping a even younger private first class for the OCS board. And so I interviewed him to get ready to go to the board, and I said, "So why do you want to become an officer?" And he says, "Well, sir, I want to die for my country." And I said to the young private, I said, "That's why you want to become an officer, is to die for your country?" He goes, "Yes, sir, I can't think of a greater honor than to die for our country." And I said, "Well, you understand being an officer is a lot more than dying for your country. Okay, it's supporting and defending the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. It's bearing true faith and allegiance to the same. It's taking that obligation freely, without any willful purpose of, without any, oh my gosh, I lost it for a second. All right, without any resignations, I'll get it close enough. And that you will and faithfully discharge the duties of the office that you are about to enter." And I said, nowhere in that oath does it say we die for our country. Okay, we serve our soldiers. We provide purpose, direction, and motivation. All right, we lead our soldiers. And I said, and that's why you want to be an officer. Okay, if dying is part of that, that's something we all, as a uniform, when we sign up, we understand that that's a risk. But we join the Army to live, okay, and to promote the values of this country, defend freedom all over the world, not to die for our country. And so I hearken back on to that biblical verse: "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." It's not about dying. It's about living. And if you take a look at his fraternity brothers over here, Cody lived for y'all, right? He lived for his soldiers. He lived for his family. He was John 3:16. He ended up giving the sacrifice, but he lived for us. And for the 2.5 months I had Cody, and I am better for having Cody in my life for 2.5 months. And so as we mourn his loss today, please internally recognize your gain for having known him, and for having been his friend, his family, or having served with him, because that is what mattered about Cody. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be Master Sergeant Robert Bunch, representing Cody's military family.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here. I want to break my speech here a little bit because Cody has always been the funny and caring one, whereas I have been the senior enlisted gruff individual that has been nothing but professional my whole life, so I'm going to break it up a little bit just for him. So I just want to say that Cody has shaped the lives of many, many soldiers throughout his career. If it was not for Cody, a lot of these soldiers that are sitting behind me would not be where they're at today. For instance, First Lieutenant Trevino, he was Cody's private way back in the day. Cody watched him grow up in the ranks. Cody got him into FSU. Cody was the one that actually gave him his, what do you officers do? Oath of office. Oath of office. We don't do that as enlisted, right? All right. So Cody has been there from day one up until his career right now. And now he's an infantry officer doing great things at Fort Benning. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people like Cody that was actually there to be the leaders that actually instilled the leadership into them. All right. Now I'm going to go back to the professional side. Okay. We gather here today with heavy hearts to honor and remember Major Cody Cork, who gave everything in service to our nation. Today is not just about mourning a loss. It is also about recognizing a life of courage, commitment, and sacrifice, which Cody did. Major Cork did not wear the uniform for recognition or praise. He wore it because he believed in something greater than himself, and he always did. He believed in duty and protecting others and in standing up for the values that defined our country. Major Cork, who we honor today, lived these values every day and instilled them into those around him at all times. Behind every uniform is a person, a son, a friend, a teammate, and a true leader. He was someone who laughed with us, trained beside us, and stood shoulder to shoulder with his fellow soldiers when it mattered the most. Everybody that knew Cody knew he had a bum knee, right? All right. So that guy, when we were in Saudi Arabia, Cody and I were also in charge of the QRF guys. And I would be out there running with Trevino and Williams and Morris, or Morales and everybody else, and guess who'd be right there with me? Cork. Cody was right there with me, running right beside them. Every day we'd be out there running. That knee'd come back looking like a watermelon. He'd be back out there the very next day. That was Cody. Cody was always there for the soldiers. His presence always made our team stronger, and his absence is deeply felt. The sacrifice of a fallen soldier reminds us of the true cost of freedom. While many enjoy the freedoms of this nation, there are brave men and women who are willing to put themselves in harm's way to protect it. That level of selfless service is something we can never fully repay, but we can honor it by remembering his legacy. We also recognize the family and loved ones who share this sacrifice. Your loss is immeasurable, truly is. And your strength and support helped shape Cody and will never be forgotten. At this time, I ask Brigadier General Jonathan Bennett to step forward, as he was a key mentor in Major Cork's career, to say a few words. And Cody, your friendship will never be forgotten by me and my family.
Good morning. Thanks, Sergeant Bunch. My name is Jonathan Bennett. I'm the Deputy Commanding General for the 200th Military Police Command. But more importantly, I'm brother in arms and had the opportunity to serve with Major Cody Cork. I think everybody here this morning is feeling a lot of different emotions, most of it deep sadness. And we don't always deal with that well in the military, in the Army especially. And I just want to say, take time to take care of yourself and recognize that it's okay. Cody would be the first person to tell you that, to take care of yourself and look after those around you. Before I start, I do want to just say one thing and recognize we have a lot of people here from this community that are supporting Cody and the family. We've got sheriff, congressman, we've got first responders from everywhere. I mean, the amazing outpouring from this community is phenomenal. I'd like to give them a round of applause real quick. I am sad, and it's something that you've seen a lot of people are having a hard time working through. But I also feel really honored to be here today, to be able to give testament to a man that I had enormous respect for. And I'm going to do my best to follow Cody's example and bring joy and levity to the most grim situations as best I can. I'll tell you, one of the things, the first time I met Cody, the first time I had a chance to interact with him, we were both down in Cuba at Guantanamo Bay. And his unit had just rotated in. He was the XO of the 224 MP company. And so they were in my battalion. They had just rotated in, and Captain Cawley had decided, it's very hot down there, hard to get acclimated, and so she decided, we're going to have the unit go do a ruck march through the hills of Guantanamo early one Saturday morning. They loved her for it. So we got up that morning, my command sergeant major and I got up, and we're like, yeah, we're going to go join them. And, sun's not even up yet. You can barely see, and we're out there kind of standing on the periphery. And I see this very slim figure, kind of making his way around, checking packs, making sure people were in the right uniform, all those kind of things, just moving around. And I said to my CSM, I was like, gosh, CSM, I was like, that is the youngest, skinniest platoon sergeant I have ever seen in my life. And he said, sir, that's the XO. And I said, oh, okay. So I went up and introduced myself to Lieutenant Cody Cork. And he was very polite, very deferential. But he was clearly not interested in me at that time. He was interested in taking care of his troops and getting things done. And I learned that about him that day, that was his focus. He wasn't there to get promoted. He wasn't there to make things happen for himself. He was there to get the job done, to get the mission done. And I learned something else about him that day. He's got terrible knees, right? And sometimes those things would swell up like watermelons. And it was terribly painful for him. And so that was the case that morning. His knees were swollen up, and so he wasn't going to be able to do the ruck march with his troops. But he was not going to be left out. I mean, he literally could have laid out that day. Nobody would have blamed him. But he didn't. He was like, I'm going to drive the van, and I'm going to go pick people up. Any stragglers that fall out, make sure people had water. And that was the kind of guy he was. He just jumped in where he was needed. He was going to be where he could be the most value to the operation, regardless of the glory or the glamour of the job itself. And I think I learned that about him that day, and that probably was one of his biggest mistakes, because then I knew, right? I knew I had a guy I could depend on. And so every time something came up, there was a job that was really thorny, difficult, and ugly, high profile, no fail, my first question was, where's Cody? Can Cody do this? Yeah, what's he doing? What's got going on right now? And he was always willing to do it. I told Sergeant Bunch I probably wouldn't tell the story, but it's a good one, so I kind of have to. There was a situation at Guantanamo Bay. That's all I'll say. In the facility there was a loose wire that came, and it was sparking, and it's very hard to get people. You're on an island there, and so you can't get all the support that you need all the time. And so sometimes you just have to do it yourself. But to get to this wire, to pull it up, to secure it, you had to basically drag yourself through a very narrow crawl space that was filled with 10 years of dead bugs and spider webs and just the worst thing you could possibly imagine, right? Should we have gotten a private to do this? Absolutely. Should it have been an engineer? Yes, it should have been an engineer. Was there anybody skinny enough to fit into that crawl space except for Cody Cork? No. And he wanted to do it. That was the thing about it that was funny. He was like, yes, let's do this. And he did. He drug himself through, I don't even want to imagine what it was, but got there, pulled it up, secured it, saved the day, right? Got it done. And that was just him. That was the way that he operated. And so when I left Guantanamo, I ended up asking Cody to come over to the 290th MP Brigade. And the first thing that I heard was, hey, we actually have to get a liaison to 8th Army in Korea. And I was like, what's my question? Where's Cody? Could Cody do this? Yeah. So I call him up and I'm like, hey, Cody, do you speak Korean? No, sir. Do you know anything about Korea? No, sir. Do you know anything about 8th Army and what they do? No, sir. Do you want to go be the liaison to 8th Army in Korea? Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that was it. He didn't want to know what the job was. He didn't want to know how long it was. You know, he didn't even want to know, like, how long before I have to report. It was 45 days. And he was like, I'm in. That was his thing. And he went over there and did a phenomenal job. In fact, I got emails after emails from 8th Army Provost Marshal and the commanding general over there about what a great job he did and set us up for a tabletop exercise and rock drill with the Korean MPs that went phenomenally. And originally they had wanted a major, and they were kind of like, Captain Cork, I don't know. But he set the standard. He set the standard for that. And that just happened again and again. Those who were here from the 317th, after he got back from Korea, the word came out, hey, we need to deploy real fast a battalion to Poland. And so we were working on the roster, Colonel Gilligan, Megan, you know, so many people were on that. And there were no MP slots left. But there was an S6 slot. So S6 is the people who do communications equipment and IT and things like that. So what about Cody? Hey, Cody, do you know anything about like commo equipment or computers? Not really. You don't want to be the S6 in the 317th MP Battalion? I think, Tom, it was you, or I don't know where you are, but I think it was you that had this conversation with him. Yes, sir, absolutely. Let's do it. And he went over there and did a phenomenal job on very short notice. And about midway through that deployment, the HHC commander had to depart. And so who do they turn to? Cody Cork, of course, right? He's the first choice. And you know what? He was halfway through that deployment. He could have just kind of ridden that right into the sunset, right? And just been, but no, he continued to set the standard. In fact, he ended up leading that company to win the Bandholz Award, which is the best MP company in the United States Army. The best MP company in the United States Army. That doesn't surprise anybody here, I promise you. And you all have seen the photo. I know you have. Cody's up on the stage with the trophy up, right? And everybody's kind of gathered around him. I love that photo for two reasons. One, when you look at it and you look at Cody's face, right? It is him, like, embodied, right? It's that joy that he brings into the world, right? It just exudes even out of the photo itself. But the other thing I want you to notice when you look at that picture, look at where other people are looking. Where are they centered? They're centered on Cody. He was the glue that brought people together. He was the person, the nucleus, that pulled things together and made it better and made it work in a way that very, very few people could. I'm sure you saw that in the fraternity in his college days in ROTC. But it was certainly the case where we were in the Army. And I'll tell you, I have seen it again and again where Cody just could come in and fix the situation. But it was where Cody wanted to be. Cody wanted to be where he could be the most value. He wanted to be where he could help the most people, where he could bring the most people together. And he did that. He did that every time. And I will just say that I promise you that he was where he wanted to be. He was where he wanted to be, leading from the front and providing that joy in the most grim situations that you could imagine. And I want us to remember that when we remember him. General George Patton said, "It's foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, I think we should thank God that such men lived." With respect to General Patton, I think we can do both. But I will tell you that I do thank God to have been a part of Cody's life, that I got to serve with him, that I got to watch him lead, that I got to watch him bring people together and bring joy into everything he did. He truly, truly was the best of us. Thank you.
Thank you, and let me call the last speaker, representing the Cork family, Stacy.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Cork family, let me first thank everyone, not only from our community, but from the state of Florida and even the nation. You've wrapped our family in love and support, and that has meant the world to us in this time of trial. For everyone here, thank you for showing up for Cody today, the way he always showed up for everyone else. Because if there's one thing you need to know about Cody, and you haven't figured it out by listening to everyone today, he never met a stranger. I used to joke that Cody could make friends with the fence post and invite the mailbox to dinner. And the truth is, he would have. He didn't need a date. He didn't need a group. He didn't need a +1 to walk into a room. He'd just show up. And somehow within minutes, the room would just shift. Because Cody had that kind of presence, a natural charisma that didn't demand attention. It earned it. He didn't go looking for the party. He brought the party with him. He had a very sharp wit, quick sense of humor. He knew how to make people feel comfortable, included, and seen. It's just who he was. But Cody wasn't just fun and laughter. He had passions, as you've heard. He loved sports. He loved being in it, talking about it, living it, all of it. Golf was one of his favorites, as you've seen. And if you knew him, you knew where his loyalty stood. He was all in for the University of Florida. Go Gators. He loved paintball. He loved the strategy, the adrenaline, the competition. He was that way with everything from pickup sticks to Uno. Anything that got him moving, thinking, connecting with people, he was there. And still, he had that fun adventurous side, whether it was dressing up for Gasparilla or going all out in for an 80s night. Loved Halloween, Oktoberfest, showing up in a bright pink for breast cancer awareness. All he needed was an opportunity. Cody didn't just attend life. He jumped into it, fully, loudly, joyfully. And that same energy, that same spirit is what he carried into his service. Cody grew up right here in this community. And somewhere along the way, that same young man who jumped into life made a decision. It was going to be part something bigger. He was determined. He didn't just say it, he lived it. From ROTC to deployments across the world, to leading soldiers into places that most of us will never see. Cody carried a very deep sense of duty. Not because it was easy, not because it was safe, but because it was right. And that was Cody. He believed in doing the right thing, even when it cost him something. And in the end, It cost him everything. But hear this. Cody is not defined by how he died. He's defined by how he lived. He was the one who made you laugh when you needed it the most, the one who showed up without being asked, the one who made people feel like they belonged. A leader, not because of rank, but because people trusted him. Because they knew that if Cody was there, things were going to be okay. And to our family, he wasn't Major Cork, or even Cork. He was just Cody. And we will miss the everyday things the most. The laughter, the stories, the way he'd walk into a room and instantly make it better. There's a space in our lives now that will never be filled. But there's also something else that will never leave us, and that is pride. Unshakable, undeniable pride. Because our son didn't just wear the uniform, he honored it. He led with integrity, he led with purpose, and he gave his life in service to his country. That's not just sacrifice, that's legacy. And that legacy does not end here today. It lives on in every single life he's touched, every soldier he's led, every single person standing here who has a story about him. So today, we don't just say goodbye, we say thank you. Thank you, Cody, for your courage, your heart, your laughter, and for the life you've lived so fully. How do you sum up the life like yours, Cody? You can't. But you can see it here in the faces of everyone whose lives you've touched. Your watch has ended, my son, but your legacy never will.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing wonderful stories. And we have unending stories to share together. We can spend all day long, all night long. But let us conclude this with the benediction. And after the completion of the benediction, we have honor guards coming in. And as Major Cork is making his way out of here, family will follow. Please join me after benediction as we rise up together. After family leaves, we're going to leave this place in an orderly fashion. So why don't we close with the benediction. May the grace of our Lord, who always comforts us, and unconditional love of our Heavenly Father, indwelling guidance, healing, and transformation of the Holy Spirit be upon our friends and families, our fellow soldiers, and especially upon Major Cork's family, and everyone who always remember him all the way, be both now and forever. Amen. So please join me as we stand up together.
All right, as you see there, we wanted to play that out for you in full without any commercial interruption as we were learning a bit more and listening into the celebration of life ceremony for Major Cody Cork. We do have been following this story, but we do know that today in Florida, those flags will be flown at half staff as we are really still honoring his life and legacy. This is due to Governor DeSantis asking for that to happen here in the state. And so ultimately, U.S. Army Captain Cody Cork, who was killed on March 1st, was there in the region supporting military operations in Kuwait for Operation Epic Fury. Cork, who served in the Army since 2009, worked as a multiple launch rocket system fire direction specialist and was commissioned as a military police officer in 2014. Since then, Governor DeSantis has said that Cork exemplified patriotism, leadership, and selfless service throughout his military career, saying that he will be remembered as a dedicated service member and American hero. We are going to take this opportunity to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More on our top stories after this. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We still are monitoring several live events that are coming into our newsroom, including this. Right now, we do know that the Senate is in the middle of a vote. And so putting this up on your screen from the Senate cloakroom, saying now voting the motion to invoke cloture on the Tuberville-Blackburn Amendment. This is in relation to the House message to accompany the Save America Act. We had been anticipating this debate ongoing there on the Senate floor as we were watching to see how all of this would unfold as far as the Save America Act goes. But in particular, talking about this new amendment. This is from Senator Tuberville, which proposes to alter the federal education code to prohibit public schools from allowing, quote, a person whose sex is male to participate in an athletic program or activity that is designed for women or girls, end quote. It later specifies that this, quote, sex should be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth, end quote. And so right now, what we want to do is listen to some of those remarks from Senator Tuberville ahead of this vote while it is still going. There are less than 10 minutes that remain on the clock. We'll continue to keep you updated as that comes to an end.
In here to meet, well, I've been here 6 years, and this is the fourth time that I've had this bill on the floor, and I'm still trying. And I'm going to continue to try it. I'm gone. I can't believe this is even an issue. But nothing basically has surprised me since I've been here of things that we have either voted for or voted against here in this body. I've come to the floor, as I said, 4 different times to try to get the Senate to pass the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. It is not very complicated. For some reason, we're making it complicated. Every time that we've voted on this, I have not got one single Democrat to vote for it. I think you can look back at the election this past year in 2024, one of the main issues that were the majority in here, majority in the House, and have control of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is because, for some reason, my Democrat colleagues do not want to protect girls and women in sports. It's ludicrous. For the life of me, I cannot understand how biological males can be given the right to take away the rights of young girls, elementary school, junior high, high school, junior college, 4-year universities, and even in pro sports. I cannot understand it. We have women's sports and we have men's sports, and that's the way it should be. That's the way it's been for up until just a few years ago. Now, President Trump has changed that since he took office. He executive ordered that no men participate in women's sports. But here's the deal. We all know that executive orders only last a certain amount of time. If the Democrats take control of the White House, that will change overnight. Biological men will be allowed to participate in women's sports. But surely to goodness, everybody in here has daughters or nieces or granddaughters that love sports. One of the best things this country has going for it. You're taught teamwork, dedication, work ethic, time control, organization. You get all those things out of sports. I did it for 35 years. I've seen people change their lives because of what sports did to their lives. Sometimes they're not very focused through a school, whether it's high school, or junior college, or a 4-year university. But if they participate in that and they go through the grueling practice and meetings and lifting and all the things that they have to do, they learn. They learn how to control their lives. They learn how to take care of themselves. But for some reason, we don't want women and girls to have that opportunity. In this body, the Democratic Party wants biological men to be able to participate. So, what would you say to the volleyball player at San Jose University who thought on a road trip, you double up, whether it's a men's sport or women's sport, you double up in a hotel room before you play the next day? She did not realize that she was sharing a room and possibly even a bed with a male. She didn't know he was transgender. She did not know it. She quit school, did not get her degree because she was petrified at what she had to go through. Because of this body right here, it is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Female athletes suffer long injuries because of competing against bigger men. Can we not figure that out? Can we not figure that out? How about the trophies and awards that are stolen from young girls and ladies that work all their life to win a game or a sport or win some kind of award in the sport that they're in, and they put all their dedicated life into that, and they lose to somebody that's much more physical, bigger, stronger, and faster because of us in here. Not anybody else, because of us, because we won't vote to say, no, they can't do it. It really makes no sense whatsoever. But you know what? The people of this country voted. They voted their tails out, a majority in the House and the Senate and the White House, and one reason was because of no common sense. None. And they should, and it's going to get them again next year. If I was a leader over there, I'd go, hey, listen, we're getting our tails kicked on this. Let's go vote for this and get it over with, because we're going to lose a lot of votes. 80% of the country believe that men should not play in women's sports, but no, they're going to stand up for the 20%. The 20% crazies that have no clue of what they're doing when they're voting for men to play in women's sports. So I appreciate President Trump's executive order to put life back into women's sports. And we're not talking about all 18, 19, 20-year-olds. I'm talking about 4 or 5 years old. All of women's sports. So this is an 80-20 issue. Common sense. I mean, there's not a lot of common sense up here, because my colleagues on the left a couple of years ago tried to push on the United States that men can have babies. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What country do we live in when we've got leaders of this country trying to push an idea that men can have babies? We've lost it, and we better get control of it. I think that my colleagues on the left have really lost touch with reality. Because of why? You would ask yourself why. You go home and think, why would anybody vote for that? And I tell you why. Because there's a group of people they're trying to protect that would vote for their power. They're not voting for young women. They're not voting for older women. They're voting for power so they can push this nonsense on you all over this country. And enough's enough of it. Enough's enough. So I hope today when we vote on this bill for the 4th time that men cannot play in women's sports, that when they walk up to vote and say, no, I'm against that, look at the damn camera up there and let the people see you vote against women in this country to have the same rights as men when it comes to athletics. Please do that so we can put your picture on television. Don't vote for this guy next November, because there is no possible way that you can elect somebody that believes this nonsense. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following resolutions in block. Senate Resolution 372 for Officer Hunter Simoncic, who was killed in the line of duty on August the 26th, 2025, and Senate Resolution 425 for Officer Scott Heineman, who was killed in the line of duty on September the 27th, 2025.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection. Committees are discharged.
Mr. President,
Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all in bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls in relationship to the Senate Amendment number 4421 and the Schumer motion to suspend Rule 25.
Without objection, so ordered.
All right, so we did want to play out that for you here on Live Now from Fox. That just wrapped up a few moments ago. As we do know that live right now, the Senate is voting on those measures that you just heard that were listed. You can see there's still a lot of action there on the floor. We don't have an official number as of yet to see where this vote stands, but we'll continue to keep you updated as we're watching and waiting to see where this all ends up. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do have a new state statement from President Trump that he has now put out on his Truth Social site as it pertains to what we've been watching and this debate that's ongoing there on the Senate floor. President Trump is now speaking out, saying that ICE agents could soon be sent to secure airports. He says this, quote, "If the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before, including the immediate arrest of all illegal immigrants who have come into our country, with heavy emphasis on those from Somalia who have totally destroyed, with the approval of a corrupt governor, attorney general, and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, the once great state of Minnesota. I will look forward to seeing ICE in action in our airports. Make America great again." Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Of course, all of this is coming as we are seeing extended wait times at different airports all around the country, taking you out to this live vantage point that we have, particularly there at Hartsfield-Jackson. The busiest airport in the world is now seeing extended wait times, as well as DHS funding has lapsed since the middle of February. And so we've been hearing several debate and several different officials there in Washington, D.C., speaking on the importance of opening DHS back up so that way TSA agents can get their paychecks once again. But we've heard from both sides of the aisle, both in support of opening TSA and easing what Americans are seeing at the airports. But now President Trump putting this out on social media that potentially ICE agents could be sent if DHS is not fully funded the way that the bill sits now. We'll continue to keep you updated with the latest information here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this opportunity to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Once again, we are going to be awaiting some of the results of this initial vote that's happening there on the Senate floor. Once we get an update, we'll continue to bring you that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to put this up on your screen. This is from Senator Marsha Blackburn speaking out on her X account, saying Democrats want to surrender women's spaces to men and force young girls to change in locker rooms with biological males. President Trump stopped this madness when he got back to the White House. We won't allow radical Democrats to erase women and girls under Title IX. Of course, this is part of what she's speaking about is the amendment that was brought to the floor by Senator Tommy Tuberville. We just heard his remarks. I want to play out hers as she was speaking just before this vote got underway there on the Senate floor. Let's listen.
Mr. President. You know, we're having quite a debate, and I do believe that the American people are learning quite a bit about the Democratic members of the Senate and the Republican members of the Senate as we go through this debate on the Save America Act. Now, what we've heard from some of our Democratic colleagues is showing a voter ID is common sense. I'm glad that they have come to that recognition and that they realize it does make sense that you would show an ID when you go to vote, that they show an ID many times a day, whether it is to pick up a prescription at the pharmacy or to register for federal benefits or to go to a child's school. Voter ID is something that makes sense because the American people are accustomed to verifying to individuals that they are indeed who they claim to be. But our friends across the aisle, only here in this chamber, are saying, oh, we can't vote for that. Now, 71% of all Democrats, 85% of all independents, and over 90% of all Republicans agree voter ID is a good idea. We also see the same type numbers when it comes to the other common sense provision that if you are going to vote in a U.S. election, you really ought to be a U.S. citizen. That makes sense to people. They know that when they travel to other countries, they don't vote in those elections, even if they're there on an election day. But because our friends across the aisle want to make it easy to cheat, they want to allow individuals that are illegally in the country or people that are here on a visa or people that are here as permanent residents or people that are touring our country to show up at a poll, grab a ballot, give an address, and cast that ballot. Because in 12 states in this country, you can vote without showing anything when you go to the polls. Just give them your name and cast that ballot. Well, quite frankly, the American people thinks that the right to vote is precious and that we should defend one person, one vote. They look at casting that vote as their duty and their honor. And they are fully aware if someone illegally in the country, someone not entitled to vote, casts a ballot, then it negates their ballot. So the American people are watching and observing and learning. And we see that not only are they blaming the Democrats for this latest shutdown of Homeland Security, they think they've lost their ever-loving minds, that they will not support voter ID and being a citizen of the nation in order to cast a vote. Now, there is another provision that I want to call attention to, and we're going to vote on this amendment in a few minutes. And this is protecting girls in sports. We know that Title IX has opened the doors for young women and girls to compete in sports. Now, Mr. President, 50 years ago, when Title IX came to be, we only had about 300,000 college and high school female athletes that were competing. Today, that number is over 3 million. And I know many of us are watching March Madness and the talented young women that are playing in this tournament. We love cheering for them. We love watching them excel and succeed. We love it when we are watching college sports and we see young women who have come together, who have formed a team, who have built that camaraderie and know how to compete as a team. They like that. But obviously, our friends across the aisle who once upon a time like to say that they were leading the pack supporting women, they've decided they no longer support women. They can't even define the word woman. So therefore, they're not able to support women, and therefore they want to tear down Title IX, which has opened doors of opportunity for young women. Now, thank goodness, President Donald Trump has tried to chase away some of the adverse actions against Title IX that were carried out during the Biden administration, when opportunities for young women and girls were lost, when women would be forced to share a locker room with guys because the guy decided he was going to claim to be a female so he could compete, whether it's track or swimming or volleyball, softball. The guy couldn't win in the guys category, so they claimed to be female so they can take away that opportunity, so they can take away that trophy, so they can take away the scholarship from young women. Actually, I think that is disgusting, absolutely disgusting. But our friends across the aisle support that. They want to diminish these opportunities for women. But President Trump said, "I've had enough of that." He did an executive order banning men from competing in women's sports. And Secretary McMahon, who's doing a fabulous job as our education secretary, is investigating educational institutions all across the country that are violating Title IX and are allowing men to compete in women's sports and thereby take away the opportunities from women. Thank goodness she is doing that. And thank goodness these institutions are being held to account for discriminating against these women who want to compete, who want to be able to do it safely and without being injured. Now, in just a few moments, Senator Tuberville and I are going to push to pass the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. We're doing this as part of the Save America Act because it's another of these issues that you've got 80% of the American people, 90%, 70% of the American people that are for this. Now, what the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act will do is to codify President Trump's executive order. You know, Mr. President, I am asked regularly by Tennesseans, these executive orders are great, but when are you going to codify this and put it into law so that it will have the force of law behind it? So today, when it comes to protecting women in sports, to making certain men cannot compete in women's sports, when it comes to affirming biological reality, we are going to take that vote as the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act is offered as an amendment. To my friends across the aisle, Mr. President, I would encourage them, choose today to honor women. Choose today to stand with women. Choose today to support so many young women that absolutely want to be able to compete. You know, Mr. President, today is a beautiful day in the great state of Tennessee, which I think is the best place on the face of the earth to live. It's a gorgeous spring day, The forsythia is bright yellow and blooming. The red buds are purple, and they're magnificent. And the sun is shining. And in driveways all across our great state, you have young girls who are out bouncing that basketball. They are hoping for their shot to play for Vanderbilt or to be a UT Lady Vol and to make that college team. They want to be able to compete. They're watching what is happening with March Madness. They're following women that they have seen compete on these college teams. And I hope they find it as absolutely disgusting as I do that our colleagues across the aisle have chosen a course of action. They cannot define woman, and they will not defend woman. I would encourage them to change course and vote for the Protection of Girls in Sports Act. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
All right, we did want to play that out for you here on Live Now from Fox, hearing from Senator Marsha Blackburn, the Republican from Tennessee, who is speaking in favor of the Tuberville Amendment to the Save America Act. Did want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you back out to this live vantage point that we currently have of the Senate floor as that vote is still underway. And so right now, according to the Senate's official site, 87 folks have now voted, and that is now standing with 47 yays and nays there at the 40. This was the motion to invoke cloture on the Tuberville Amendment to the Save America Act. We'll continue to keep you updated once that vote comes to a conclusion. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Much more on these top stories when we return. We do want to bring you some breaking news here on Live Now from Fox. We've just got this confirmed according to the Associated Press. You may recognize this face here. This is Robert Mueller III. He is now pronounced dead at the age of 81. And so this information just coming into our newsroom a short time ago. Robert Mueller III, though, was the FBI director who transformed the nation's premier law enforcement agency into a terrorism fighting force. This came after the September 11th 2001 attacks. He later became a special counsel in charge of investigating ties between Russia and President Trump's presidential campaign. He has now died at the age of 81. His family has released a statement saying this: "With deep sadness, we are sharing the news that Bob passed away. His family now asks that their privacy be respected." At the FBI, Mueller set out almost immediately, overhauling the Bureau's mission to meet the law enforcement needs of the 21st century, beginning his 12-year tenure just 1 week before the September 11th attacks. He ended up serving across several presidents of both political parties. He was nominated by Republican President George W. Bush. Of course, we do know that cataclysmic event of September 11th eventually switched the Bureau's top priority from solving domestic crime to preventing terrorism, a shift that imposed almost impossibly difficult standard on Mueller and the rest of the federal government, preventing 99 out of 100 terrorist plots, saying that wasn't good enough. Later, though, he did act as the special counsel in the Justice Department investigation into whether the Trump campaign illegally coordinated with Russia to sway the outcome of the 2016 presidential race. We do also know that President Trump has also spoken out on his social media as well. President Trump saying this, quote, "Robert Mueller just died. Good, I'm glad he's gone." The Republican president then added, "He can no longer hurt innocent people." We do know at this time that that not only the president, I'm going to put up this live vantage point that we have there of the White House. The president put that statement out on social media, but also the FBI at this time has not officially said anything in response to any comment that was put out by once the Associated Press has asked. But this is a statement on Truth Social from President Trump on Robert Mueller. Wanted to make sure we're able to bring you that breaking update here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to continue on with some of our other top stories that we're now following. This next one, though, takes us out to an event that wrapped up a short time ago. We do know that James Tallarico, he is now running for Senate in the state of Texas. He spoke at a Democratic convention.
We are building a movement to take back our state and take back our country. All of you are part of this movement. You're on the front lines. All of you here in DFW, you shocked the nation when you flipped a state Senate seat in Tarrant County, Texas. And in November, we will shock the world by flipping a U.S. Senate seat right here in Texas. We launched this grassroots campaign for the U.S. Senate 6 months ago in my hometown of Round Rock, Texas. And since then, tens of thousands of Texans have shown up to rally with us in every corner of this state, from Beaumont to El Paso, from Amarillo to Brownsville, and everywhere in between. And I can't tell you the number of people who come up to me after these events and whisper, "I'm not a Democrat," like they're in the Witness Protection Program. We have recruited more than 35,000 volunteers who are doing the organizing work in communities across the state. And we have shattered grassroots fundraising records, all without taking a dime from corporate PACs. This is a people-powered movement to take on this broken, corrupt political system. This is truly a campaign of, by, and for the people. All of you are now part of this campaign. We're not just trying to win an election. We are trying to fundamentally change the politics in this state and in this country. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas, and he told me when I was real little that we're supposed to follow the 2 commandments that Jesus gave us. Love God and love neighbor. My faith teaches me to love my neighbor as myself, not just my neighbor who looks like me, not just my neighbor who prays like me, not just my neighbor who votes like me. I am called to love all of my neighbors the way I love myself. That second commandment That second commandment is what motivated me to go into public service. First, as a public school teacher on the west side of San Antonio, and now as a public official in the Texas House of Representatives. I launched my very first campaign for the State House 8 years ago, back home in Williamson County, a county that was so red it hadn't voted for a Democrat for president since Jimmy Carter. I was told that the race was unwinnable. I was told flipping a Trump district was impossible. I was told I was too young. I was told I didn't have the money or the political connections to win. But my neighbors and I, we ran an aggressive, authentic, unorthodox campaign that brought people together. And on election night, we flipped that district with 51% of the vote. Now, I'm in my fourth term in the Texas House. I have brought Democrats and Republicans together to take on corporate special interests, to lower the cost of housing, lower the cost of childcare, lower the cost of prescription drugs, including insulin. I am trying to love my neighbor through public policy. I'm trying to make my neighbor's life a little easier and a little better. But that kind of love in our politics has been hard to find. There is something broken in America. Our economy is broken. Our political system is broken. Even our relationships with each other feel broken. And that's because the most powerful people in the world want it that way. The billionaires who own the social media algorithms, who own the cable news networks, who own the politicians fighting on our screens, they want us at each other's throats. They want us focused on how we're different instead of on how we're the same. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, by culture, so we don't notice that they are picking our pockets, that they are robbing us blind. They're closing our public schools. They're gutting our health care. They're raising taxes on all of us while they cut taxes for themselves. It is the oldest strategy in the world: divide and conquer. The real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. I don't know about y'all, but I am tired of being pitted against my neighbor. I'm tired of being told to hate my neighbor. It's been more than 10 years of this kind of politics.
All right, as you see there, wanted to listen into just a portion of some of those remarks from the Texas Senate candidate James Tallarico as he was speaking earlier today at a Democratic convention. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to now slide away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Stay with us.
All right, the Senate in a special session this weekend talking largely about the Save America Act, but Minority Leader Schumer on the Senate floor right now talking about a new motion he has relating to DHS funding and paying TSA workers. He spoke moments ago. He actually just wrapped up. Let's rewind by about 4 or 5 minutes. Let's get Schumer's remarks, and then we'll get to John Thune after that because he's speaking now.
Mr. President, I have a motion today that asks every senator a very simple question. Do you want TSA workers to get their pay? Yes or no? Are you tired, like many Americans are, of seeing long lines at the airport? Yes or no? If senators want to pay TSA workers and end the airport chaos, they should support my motion. Our TSA workers cannot be taken hostage for political games. Is done. It is unacceptable to pay TSA workers if it is attached to a bill that funds ICE with no reforms. But that's what Republicans have done. Democrats want to pay TSA workers ASAP, no strings attached. A yes vote on my motion would start doing just that. This is the only vote, not the others, that will fund that the Senate has taken that will fund TSA, no ands, ifs, or buts. This is the first time the Senate holds a vote related to pay TSA workers that has zero strings attached to it. This is the vote, the only vote that says you're for supporting on tie TSA paychecks to fully funding ICE without any reforms. Republicans say, sure, we'll pay TSA, but only if you keep funding ICE agents without any guardrails whatsoever. That's not acceptable. Today, my motion makes the matter very simple. Let's pay TSA workers ASAP. That's it, nothing else. We can keep negotiating ICE and CBP separately. We're having some productive conversations on getting reforms to ICE, and Democrats are going to continue pushing for real serious reform legislation. But that's an ongoing process that should not get in the way of funding our TSA workers. So let's keep negotiating the outstanding issues with ICE TSA workers now. Let us end the long lines at the airports now. This is the logical, expedient, and correct thing to do. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Republican leader.
Mr. President, this motion, and when I hear the phrases used like no strings attached or how simple this is, there isn't anything that can be more complicated than this. This is a Schumer motion to suspend the rules, to refer the House message, the bill that we're on, to the Rules Committee, which doesn't have jurisdiction over appropriations or spending, and he's trying to call it a vote to fund TSA. I mean, we have had countless votes to fund TSA. We had one yesterday. We've had countless motions by our side to pass a continuing resolution that would fund all of DHS, including TSA, and consistently been blocked by this side. So, Mr. President, this is a convoluted, I mean, I don't know how you come up with this. This is I'll give you credit for coming up with something that's this convoluted, but it doesn't do anything that the leader says it does. It has nothing at all. The opportunity to fund TSA has come and gone multiple times here. And countless motions, continuing resolutions to fund all of DHS, including TSA, times, over and over and over again, and our colleagues on the other side have blocked it.
Sure.
This is the only vote available to us because you have filled the tree and not allowed an amendment like this here. Would the senator be willing to put this amendment to pay TSA immediately on the tree?
Mr. President, this is not an appropriations bill. The legislation we are on right now, which has to do with whether or not citizens, and only citizens, ought to be able to vote in American elections, has nothing to do with funding the government. We have had countless votes and countless appropriations bills brought in front of this institution, the United States Senate, that actually would fund TSA. And we want to fund TSA, let's get to work. And if that group that's meeting can't come up with a solution, things are going to get worse and worse and worse, and they already are. People at airports, anybody who's gone through serene, they see this as a convoluted mess, and that's what's happening across the country if we don't fund the government, DHS, including TSA. We're all for it. We've tried repeatedly to do it. This has nothing to do with funding TSA. This is a ploy. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing else.
Is the tree full, Mr. Leader?
The tree, I would say to my colleague from New York, has on it right now a vote that we just completed for opportunities to vote on other amendments related to the legislation that we're on here today. But if we want to have,
the majority leader has the floor.
If you want to have a debate on appropriations, we can have that. We've made ourselves, the White House, there are meetings going on right now, which I hope ultimately lead to a result where we get these agencies, including TSA. But in order for that to happen, you have to have a partner and somebody who's willing to sit down at the table and negotiate with you, which we haven't had until 2 days ago. Now, hopefully, be a result that will fund all of these agencies, including TSA, but that is not what this is about, and you know that.
Mr. President, we are having discussions.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are having productive discussions. I just met with our team 20 minutes ago. We're making some progress. There's more to be made. Each side has its own views. But why hold pay for TSA workers when we can do it immediately? Why wait? We don't know how long these negotiations will take. There are some pretty tough positions. We could do.
All right, President.
Again, I recognize the majority leader.
I would say, yeah, you talk about doing something quickly, referring it to the Rules Committee, which has no jurisdiction over spending, over appropriation, funding these agencies. But we are happy to fund all these agencies when you are ready to do it. I would ask for the yeas and nays on this.
Signed Senate revisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate. Do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to suspend the operation of Rule 25, paragraph N1, to permit the Committee on Rules and Administration to consider the pending motion with respect to the message to accompany S-1383 to fund the TSA and as noticed in the congressional record on March 16th, 2026, signed by 17 senators.
Okay, it sounds like they are wrapping up. That's Senator Bernie Moreno. He's
waived. The question is,
presiding over
is it the sense of the Senate that
the discussion right now? I wanted to make sure that we played out some of what we heard from Leader Thune and Minority Leader Schumer on this special congressional session on a Saturday, largely discussing the Safe America Act, but also, obviously, one other major point that Schumer and Thune were discussing was the fact that TSA workers not being paid amid this partial government shutdown. By the way, President Trump posting this, saying, the radical left Democrats have hurt so many people with their vicious and uncaring ways. What they have done to the Department of Homeland Security, our fantastic TSA officers, and most importantly, the great people of our country, is an absolute disgrace. If the Democrats do not allow for just and proper security at our airports and elsewhere throughout our country, ICE will do the job far better than ever done before. The fascist Democrats will never protect America, but the Republicans will. Just like the radical left allowed millions of criminals to pour into our country through their ridiculous and dangerous open border policy, the Republicans closed it all down, and we now have the strongest border in American history. Likewise, I look forward to moving ICE in on Monday and have already told them to get ready. No more waiting, no more games. So, President Trump saying that he's at least considering, looking into, and perhaps ready to deploy immigration and customs enforcement officers to conduct airport security if Democrats do not agree to a funding bill to reopen the partially shuttered Department of Homeland Security. The president just sending that out today. A live look at the White House. We're still keeping an eye on Capitol Hill as well. The Senate floor live right now. Those remarks by Schumer and Thune happened within the past 10 minutes or so. I wanted to make sure we played them out in full. Nobody speaking live on Capitol Hill right now. Let's take our first break of the hour. Lots more to get to when we return. All right, let's watch a little bit of Fox weather. They're tracking severe heat across the U.S. Southwest and some other portions of the country as well. They're also looking at TSA lines and a couple other weather-related stories on this Saturday.
Back here on Fox Weather Live, I'm meteorologist Jane Menard. Thanks for rounding out the hour with us here. Let's go on the West Coast, where you've got to find some water to stay cool. Splash pads, they are full. The pools, I'm sure, are a lovely place to be. Going out on a hike, you have to remember heat safety, having enough water for how long you want to go for. The West, it continues to bake with yet another day of record-breaking heat. Temperatures more in line with summer continue on, and that warmth isn't only in the West anymore. In fact, we're stretching this heat squarely into the plains, Nebraska, Kansas, South Dakota, down into Texas. We have got some extreme heat on the board. Now, in terms of our warnings, though, that has been confined more so to Arizona, parts of Southern California, into Nevada, Vegas, under that extreme heat warning, to Phoenix as well, where temperatures are going to be back in the triple digits, but we are expecting a brief come down before we see ramp back up going into next week. We did it yesterday, 109 degrees. It's a preliminary record, but if it's officially confirmed, it will be the warmest March day in the United States ever recorded out of Yuma, Arizona. 109 degrees. Also, no surprise, the warmest March day in the state of Arizona. We had 320 new records set yesterday alone, daily records, that is, for high temperatures. From California to Texas, Abilene at 94 degrees. We're going to add maybe 5 degrees to our temperature today, so going for another record there. Albuquerque, New Mexico at 89. Waco, Texas, home of Chip and Joanna Gaines, we were in the upper 80s. And then, of course, we stretched this heat all the way into the northern Rockies. Billings, Montana got up to 83 degrees. When I was in Michigan last week, I, in fact, ran into 2 young girls on spring break in Michigan from Montana, and they said they haven't seen snow because it's been so hot. No kidding. 83 degrees is what they returned to. So this big ridge of high pressure, it is in control, and it is going to slide ever so slightly to the east, but it is losing some of its punch. It's not going to be as strong. Now, it's still going to knock temperatures, though, 40 degrees above average. Multiple cities expected to break March records. So not just a daily high temperature, but all-time March record high temperatures. In spots like Phoenix over the last few days, not only did we break new March records, but we also broke records for temperatures that are even hotter than what you would see in April. So we are well ahead of schedule here. In terms of our temperatures right now, heading into midday, more so late morning hours, but heading into the midday, peak heating time usually comes around, say, 1, 2 o'clock into the afternoon this time of the year. So keep your eyes on the clock to see how hot we're going to get at that peak of the afternoon, but still already up near 80 degrees in Wichita. For Salt Lake City, so far we're at 66 degrees, and I want to stop you there because that's where we are so far today, and that's where we're going tomorrow. So how it feels right now is how it's going to feel on Sunday, but know that we're adding 20 more degrees to this afternoon's temperature, so it's going to be a real hard stop. Like I said, this heat continues to build, but it does break down on the north edge. So for the plains, extreme heat today, then we're back to business. Lincoln, we're talking a near 40-degree temperature drop as we work our way into tomorrow afternoon. But in spots like Arizona, New Mexico, Southern California, we don't see that heat relief on the board. In fact, we just keep things going, 90s, triple digits. So making sure that we're listening to our body, drinking lots of water, finding shade, air conditioning, you name it, because this is definitely early into the year. We've got a long way to go. If you're planning to travel this spring, you may want to brace for a few headaches along the way. From severe weather to a partial government shutdown, it's all been putting a major strain on the travel industry. And all of this comes as spring break travel ramps up across the country. Travel expert Davey Sutton joined Weather Command Weekend this morning to break it all down.
Being over a month into the partial shutdown, we're really seeing it accumulate. And I flew this week too. And what I'm seeing also is that the airport kind of moves in waves. And there's kind of no way to predict if you're going to be in the wave that has those lines wrapped around the, sometimes outside of the airport, which I did experience one time. Or if you're able just to walk through with the 5-minute or 15-minute TSA, I will say that the pre-check line is still one of the fastest lines in the airport. If you're able to travel with digital ID, that is the fastest line in the airport. Another way to kind of help yourself is to just check the airport directly. Don't rely on other third-party apps. Not even the My TSA app is keeping up in real time with staffing surges because they're not able to know if somebody is not going to show up for work and, reasonably show. So we're empathetic with the TSA who are working without their paychecks. I would check with the airport directly, whether on their social media feeds, and sometimes they have their own websites where they're giving you real-time airport line security line updates.
I'm seeing updates from various airports, and they're recommending get there 2 hours before your flight leaves. If it's international, 3 hours. Is that what you recommend as well, or do you think it's even worth it to fly this time of year?
Yeah, I think it's not even just this time of year. It's just during the shutdown, right? So everything is just accumulating and trickling down, and it is a risk, especially from those smaller airports, those regional airports. I would think about having a plan B. I know at this point people are heading out for their spring break trips that they've planned months in advance. If you're able to opt out, if you have travel insurance and able to redirect and cancel your flights and maybe take a road trip, you might save headache. But again, it's moving in waves. I flew this week a couple of times, and I actually was lucky enough not to have a problem. But again, there's no way to predict that at this point.
That's reassuring to know that you didn't have a problem. Let's shift gears and talk a little bit more about spring break, because we are in the heart of it. So what are you seeing as the biggest change, how people are choosing where they're going right now?
Well, we're seeing a rise in like active holidays and sports tourism. And if you're looking for something that's like family friendly in an environment, think about those Club Med properties. I'm going to give you an example of like Punta Cana. That's a video we're seeing right now. They recently renovated their beachfront property, and it spreads across 100 acres. It has a variety of options from villas to adult only. But Club Med made their active known for their sports school, so that's yoga, pickleball, tennis, is because there's something to do for everyone. So you can be as leisurely as you want or as active as you want.
As we continue to look ahead to travel, spring break, so summer vacations. And one thing we are going to follow closely, hurricane season begins June the 1st. We're about 3 months away. Fox Weather is your hurricane. Big update from this week. La Nina fading, El Nino stepping in. That could have big impacts for hurricane season. Stronger wind shear, that could keep a lid on storms across the Atlantic, but it only takes one, as we always say. So we've had to the ENSO forecast. In case you missed it, came in at the start of this week. Believe it or not, La Nina is still hanging on, in my to fade to neutral as we work our way through April, and then we will see this transition to El Nino, a quick flip as we pull our way into the summer season. When we talk about ENSO, right, the El Nino Southern Oscillation, we're looking at we have sea surface temperatures, warming, cooling. It has a lot to do with wind, right? So Nino 3.4, this region here classifies whether or not we're in an El Nino or a La Nina. And typically, we're looking over at Nino 3 to give us an indication of those winds, right? What are our surface temperatures doing? If there's stronger winds, we're seeing, more upwelling, and then we see that cooling that starts to take shape closer to the coast, warming of the sea surface temperatures. But where we are right now, you can see we've got some warming starting to take shape there. You see it kind of take its time before it eventually starts to kind of tip the scales in that 3.4 box, that range that would eventually put us over into El Nino, kind of the overall percentages there. But the forecast strength of the El Ninos, I think what's so impressive is because we were in a relatively weak La Nina, a barely there La Nina through the winter season. Last hurricane season, it never showed up. We were in what we consider La Nada because we were in the neutral phase. But we eventually saw that weak La Nina arrive for the winter season, and boy did it show up. We saw the implications of that with our cold, snowy winter east of the Rockies, but now we're looking at a very strong possibility of an El Nino that's going to take shape through the heart of what could be peak hurricane season. Now, with El Nino in effect, what we typically see, warmer waters, increasing rising air in the Pacific Ocean, and then we see more hostile upper level winds blow across the Atlantic basin, and that would typically put a lid, more hostile environment, lessen the opportunity of those seeds of tropical activity to really explosively develop. But a reminder that it only takes one, and El Nino, La Nina, it is only one factor that we look into for hurricane development. It is not the only factor. There are other things that come into play: sea surface temperatures, MJO, the weather pattern across could block these storms. So we're going to watch this forecast closely, but I bring it up because it's always
all the food she loves and stay
Fox
slim.
Weather looks like having a little bit of difficulty there as Fox Weather is tracking some of the severe weather that we're also monitoring in our newsroom. If you want to download their app, there's their QR code. You could also just simply search Watch Fox Weather in your web browser. Let's hit a break. We'll be right back. You're watching Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Live look at Capitol Hill. Nobody's speaking right now. We'll let you know if we see any lawmakers taking to the microphone on this special Saturday session. Let's continue to track the war in the Middle East. A live look at Tel Aviv. The time in Israel right now, 8:22 at night. U.S. CENTCOM posting a short update on Operation Epic Fury earlier today. Let's watch.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here for my fourth update on Operation Epic Fury. On day 22 of combat operations, U.S. forces continue to take bold action and remain on plan to eliminate Iran's ability to project meaningful power outside its borders. Just 2 days ago, the U.S. Army launched the longest field artillery strike in Army combat history using precision strike missiles. The strike took out Iranian military infrastructure, demonstrating the U.S. military's unmatched reach and lethality. Iran has lost significant combat capability over the last 3 weeks. We are taking out thousands of Iranian missiles, advanced attack drones, and all of Iran's navy, which they use to harass international shipping. Their navy is not sailing, their tactical fighters are not flying, and they've lost the ability to launch missiles and drones at the high rates seen at the beginning of the conflict. Our progress is obvious. U.S. forces maintain air superiority over Iran's skies, having now flown over 8,000 combat flights. Our air crews are performing exceptionally across the fight, from tankers to fighters and bombers to land-based and carrier-based aviation doing a superb job. Tankers are extending our reach so that we can keep constant pressure on the enemy. Fighters and bombers are delivering precision strikes against our primary objectives, and our pilots across the board are dynamically hunting threats as well, finding and eliminating targets in real time. So far, we've struck over 8,000 military targets, including 130 Iranian vessels, constituting the largest elimination of a navy over a 3-week period since World War II. My operational assessment continues to be Iran's combat capability is on a steady decline as our offensive strikes ramp up. While U.S. forces continue to sustain overwhelming offensive firepower, I want to recognize our air defenders mounting a coordinated defense against Iran's attacks. We have built the most extensive air defense umbrella in the world over the Middle East right now. This is thanks to years of investment alongside our allies and partners to build a robust and integrated air and missile defense architecture. For more than a decade, books have been written about the concept of a Middle East air defense. Today, it's alive and well. Our Gulf partners, in particular, have defended against thousands of Iranian drone attacks, a clear demonstration of the strength of our partnerships as we work shoulder to shoulder. We also remain zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce throughout the Strait of Hormuz. For example, earlier this week, we dropped multiple 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility located along Iran's coastline. The Iranian regime used the hardened underground facility to discreetly store anti-ship cruise missiles, mobile missile launchers, and other equipment that presented a dangerous risk to international shipping. We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements. Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded as a result, and we will not stop pursuing these targets. At the beginning of this campaign, I sent a letter to the more than 50,000 American servicemen and women supporting Operation Epic Fury. For our forces serving in the Middle East, I'd like to reiterate 3 key points. Number 1, be relentlessly lethal. We have the momentum. Number 2, be a great teammate. Continue to take care of one another. And number 3, steady your resolve. For we stand on the shoulders of giants, American heroes who have served with tenacity, grit, and honor. Fall back on your training. It is the best in the world. I just could not be prouder of our warfighters, and I know that the American people share in this same pride. Thanks so much. Godspeed.
Admiral Brad Cooper speaking earlier today as we continue to see lawmakers intermittently stepping up to the microphone on Capitol Hill. You just saw John Thune there. That was from earlier today. This is what Capitol Hill looks like right now. Nobody speaking. The conflict in Iran now stretching into its 4th week of war. Live look at the White House. Approaching 2:30 in the nation's capital. A lot to discuss today. Our coverage continuing in a moment. The Trump administration coming up with some outside-of-the-box ideas in order to deal with the ongoing partial government shutdown and, of course, the lapse in pay for TSA officers. President Trump posting this within the past hour, saying the radical left Democrats have hurt so many people with their vicious and uncaring ways. What they have done to the Department of Homeland Security, our fantastic TSA officers, and most importantly, the great people of our country, is an absolute disgrace. The Democrats do not allow for just and proper security at our airports and elsewhere throughout our country. ICE will do the job far better than ever done before. The fascist Democrats will never protect America, but the Republicans will. Just like the radical left allowed millions of criminals to pour into our country through their ridiculous and dangerous open border policy, the Republicans closed it all down, and we now have the strongest border in American history. Likewise, I look forward to moving ICE in on Monday and have already told them to get ready. No more waiting, no more games, the president says. So, just pretty much hearing that ICE now being considered to help staff TSA operations. Some images from the past week or so as lines at airports have been causing headaches in some cases. The warning from Trump comes after the Senate failed again on Friday to advance a measure to end the funding lapse, with Democrats insisting counteroffers from the White House, which have included some concessions, are insufficient. We'll continue to track this story. The president says on Monday they're going to be looking to perhaps move ICE in to some of those jobs. So we'll be watching closely at the beginning of this week to see how exactly this shakes out. A live look at the Capitol on this Saturday afternoon, just past 2:30 in the afternoon in D.C. We, of course, have been tracking Congress's movements. The Senate is live on the floor right now talking about the Save America Act. We don't have anybody up at the microphone at this moment. We'll let you know if that changes. And we'll also let you know if President Trump says anything else on Truth Social about this potential move to bring ICE agents in to help do the job of the TSA. All right, a live look at the White House. It's time for us to hit one more quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Electric semi-trucks are widely considered the future of regional short-haul freight. We've seen rapid growth in China and the gradual adoption of Tesla semis in the U.S. Paul Berger covers logistics and supply chain for the Wall Street Journal. He recently wrote a piece saying that Tesla finally has its first semi-truck, and it's already a hit with truckers. You're seeing a number of different electric semi-trucks on your screen right now. Paul joins us here to discuss his story and the wider industry. Your piece says that truck drivers are hard to please. Why are the people you spoke with into them?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me on, Austin, to talk about this. Look, trucking is a really difficult business, and drivers have a lot of challenges every day. The truckers that I spoke to for this story felt that there were some real advantages to the Tesla semi-truck. The first of which is that the cab has been designed from the ground up. And instead of putting the driver on the left-hand side, the driver is actually in the very, very center of the cab. And that means that it eliminates a lot of the blind spots that drivers have to deal with every day. On top of that, they also told me that they really love the technology. They can see from inside the cab, thanks to the sensors and the cameras, every object in detail all the way around the truck, which is really important when you're driving, a large piece of equipment that's hauling a 53-foot trailer behind it that you're having to maneuver. So just those two things alone are, really great developments for drivers. On top of that, they also told me a number of things that they love that you would see in any other battery electric truck. For a start, they don't have to put up with the noise. They're quieter, they're powerful. The acceleration is smooth, so you're not being jerked around all the time when you're in the truck. And also on top of that, for the Tesla, it has a 500-mile range, which is twice as far as the next best battery electric truck today.
So if you can expand on the cab, I know the cab, like even the positioning where they sit is a little bit different from your normal rig, correct?
Yeah, that's right. They're right in the center, and they have, I don't know if you have a shot of them, but they have like screens on either side so that they can see absolutely everything that's going on around in them in the road. And I think that level of detail, again, like I said, if you're having to maneuver around tight spaces, like I spoke to one driver who, his first day in the truck, he took a wrong turn, ended up on a bend that he couldn't get around with a 40-foot trailer that he had. And he said that using the technology that Tesla provided for him, as well as having that central position, meant that he could just back out straight away as though he'd never made a mistake.
You alluded to this also, but can you just kind of explain to people who aren't too familiar with the e-vehicle industry and maybe people that might be novel to the idea of electric semi-trucks, are there enough chargers for these vehicles? And if you can expand more on the range of these things, is it more than enough? Are there plenty of chargers for these things out here?
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, in a nutshell, the industry still has a really, really long way to go. Most of the deployments of battery electric trucks these days use what they call behind the fence. So basically, private chargers that have been installed at great expense and that often take a couple of years to actually put into place. The United States really doesn't have a national network of chargers, which is why right now, most of the deployments of battery electric trucks has been in short-haul trucking. Normally you would see them close to some of the country's busiest ports where truckers are just going into the port, picking up cargo, taking it to a nearby warehouse or a rail hub, and just shuttling back and forth. And then at the end of the night, the truck is returning to the same yard where it can charge. For the semi, the 500-mile range really does open up the possibility of long-haul trucking. But to do that, you do need this national network of chargers. Tesla recently released a map showing 64 chargers. They're going to be high speed. These things are going to be able to charge 4 times more quickly than existing chargers for heavy-duty trucks. But we're not going to, they're supposed to begin opening this summer, but it's going to be 18 months to 2 years, hopefully, before they can be deployed across the country. And again, that will be in these very heavily trafficked freight corridors, such as in California, Texas, the Southeast, and the Pacific Northwest.
How far away are we from having these trucks without drivers in them? There's somebody in the cab in this photo, but will there eventually be a time where there won't be?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I did think about it while I was reporting on this story. You know, obviously Elon Musk loves this truck. He did say, I think it was just over a year ago on an earnings call, he talked about the benefits of autonomous trucking. He set it in the context of the fact that there has been, or there have been concerns about a shortage of truck drivers in the country. Obviously, it's a difficult profession, especially for the long haul, over-the-road truckers who have to spend considerable amounts of time away from their families. But again, you know, we still can't deploy these things across the country with humans operating them. So, you know, you've got to imagine it's going to be years before we'll see autonomous trucks in any great number on the roads in the United States.
Yeah, sometime in the foreseeable future. At what point do we expect electric trucks might take over diesel trucks?
That's probably going to take quite some time too. And that's because, you know, one of the things that's kind of appealing about the Tesla truck is Tesla has not publicly stated how much these trucks are going to cost. But from the reporting I did on this story, I understand it's going to be just under, somewhere under $300,000, which is, you know, a pretty good price compared to other battery electric trucks, which normally cost over $400,000. But it's still twice the cost of a diesel truck. And, you know, trucking is a cutthroat industry. Carriers rely on, or survive, sorry, on very thin margins. The last few years have been really, really difficult for the trucking industry. We're entering like the fourth year of a slump in freight rates. It's probably one of the longest slumps that most drivers have ever experienced. So they're struggling to find money just to buy new diesel trucks for $150,000, let alone spend $300,000 on one of these battery electric trucks. And I think it's also important to note that, you know, the reason why trucks like the Tesla Semi are able to get on the road is because there are states, particularly California, that have very generous incentive programs. And so, you know, for small trucking companies that want to buy these trucks, they can go out, they can get maybe $100,000, $150,000, or even $200,000 in state and local incentives that defray the cost of the truck, and in some cases make them less expensive than diesel, but it's still very, very small numbers.
Is the electric semi-truck business a Tesla-dominated business for now, or are there other companies in the arena?
There are other companies. I mean, some of the shots you've been showing have been on, you know, other makes and models of truck. The thing that's kind of interesting for me as somebody who covers the industry is, you know, I've been writing about battery electric trucks for a few years now. And there have been other companies, you know, Nikola is probably the best known, which actually filed for bankruptcy last year. But there are other companies like Volvo and Freightliner, which is owned by Daimler. They're also out there on the road. You know, truckers like those trucks as well. But the sense that I'm picking up from the trucking companies I'm talking to is that the Tesla has so many advantages, you know, not just the cheaper price, but also the longer range and the faster charging, as well as this, you know, driver positioning and the technology that, you know, I got to imagine that over the next couple of years, we're going to see Tesla catch up with and potentially overtake a lot of its competitors.
Paul, appreciate the time. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you. Thanks, Austin.
You bet. Let's hit a quick commercial break. A lot more to get to this evening. Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani joining me in a moment to discuss Robert Mueller. We'll be right back. Robert Mueller, the FBI director who transformed the nation's premier law enforcement agency into a terrorism-fighting force after September 11th attacks, and who later became a special counsel in the charge of investigating ties between Russia and Donald Trump's presidential campaign, has died, according to the Associated Press and his family. He was 81 years old. Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani on with us today to discuss this. And Nima, you and I were going to talk about a completely different story today. And then we heard about Mueller's passing, and we decided to talk about what he's really known for to today's generation. For a lot of people, the Mueller investigation was their first exposure to how a special counsel even works, and then it really turned into this national daily drama at the time. What did this investigation become, and really why did this investigation become so much bigger than a typical federal probe does, Nima?
Austin, obviously, Mueller is known for Russiagate, and I know we're going to spend a lot of time talking about it, but since his passing, I do want to say that he was considered really an icon in the legal community, the longest-running FBI director, of course, appointed by Bush just a week before 9/11. Obama kept him on. I was also hired by a Bush U.S. attorney. I stayed on for an Obama U.S. attorney. I was much lower in the Department of Justice, but really a great legal mind, and he certainly will be missed. But obviously, I think everyone does know him for the Russia investigation. And setting aside how he's viewed in the legal community, I think folks in the political community, those who are watching and probably social media comments online, do have very strong views about Mueller because of his handling of the Russia investigation. So for folks that don't remember, he investigated alleged collusion during the 2016 presidential election. And when he was appointed special counsel, he also investigated obstruction of justice by the president, then Donald Trump, also now Donald Trump, and folks in his administration. So this was the beginning of the Russia hoax, or the witch hunt, that the president still believes Mueller was responsible for. And for people who believe that the Department of Justice has been weaponized, this was really the beginning of that. So there are a lot of people who are watching who probably believe that Mueller's role really tarnished the president and really the legacy of the Department of Justice.
Some people might have this notion, as you allude to, that he was the single kind of figure, I guess, that people associate with that investigation. Why ultimately was a guy like him chosen for that job, special counsel at the time?
Well, he was very well respected. Here's someone who was a Vietnam veteran. He served at the U.S. Attorney's Office in California and in Massachusetts. He obviously was the former director of the FBI, and he also served in very high-level positions at the Department of Justice. So really someone that had dedicated his life to public service and the country. Really couldn't have been, at least at the time, someone that had more bipartisan support. Really, every time he was appointed to these positions, he had almost unanimous consent in the Senate. I think the issue with the Russia investigation is, and he did conclude that Russia did indeed interfere with the 2016 election through social media and through hacking the DNC and Hillary Clinton's emails. The question was, did candidate Trump, now President Trump, collude with the Russians? That was the conspiracy. And he did not find sufficient evidence to move forward with a conspiracy. But he also didn't exonerate the president either. So by not picking a lane, he really left a bad taste in sort of everyone's mouth. He ruled that, or ruled his findings in his report that was ultimately submitted to Attorney General Bill Barr and Congress, was that there really just wasn't enough evidence to move forward with either a conspiracy prosecution or an obstruction prosecution. So obviously that sort of infuriated Democrats. And at the same time, he didn't really exonerate the president either by saying he hadn't committed a crime, and we didn't clear him. So there were many lingering questions, obviously, that sort of resulted in impeachment proceedings. And really his conclusion was that on the legal side, nothing can be done because we're talking about a sitting president. So it has to be handled in the political sphere through Congress, through those impeachment proceedings, which ended up happening. Obviously, that. And it happened not just once, but twice. So on the legal side, I think folks really question, what was the ultimate outcome of this probe, this special counsel investigation, especially when the president really tried to fire him at some point, and the conclusion, I don't think, really satisfied anyone, and that's the legacy that he left.
Yeah, that in mind, what do you think is the biggest lasting lesson from that entire investigation?
Well, we've had, FBI director since then, Comey, obviously. We had the Jack Smith special counsel investigation, again, one that resulted in at least criminal filings, but that didn't end up anywhere either. So, the question is, looking back, obviously hindsight being 2020, certainly we want to investigate crimes, but did we really open up a political Pandora's box, right? Now we see a very different Department of Justice, a very different FBI, highly politicized. And, maybe I'm just thinking about my own experience at the DOJ when, law and politics, really were separate. Now those lines are completely blurred. So I know folks aren't happy with Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche, people at the DOJ right now, or Kash Patel. The question is, was it Mueller that really started all this? And is there a way to unwind it? I think probably not. We've really gone too far.
Former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani, thanks for talking on this today. We appreciate you.
Of course, Austin. Have a great weekend. Thanks.
All right, the time in the nation's capital approaching 3 p.m. Live look, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. We are seeing some activity on Capitol Hill, though. Lawmakers on a special Saturday session. Bill Cassidy, the Democrat out of Maryland, speaking right now. Let's pull the audio up.
Our citizenship, sometimes like at least a weekly basis. You fly, you open a bank account, you cash a check. All those are routine activities of our lives, and you show your driver's license, which is a real ID.
Bill Cassidy's out of Louisiana, not Maryland.
Say that they are concerned regarding the woman who marries and takes her husband's name. That has been addressed. That you have to prove citizenship and you don't have the documents when you go originally to vote. That has been addressed. That the very fact of showing an ID is discriminatory, and yet over and over again in life, we show IDs to do things that are part of daily life. I'll note that when the New York City Mayor Mandami offered New Yorkers a chance to make a little extra money snow shoveling during the blizzard last month, he required not one, but 2 forms of valid ID. So it's a weak argument when leading Democratic figures are having trouble, or having their citizens show ID. It's a weak argument that you have to endure some incredible hardship to show an ID to vote. Now, by the way, I've been asked about the talking filibuster. And I have supported returning to the talking filibuster since I joined the Senate in 2015. I still remember Jimmy Stewart's Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, and it was rough on the senators. But being rough on the senators, frankly, kind of pushed people together to get something done. I'm from Louisiana. For the longest time, Huey Long had the record for the longest filibuster. But that filibuster eventually either broke him or broke the Senate in the sense that they were willing to compromise to get something done. So to my Democratic colleagues, I ask you to listen to the people. Pass the Save America Act. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The Republican ad. Been keeping up with Chad Pergram on X. Chad has basically been following the process on the Senate floor today. Earlier today, he said that the Senate failed to break a filibuster on an amendment to bar men and women's sports. The vote was 49 to 41, but it needed 60 yeas. So they're not exclusively talking about the Save America Act here. They're also working some other pieces of of the legislation, of Trump's legislative priorities, I should say. Right now, it looks like they're in a bit of a lull. So what we'll do is we'll play out some lawmaker remarks from earlier today.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President.
A senator from South Dakota stepping up. Let's pull the audio back up.
Save America Act, legislation that I've co-sponsored to make certain that only U.S. citizens are voting in our elections. This legislation would require proof of citizenship in our elections, and it would require that this citizenship be identified when registering to vote and a valid photo ID when casting your vote at the ballot box. As of last fall, 36 states were requiring voters to present an ID in order to vote. This includes my home state of South Dakota, where you can present your driver's license, passport, or tribal ID. All we ask to cast your vote is that you can prove that you're an American citizen and that you are who you say you are. That shouldn't be controversial. In fact, it should just simply be common sense. Our neighboring state of Minnesota says that most voters will not have to show identification at all. In fact, if you want to vote, you can simply ask someone else registered in your precinct to vouch for your identity. One person can vouch for up to 8 people. This loose requirement does not appropriately address voter integrity. We require identification for many parts of everyday life in America. You need your photo ID to open a bank account, rent a car, start a job, or board a plane. In New York City, you need 2 forms of ID just to shovel snow. Requiring identification to vote should be the standard. The American people understand that. In a recent poll, over 80% of Americans favored requiring all voters to show government-issued photo IDs to vote. That includes 95% of Republicans, 85% of independents, and yes, even 71% of Democrats. Let me say that again. 71% of Democrats support voter ID laws. Our Democrat colleagues are on the wrong side of their own constituents. This legislation implements a reasonable policy with broad support from all sides of the political spectrum. I simply do not understand why our colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to hold up this legislation. Voting in elections is a constitutional right, but it's also a privilege. We live in the greatest country in the world partially because of our free and fair elections to choose our leaders. We compromise these values when we allow non-citizens to vote in our elections. The right to vote in our country belongs to the American people, not foreign nationals. American elections should be for the American citizen only. American leaders should be decided by Americans. I urge my colleagues to support the Save America Act to uphold the law and protect voter integrity. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Two Republicans, back to back, Senator Cassidy and Senator Rounds, out of Louisiana and South Dakota. I'll hold on this for a moment, just in case we do see somebody else step up to the mic.
From North Carolina.
Mr. President,
that's Ted Budd out of North Carolina. He's a Republican.
Including millions of North Carolinians who are asking Congress to ensure that only Americans can vote in American elections. The charge here, it's really that simple. But I find it ironic that we're once again debating an 80-20 issue because my Democrat colleagues refuse to accept the stance held by an overwhelming majority of their own constituents. Staging political theater on such common sense issues, it's really become routine for Democrats. Let's take, for example, a few things. Keeping our borders wide open, opposing the deportation of dangerous criminals, defunding the police, backing radical gender ideology for children, and allowing biological men to compete in women's sports. And like clockwork, here we are again. But this time, my colleagues across the aisle are refusing to keep our elections fair, transparent, and secure by requiring proof of citizenship to register and have voter ID at the polls. Over 70% of Democrats across our country, Democrats, believe that voter ID should be required, but it seems that Senate Democrats couldn't care less. And why is that? Because instead of accepting the will of the people that they represent, Senate Democrats have chosen to dig their heels in on their failed campaign as the party of open borders and illegal immigration. By opposing the Save America Act, Senate Democrats are telling the American people loud and clear that they don't care about preserving the right to vote for American citizens because their political agenda, which props up illegal immigrants over working class Americans. But my Democrat colleagues should understand that it's a federal offense for any non-citizen to vote in a federal election. Providing proof of identification is a basic security measure, and everyone knows that. When you board an airplane, you go to the doctor, you start a new job, or even if you get a library card, you're required to show proof of government identification. In North Carolina, we require every voter to show a government ID before voting. 23 other states already have the same voting law in their books, and nearly every European country has voter ID laws in place. And why? Because power in a democratic society is vested in the will of the people, and that fundamental right to self-determination must be protected at all costs. So I want to address a misleading claim that my Senate colleagues across the aisle continue over and over and over to repeat. Senate Democrats claim that the Save America Act would somehow disenfranchise millions of Americans, and that's just false. This legislation does not target any American citizen eligible to vote. Instead, it protects them. The Save America Act ensures that only U.S. citizens participate in federal elections by requiring states to maintain accurate voter rolls and stopping non-citizens from voting. That's not disenfranchisement. But at its core, this bill is about restoring trust. The American people deserve to have confidence in our federal elections, and they deserve peace of mind to know that their right as American citizens to determine the future of our country is not diluted by non-citizens meddling in our democratic process. The Save America Act puts the integrity of our republic first again. President Trump, he's been a steadfast champion of voter ID, and he's encouraged Congress to move this legislation forward because the state of our nation depends upon protecting the power of the people. And I agree with the president. Ensuring that certainty in our federal elections, it really shouldn't be controversial at all. But every single time President Trump supports a policy, no matter how logical it is, Democrats draw a hard line in the sand and they oppose it. Common sense and deciding policy based on the merit of its principles seems right now to mean nothing to Senate Democrats because they refuse to come to the negotiating table to responsibly lay out their concerns and negotiate in good faith. And when I travel to all 100 counties in North Carolina, I hear the same frustration. Americans see Congress stuck in gridlock with negotiation replaced by partisan stonewalling. I think the American people deserve better. I'm all for having passionate disagreements, but a friendly debate, it's just as American as it gets. But discord should never be an excuse for obstruction. And partisan games are no substitute for responsible governance. That's not what Americans sent us here to do. We must listen to the 80% of Americans calling on us to restore trust in our federal elections by ensuring that only citizens can vote. The American people, they didn't send us here to posture. They sent us here to legislate. And legislating requires setting aside partisanship, returning to common sense, and doing what's best for the country and not what is politically self-serving. So I hope my colleagues across the aisle that they'll listen to the overwhelming majority of Americans, Republicans and Democrats, calling for action and vote to pass the Save America Act now. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston Brooks.
All right, Ted Budd speaking on Capitol Hill moments ago. We've been hearing from a number of Republicans. We just heard from Bill Cassidy, Ted Budd. Might be a brief pause on the Senate floor as they continue to talk about their legislative priorities relating to the Save America Act. It's time for us to take a quick commercial break. Back in a moment. All right, you're watching live now, a live look at the White House. The time in the nation's capital, about 3:11. President Trump not in D.C. this weekend. He's in southern Florida. Lots to track as far as the war in the Middle East goes. Sophia Kai is here. She's a White House reporter and co-author of the West Wing Playbook at Politico. Firstly, as far as the potential of a ground invasion goes, Sophia, this is what a lot of people are curious about. The president, he's still keeping his options open there, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think the president is someone who likes to keep everything on the table, even if it's far to the end of the table. And if you are the Pentagon, then you have to be making preparations so that you can go to the president and say, Mr. President, these are your options. I think reading between the lines, I don't think that it's going to be the White House's preference to put boots on the ground. Obviously, there's more political liability. There's more possibility that Americans are going to be upset about sending their sons and daughters overseas into conflict. So that's a huge consideration that President Trump is going to be making. At the same time, I think they want to preserve their leverage and, keep our opponents guessing.
Can you describe that leverage? Are you talking about the Strait?
Yeah, so that is what Iran has. The Strait is of utmost importance, even if President Trump in recent days says, oh, we don't use it. But look, it impacts our gas prices, and that impacts Trump's voters. So Iran has got that. And they're very good at reading the president and reading the president's political vulnerabilities. And the president has the U.S. military. And I think one reason why you see him saying, look, I'm not going to do a ceasefire, we're going to continue to bomb them, is because he wants to preserve U.S. leverage.
President Trump said Friday that he would talk with Iranian leaders, but is not interested in a ceasefire, Sophia. Why does he say he's not interested in a ceasefire?
I think a ceasefire means that both sides are going to stop. And the president sees U.S. military capability as far stronger than Iran. In his words, he said, well, why should we do a ceasefire if we're obliterating them? In some cases, from a military perspective, that is correct. But he's also got to consider the Strait. And because Iran has got that chokehold with the Strait, President Trump is really trying to exert a lot of pressure on our NATO allies to help him reopen the Strait and police it.
Yeah, let's talk about NATO. Trump has expressed frustration that U.S. allies are not helping secure the Strait of Hormuz. What is he saying about our NATO allies specifically?
He's been wavering between calling them into action and then saying we don't need them and saying, they've showed their cards. But I think he's also saying, look, some of our NATO allies, especially in Asia and Europe, depend on oil coming out of the Strait far more than we do. That's correct. Take Japan, for instance. The Prime Minister Takaichi, she was in the U.S., in Washington, D.C. this week, speaking with President Trump. And what she told President Trump is that their constitution prohibits them from sending their self-defense forces into a conflict zone. And that's why currently, as it stands, they're unable to send forces to the Strait. I think each country has their own domestic considerations they have to take to decide whether or not to cooperate with President Trump. And even the joint statement that Japan signed with some of our NATO allies, I spoke with someone from the Japanese Foreign Minister's office, and they said, look, it's true, there is no plan, there's no specific product that is being promised in that statement. It is sort of a show of unity and a sign that, in theory, we are supportive of President Trump's plans to reopen the Strait.
One more thing I want to ask you about. Joe Kent made headlines this week. He's the top counterterrorism official in the administration. He resigned over the Iran war. He was urging Trump to reverse course in the conflict. Sophia, have there been any other signs of fracture in the administration over the war, or is Kent it for now?
Look, Joe Kent was a Green Beret. He was a CIA officer. And when he resigned, for about 2 days, he was the person that the anti-war wing of the party was able to rally around, except for if you're J.D. Vance or Tulsi Gabbard, in which case you sort of have to be in this awkward position of defending the president and his choices. But, for a few days, yes, we saw the fracturing in Joe Kent leaving. But I think the posture of the White House now is, well, we didn't really want him to begin with. That's not true. But so far, we haven't seen a second or a third administration official resign and follow him out the door. It's really a tough position for members of Congress too, right? The war is not the first issue that members of Congress, maybe Republican members of Congress, privately may not agree with Trump on. Many of them do. But even if they don't, they have to really think strategically about whether they can afford to break with Trump, and every single person in the admin does. Usually the answer is no, not on this issue, especially on one that President Trump cares about so much.
Sophia Kai covers the White House for Politico. She's also the co-author of the West Wing Playbook. Thanks. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
All right, the time in the nation's capital just past 3:15. Let's hit a break. Back in a moment. Throughout the afternoon, we're expecting to hear intermittently from lawmakers on the Senate floor. Right now, we have Senator Whitehouse of Rhode Island talking about DHS. Let's listen in
the senior center lobby to make it easier for seniors to vote. And everybody in the building knows her, but no ID, no vote. So in Rhode Island, we went through that hassle of helping people who needed an ID, who for perfectly legitimate reasons didn't have one, get an ID. It was unnecessary. We had essentially zero voter fraud, but we did it, and we put in the work, and it worked out fine. So let's not pretend this is just a voter ID law. This points its attack at voter registration. If you move, so you have to re-register to vote. If you're young and are registering to vote for the first time, that's where you run into the obstacles designed to prevent certain people who aren't the right people, from being able to vote. That's where you run into the problem. And worse than that, they're trying to take the voter information that we entrust to our Secretary of State and to our Elections Board. They're trying to get the private information of voters in our voter rolls and put it into a national website controlled by, the Department of Homeland Security. The ones who are running ICE around in neighborhoods, the one who ran their agents through the Rhode Island courthouse and threatened a judge with smashing his car windows when he tried to vouch for his high school intern, who the ICE agents wrongly thought was a 30-year-old person they were looking for. We're going to trust the entire country's worth of voter information to that operation? Look at what just happened in Fulton County. In Fulton County, a Trump U.S. attorney from Missouri sent the FBI in Georgia into the election headquarters to seize all of the voter data that they had. I've separately explained what a completely fouled up operation that was, and how the way in which they did that search warrant left enormous holes for any defendant who was later charged based on evidence obtained in that search warrant to run a truck through that prosecution. They violated really basic rules that prosecutors follow. Prosecution 101, rookie dumb errors. And that leads to only one of two conclusions. One is they're idiots, they're incompetents, they had no idea what they're doing. And there's some sense around that because the local U.S. attorney in Georgia wanted no part of this mess. It was being directed by Washington through Missouri into Georgia. The FBI special agent in charge in Georgia didn't seem to like it much. He got run out of his job, presumably for objecting to this nonsense. But there's a worse theory than that this was a completely incompetent screw-up of a search warrant execution. And that is, they didn't mind leaving all these holes for a future defendant, somebody charged on the basis of that evidence, to exploit. They didn't mind opening these unnecessary vulnerabilities in a case for a defendant who might later be charged to exploit, because they never thought there would be a defendant. The point wasn't to do a criminal prosecution or even a criminal investigation. The point was to use the search warrant process falsely in order to get their hands on a massive amount of voter data in a swing state. That's being litigated right now, and we will find out. But that's the kind of effort by this administration to use the federal government to seize private voter data that would be exactly consistent with why we need to worry about DHS, which only wants the right people to vote, getting a massive amount of personal voter data. In Rhode Island, our Secretary of State is fighting that right now because he understands that Rhode Islanders want their voter data to be private, to be safe, and not to be part of some massive political election interference operation run using ICE, using FBI, using DHS, and using this voter information to hand out to political operatives to make sure that a weaponized federal government is not used to try to throw the election. It is no small thing to have the Department of Homeland Security want data on every voting American. In recent years, Republican heads would have exploded about that idea. It used to be a party that cared about voter privacy, that in the contest between an individual and the government tried to take the side of the individual. But now that their billionaires control the government, flip, now they're on the side of the government, and they want your data. It's so bad that it seems they've even had one of their little muskrats, the doggy boys, running around in government. You remember that operation when Musk was the president's close advisor and there were Doge people? Turns out there may even have been your Social Security data taken. We'll find out more about that. So this is no small thing, and if you want to know what the motive is, just ask the people who are running this. We just want to make sure the right people vote. We'll never lose a race for 50 years if you pass this bill. It'll guarantee the midterms. You're going to win the midterms at levels you can't even believe, and you're going to win every election for a long time. That is putting the fix in. That is using the power of government to put the fix in to fix the elections that choose who runs the government. That is about as un-American as it gets. So why is it that they're so afraid about the midterms? What is it that makes them have to put in place mechanisms from voter ID to registration restrictions to data control that will give them the tools to guarantee the midterms? Why not run on the record? Because the record stinks. That's why. And voters know it. This is where President Trump's approval rating has gone. He's down 15%. He's down more than 25% since when he came in. That is a crash in confidence. And I believe this ended before this Iran, what did he call it, excursion, that has driven up gas prices by about $1 a gallon already with no end in sight. So they're looking at an election disaster, and for a really good reason. Here are Trump's job approval ratings. His disapprovals have been going up and up and up to nearly 60. His approval has been going down and down and down to below 40. There is a more than 20-point swing between his disapproval and his approval. That is a politically lethal place to be. That is a signal that you have made such a mess of your unified control of government that voters want something different, want something new, want a change, are sick of the nonsense. And when you're looking at that, and you're looking just a few months down at November, man, time to make sure you change the law so that we can make sure the right people are voting. And let's take a look at a few examples of why it is that Trump's disapproval is more than 20 points above his approval. Why is it that they are in such trouble politically? Why is it that these approval ratings have dropped 15 points and 25 from net zero, from before net zero? This is a real problem. And we're not the only ones looking at this data. The billionaires who run the Republican Party these days, the billionaires who tell Trump what to do and boss him around and give him big gifts and super deals for his family and his cronies and his friends, they're watching this too. They've never had it so good right now. They can basically secretly, quietly run the United States government through the Republican Party. What a deal. Poor man want to be rich, rich man want to be king. And they get to be king from the shadows with dark money and influence and a Republican Party that hops to their tune. So they're not happy either. That's why they need emergency measures that will guarantee the midterms. That's what we're involved in today, trying to make sure that elections are fair, trying to make sure that everybody has a shot to vote, trying to make sure that for real, this is an election that reflects what the American people get to choose. Why are those numbers so terrible for Trump and Republicans? Because things aren't so great for the American people right now. Annual cost of residential electricity is up in almost every state in the last year. In some cases, it is up a lot. $278, $210, $123, $159, $171 up in Maine. People understand that their electric bills are going up. And if they're paying attention, they understand that their electricity bills are going up because Trump and his administration are deliberately pushing clean energy away from the grid. They're deliberately keeping cheap, clean energy off the grid so that for any given level of demand, the grid has to go where if it doesn't have the cheap, clean energy? It has to go to the polluting fossil fuel plants. And those plants set the grid price when they're called up. And when they set the grid price, they're more expensive than clean energy. So everybody's costs go up. And all that excess money, the billions of dollars that get sucked out of consumers' pockets, out of ratepayers' pockets, when they have to pay the higher prices of fossil fuel compared to the lower prices of clean energy, that whole delta of billions of dollars flows where? Right, to Trump's billionaire fossil fuel donors, to the ones that he went to in Mar-a-Lago and said, give me $1 billion and I'll give you everything you want. I need your money to win this race. And what did they do? They coughed up hundreds of millions of dollars. Did they get to the billion? We don't know because so much of the money is so dark. But we know they got hundreds of millions to Trump. And now he's paying them back by stopping and slowing down clean energy, which would lower costs for people. And instead, he drives the cost up. And that's why so much of this is happening. I'll give you an example. The Trump administration has messed around twice with the offshore wind farm off of Rhode Island called Revolution Wind. Out of the clear blue sky, for no cause, they dropped a stop work order on the project, stopping it dead when it was about 80+% complete. Well, that caused them a little problem because the Trump administration had been in court defending that very project against fossil fuel front groups who were suing it to slow down its arrival on the grid. So the lawyers, the like regular, normal federal lawyers who were in there defending this, defending their permit, suddenly had to pull a 180 about the same project in the same courtroom and suddenly say, oh no, that project that we've been defending until this minute is suddenly now all bad because of this ridiculous stop work order. Well, the judge didn't take long to throw out that stop work order because it was illegal and even preposterous. And the Trump administration then let the appeal period expire, so there's no longer a time to appeal it. So it's like, okay, that's done. Back to work, everybody. And sure enough, they went back to work. And what happened 30 days later, 2 days before Christmas, without notice, men and women going out to work on these projects were told, nope, new stop work order. Sorry about your Christmas. Not sure when you'll ever come back to work. Too bad you were relying on all those nice wages. You're done now. Well, fortunately for the project, that second stop work order crashed and burned in court just as badly as the first illegal stop work order had. My point is they went to enormous illegal effort to slow down that project. Why? Because by contract, Revolution Wind is going to bring 9-cent kilowatt hours to our Rhode Island grid. 9-cent kilowatt hours is what they sell for by contract. And how much does it cost on our grid on average? 18 cents. Revolution Wind was going to bring 350,000 homes worth of low-cost, 9-cent clean power onto our grid. So they wanted to stop it. Because then, without that clean, inexpensive power, the grid would have to go up, 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 what they call the generation stack, calling up more and more different units to burn gas and oil and make electricity. And all that extra money gets moved from customers' pockets to Trump's big donors, his big fossil fuel donors. It is a scheme. It is on purpose. These people may not know it yet, but by November, I hope they will learn that the reason their electric rates went up was on purpose. On purpose. So that Trump and his cronies could pay off his big fossil fuel donors with all that extra revenue from their delay and their blocking of cheaper, cleaner energy. In the billions. In the billions. And of course, it's not just electricity, where people know that they have an administration that is not looking out for them, that is looking out for the big corporations, the big polluters, the big donors. You probably can't read this, so I'll read it. My cost of living has increased 80 to 16. My grocery costs have gone up 79 to 17. My utility costs, like electricity, have gone up 69 to 22. These are huge numbers that match the dissatisfaction I showed already with where Trump is. More than 20 points in the hole with voters and going the wrong way.
Senator Whitehouse on Capitol Hill right now. It's time for us to take a quick commercial break. Our coverage returning in a moment. Okay, in an effort to ease energy prices, the Trump administration is temporarily lifting sanctions on Iranian oil that was already at sea. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that this will free up around 140 million barrels of oil that otherwise would have been used by China. Let's discuss more with Ed Hers. He's an energy fellow at the University of Houston. Ed, what does this mean for the price that we may pay at the pump?
It means absolutely nothing. This is likely oil that was going to go to India or China anyway. Keep in mind that in this environment where oil supplies are short, those nations that are the wealthiest will be the ones that are able to pay for the oil. China is right up there. They can buy oil from anywhere, and they'll buy it from Iran. The challenge here is, why are we giving our military opponent free cash to prosecute the war?
And in what form does that cash come? Because there's people out here who might not know the nuts and bolts of how these sanctions work. When you lift a sanction like this, how do they get the cash?
Well, it allows Iran to sell the oil and collect proceeds for it. And so China will pay upon delivery for that crude oil. That money will flow back to Iran. And, obviously the Iranian government will use it for pursuing the war. That's been one of the challenges in a war. You want to beat your opponent, not find a way to help them prosecute the war further. And keep in mind, 140 million barrels of oil. So the release from the U.S. SPR is supposed to be 172 million barrels. Let's put this in the context of the daily market. That's 106 million barrels a day globally. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much. And in a free market economy, such as we have in the U.S., the goal is to have price signals tell producers that they need to produce more. Well, at this point, with the SPR releases and with the Iranian sanctions being lifted, the goal to lower the oil price, well, that just further delays any action by U.S. producers to go in and drill more and produce more.
The countries that would use this 140 million barrels, how long do we estimate it would take those entities to go through 140 million barrels? Days, weeks, longer?
Days. It'll be days, and it will make a difference. Bangladesh started rationing gasoline and diesel right away. We've seen a huge shift in the diesel market. The price of diesel has increased much more markedly than gasoline or oil, and that's because of the LNG shutdown in Qatar. That's going to continue for some amount of time. The Qatar ministry said it's going to be 3 to 5 years before they're back online. So that means those economies that were relying on that natural gas are switching back to liquid petroleum, diesel, jet fuel, to drive their electricity generators. Again, this is a problem of not allowing the market to adjust by way of the price signals.
Bigger picture here, Ed. What are the most important signals that the oil market is watching in the immediate future?
How long it's going to take to get the Strait unblocked, and what further damage Iran is able to inflict upon the oil production facilities. They've hit the Kuwaiti facilities, they've hit the ones in Bahrain, they've hit Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's just opened its King Fahd air base. The attacks on Qatar have been devastating. This is a real issue. If we can get that oil back into the flow of the global market, prices will go down. If not, then we will see the price get up to $150 a barrel or more. Iran said 200. That's entirely possible if they're effective at keeping this oil off the market for an extended period of time. And they can do that and still be losing the war militarily.
Always good to see you, Ed. Thanks. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Live look at Tel Aviv on what is now, well, it's late in the night there. It's approaching 10 p.m. Israel Standard Time. Also, bringing things back stateside, a live look at the U.S. Capitol, where we are still seeing Senator Whitehouse is speaking live right now. It is time for us to hit our final break of the hour. We'll be right back. Senator Whitehouse, still on the Senate floor. He's the Democrat out of Rhode Island, talking about the Save America Act. We'll be checking in with Hal Kempfer in a little bit here, by the way. Before we check in with Hal, let's pull up the audio on Senator Whitehouse a little bit more live from Capitol Hill.
These are people who have a real cost problem now, and they have a real cost problem coming, and behind that comes a real home values problem. If you're a Palm Beach billionaire and you want to swap mansions, that's fine, you can do that. You don't even need a mortgage. You just pay with cash. But if you're living north of Tampa in a development and you bought your house with a mortgage and you want to sell it, the person you want to sell it to is going to need a mortgage. And if your property is now unmortgageable because it's uninsurable, there goes your market of buyers. We've talked to people in Florida when we did this investigation who literally cannot sell their home at any price. It's not fancy enough for a billionaire, and it's not mortgageable and insurable for a normal person. They're just stuck. They're just stuck. And they're looking at here, what the map shows is where they expect to see changes in home value. Again, in the next 30 years, in the period of a mortgage entered into at the time. And they're looking at changes in value, drops of 20, 40, 60, 80, and even 100%, a total wipeout of home value based on that home insurance, mortgage, property values crash cascade, because we won't take care of the climate danger that everybody in their right mind knows exists. And the fossil fuel industry has a big reckoning coming from that mess. And they do not want to be responsive to voters. They want the White House and the Senate controlled by a party that they control. They want this election to keep Republicans in power so that they're not held to account for the fraudulent climate denial, for the dark money corruption, and for the looming catastrophe in home insurance rates. And the way they do that is making sure with this bill that we just make sure only the right people are voting. So the stakes are very high right now. I'll close, because I think I have the floor only for another few minutes, by talking just briefly about Kansas. Why would a Rhode Islander want to talk about Kansas? I'll tell you why. Because they tried this in Kansas. They had a similar law in Kansas. And it went to court. And the court threw it out as unconstitutional. The Save America Act resembles a law in Kansas that was decided to be unconstitutional. Some other interesting things the court found. Across 19 years, the proponents of that law could only show 67 non-citizens registering to vote or even attempting to register to vote. Over 19 years, 67 people. If you look just at the presidential elections in that period, Kansans voted in this number, 5.5 million votes cast. 5.5 million votes cast. So those 67 people are 0.0012% of voters. And for the pretext of trying to deal with those 67 attempts, the effect was to keep 31,000 legitimate Kansas voters from voting. 31,000 kept from voting to solve a problem of 67 that didn't even exist because most of them were only attempts. So this is a solution to a non-problem. The solution that it provides is to the problem of Trump and Republicans having made such a hash of things that they're now in a 20-plus point hole. And so, the billionaires who run the Republican Party and through the Republican Party run this body, run the House, run the Oval Office, make all the decisions for their own benefit. This is their clawing hand coming out of what seems like election disaster ahead to try to just grab back the power that they're losing because their Republican Party has made such a hash of things. That's what this bill is. It's the dead zombie hand of the billionaires who are seeing the exact same approval rating of Trump taking the Republicans into a crash of an election and trying to solve that problem by guaranteeing the midterms, by making sure that just the right people vote. I yield the floor. No.
Mr. President.
The senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a long weekend up here. We have a lot of balls in the air. We've got DHS funding. We have the SAVE Act and a war going on in the Middle East. And all these are demanding our attention simultaneously. I'd like to shed a little light here. What makes this job generally challenging isn't the workload. I worked much harder as an obstetrician delivering a baby most every day, up at least every other night, if not every night of the week. It's when you're trying to have serious policy conversations up here and you're up against misinformation, moving goalposts and arguments that seem completely detached from the facts on the ground. The frustration can be exhausting. But today, Mr. President, I've decided to start with the easy stuff. Let's talk about Iran. First of all, I want to mourn the loss of the 13 soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice and let their Gold Star families know that we're grateful for the price that their loved ones paid and that we'll be there for them as they go through their mourning. I want to praise the military and let them know that I stand beside them, that our family stands beside them. My dad served, my brother served, I served, my son is serving. We support our military and we salute the incredible job that they're doing. Now, as we all know, President Trump had 4 basic goals when the war started. Don't let the legacy media confuse you. 4 basic goals is, basically to end Iran's ability to have missiles, a navy, nukes, and destroy Iran's ability to fund and arm terrorists. And I'd say we're 90% there. I'm not on the intelligence committee. I don't have the inside numbers, but it looks like to me we're 90% there. Now, I warn folks, the last 10% may be as hard as the first 90%, but they're doing an incredible job, and we want to do everything we can to make them successful so that we're safe for decades to come. Next, I want to talk about the SAVE Act just for a minute. Now, as you all know, the SAVE Act has 3 pillars. It wants to make sure that only citizens register to vote. It wants to make sure that every voter has an ID. And we want some guardrails around mail-in ballots. I think it's important to remember that 70% of Democrats, 80% of Americans believe in voter ID, and it was just this week that Democrats voted against a standalone voter ID law. And I do want to get back to some of the comments, the erroneous comments my colleague from Rhode Island made. You would think he would know better. He's a lawyer. He's a former attorney general. Kansas did have a law that required you to be a citizen to vote. It did go to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court didn't say that was unconstitutional. What they said is look, if Congress wants it that way, if your state legislator wants it that way, then you need to legislate it. And that's what we're doing right here. We're trying to make our elections safer, to make them more secure, make sure that just American citizens vote. So be careful what you're listening to up here. That there are absolutely some very erroneous statements and conflation made by people that are smarter than I am when it comes to the law. I want to sit down and talk a little bit more specifically about DHS funding, though. Again, it's important to remember that it took 18 days for Democrats to respond to the president's offer. 18 days. Crickets, nothing from the Democrats. That's because they are the party of defund the police. They don't want ICE to be working. And then it took over a month for Democrats to be willing to sit down with Republicans. It's been over a month since DHS was defunded. And it wasn't until later, at the very end of this week, that Democrats were willing to sit down with Republicans to have any type of conversation. Now, as near as I can tell, there's two issues left separating us from funding DHS, at least on the surface, that's what it looks like to me, that prevents us from funding TSA, from funding FEMA, the Coast Guard, our cybersecurity defense team. Again, these issues don't happen in silos, right? We've got this war going in Iran. We don't have DHS funded. I'm as worried and concerned about American citizens here at home about their safety as I am our soldiers in harm's way overseas. So there's two issues, at least that's what the Democrats have told us, that are the two main issues that we haven't figured out here. One is demasking ICE officers, and two is the issue of warrants for those who are in our country illegally. Now, let's just quickly touch the demasking issue. That's a non-starter. I'm not going to put the families of my ICE agents in harm's way either. That because of when the names are revealed of these ICE officers, their family back home, their children, their spouses, their lives are being threatened. So we're not going to do that. I'm all for them being more recognizable. I think that's straightforward. But maybe what's not quite as straightforward is this warrant issue. And again, I have to admit that I needed to try to understand this a little bit better myself, the difference between a judicial warrant versus an administrative warrant. Now, why is this important? Because I continue to hear arguments in this chamber that don't square with the facts. And I think the American people deserve to hear the truth about how immigration enforcement system actually works. Now, as you know, my Democrat colleagues want to overhaul, really they want to destroy the warrant system that ICE uses to arrest and remove people in this country illegally. Now, on the surface, maybe that sounds like a good idea, and it's certainly worth discussing. But when you really take a close look at the law, and remember, I'm just a country doctor, and I'm the last one that needs to be up here pontificating about our legal system when it comes to immigration. But I think it's important that even I, as a country doctor, understand that their case evaporates when you look at the truth.
Roger Marshall, the Republican out of Kansas, speaking on Capitol Hill right now. We here at Live Now are due for a quick commercial break, a live look at the Capitol. The reason why we're seeing lawmakers up and at 'em on a Saturday afternoon is because they're talking about the Save America Act. It's something that President Trump says is his priority piece of legislation as of right now. He wants the Save America Act to pass. Lawmakers have been debating the act late nights, basically the back half of this week, and we expected that they would do the very same thing this weekend. We'll let you know if we hear any more from Republican or Democratic leaders. We've already heard from Schumer and Thune this afternoon. We'll let you know what more we hear. A live look at the White House. President Trump, by the way, not in D.C. this weekend. He's in southern Florida. Let's hit that quick commercial break. We'll be right back. A lot to discuss, as usual, in the Middle East with retired Marine intelligence officer, national security analyst, and host of the Strat podcast, Hal Kemper. He's here with me. Hal, I wanted to start with this post from the IDF. They say the Iranian terrorist regime launched a long-range missile for the first time since the start of the Operation Roaring Lion that could reach a distance of around 4,000 kilometers. During Operation Rising Lion in June 2025, the IDF revealed that the Iranian regime has intentions to develop missiles with a range of 4,000 kilometers, which pose a danger to dozens of countries in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Let's make this picture a little bit bigger if we can, this map that kind of gives you an idea of the circumference that can be covered. Hal, the IDF saying this earlier today. What are the implications of a long-range weapon like this?
Well, the implications are big. The question is, how many do they have? And this one, they fired at Diego Garcia, a place where I used to be stationed way back when. They didn't cause any damage. Nothing happened from it. Obviously, it caused a lot of excitement, I imagine, in Diego Garcia. But if you look at the range span around it, you start to get a sense of what they can cover. They can reach all the way to London, Paris, Copenhagen, Oslo, Warsaw, Barcelona, hitting big chunk of Spain, Italy, Rome, a big chunk of the Mediterranean. And then, they can reach out, obviously, and hit places like Cairo and stuff well within the range span of other missiles. But then I would point out, look to the other side. And what you notice on the other side is they're able to cover pretty much all of India, which is interesting because India has a very sizable navy. India has a vested interest in getting the Strait of Hormuz open. And India potentially at some point may decide that they want to get involved with this. They just made a big statement to India on this as well, that they are within range. So it's a huge capability increase. It's something that we didn't really think they had. At least we didn't think they'd had it fully developed. And maybe this is a one-off. Maybe they just had one or two missiles and they fired this one just to make the statement. But it's definitely got the whole world's attention.
When U.S. and Israeli forces are targeting launchers, are they able to suss out what launchers are capable of launching, I don't know, something like a drone or a missile versus a long-range weapon like what we're seeing?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, the launchers are such that you can put multiple different missiles on one launcher. It's not always designed to, so you only can put one missile on that tail, which is that's a transporter erector launch system. That's that trailer thing where it pops up and then the missile takes off. And those things pop out of the caves, the revetments, wherever they are. They go up, and then when they launch, we can pick that up on satellites and a variety of other sensor systems because it's like a big explosion when the launch happens. And then the challenge is getting something in there to hit that thing before it gets back under cover where we can't strike it. So, and we've been pretty good at taking those out. So this one, I'm assuming, has probably a different, TEL system because it's that much larger. I may be wrong on that, but they may have designed it so it can work in the same one as the others work on. But I'm sure that we're trying to target that. The question though is how many do they have? If this is, if it was something that they recently developed and they just want to go out there and make a demonstration, there may not be a whole bunch more stuck in the underground missile cities or towns, as they call them. But if they have quite a few more, that can be concerning. And as we're trying to get NATO allies to, somehow come down and do some work and help us with reopening the strait and patrolling the strait and keeping it open, the fact that, most of these NATO allies are now within the range of Iranian weapons definitely is food for thought in a lot of those foreign capitals.
Lucas Tomlinson posting something interesting a little bit ago. I wanted to bring this to your attention. I think this is 20 different countries that signed on to this. Basically, 20 countries releasing a joint statement, the UAE included in this, condemning Iran and offering to contribute to appropriate efforts, they say, to open the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not going to read the entire statement. I'll read the beginning of it. It's a joint statement from the leaders of the UAE, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Japan, Canada, the Republic of Korea, New Zealand, Denmark, Latvia, Slovenia, Estonia, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Czechia, Romania, Bahrain, Lithuania, and Australia on the Strait of Hormuz. So all of those nations saying they condemn in the strongest terms recent attacks by Iran on unarmed commercial vessels in the Gulf, attacks on civilian infrastructure, including oil gas installations, and the de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz by Iranian forces. Hal, when we talk about this Strait of Hormuz issue, this is a number of countries that the president has, that President Trump has noted in his recent statements as being the countries that he's called cowards in some cases, not protecting the strait, not doing what he wants them to do, basically, which is to defend this territory that ultimately a lot of the oil doesn't go to the U.S. It goes to some of these countries, specifically the ones that are in East Asia that he references here. How, when you see a joint statement released by these countries now, are they doing this in direct response to some of the rhetoric that's been coming out of the White House likely?
Well, I think twofold. Number one is, yes, this is a response to some of the rhetoric. They'd like to obviously temper that rhetoric. I don't think any country likes the president of the United States calling him a coward for not contributing forces. But this is part of the political process. This goes from a hard no to we condemn what Iran's doing, and very vigorously, and it's linking a bunch of Northern European NATO countries with other countries, to include countries within the Gulf, that will say, look, the Strait of Hormuz is a vital interest to keep this thing open. This is part of a step-by-step thing. The next step would be that they turn around and say, we consider this so important that we're going to commit resources or forces in order to assist in this mission of keeping the commerce going. And they can certainly cite the the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and talk about the vital sea lanes going through there, that they have to be open for international commerce. And so this actually can cite a United Nations document as the reason that they're in there, saying, hey, we're just supporting the United Nations and keeping these vital waterways open and to keep commerce going. And that kind of gives them a little bit of political cover in what they're doing. They don't have to say, we're coming to the aid of the United States. They could say, well, we're going to coordinate what we're doing with the United States, but we're going to go in there and do this. Now, one thing I would point out, Saudi Arabia has minesweepers. I believe the UAE has a couple of 3 minesweepers they can put into this. So you have countries in the Gulf that have naval forces there that could actually put stuff in the water to make a big difference, along with something they really need are these fast patrol boats to go after all these small Iranian boats that might be zipping in and around there. So they have some stuff there. And then you have other countries. Now, Japan has a pretty good sized Navy, and they have a number of minesweepers, so they can put those in there. I imagine that South Korea could probably spare a minesweeper for this mission, along with some other types of naval craft. And then, of course, if the European allies come in, you could end up actually having a pretty busy minesweeping enterprise going on down in the Strait of Hormuz. And if that was happening, I think we could keep the strait open, get commerce moving, and everybody benefits from that.
We're looking at video on the screen right now. CENTCOM every day has been posting new videos of their war ops. These are some of the videos they've posted in the past 24 hours. Earlier today, Hal, the UK denounced what it called Iran's reckless attacks after ballistic missiles were fired toward the joint U.S.-UK Diego Garcia military base, as you alluded to. The base is in the Indian Ocean, Hal. What is the significance of Diego Garcia being targeted in the UK, directly saying this is some reckless behavior?
Well, this is British Indian Ocean territory. Even though they've signed an agreement that will eventually go over to Mauritius, one that the U.S., and I should say President Trump in particular, has been very critical of handing this territory over. This is sovereign territory of Great Britain. So they have fired on this sovereign territory, 4,000 miles or 4,000 kilometers away from Iran. Previously, Hezbollah, which is their big proxy in Lebanon, had fired on British air base, one or two British possessions or bases, I should say, in Cyprus. And I should mention that in Cyprus, the British bases are actually sovereign British territory. It is kind of a quirky thing. We don't do that, but they do. They actually make those bases sovereign territory. So technically, Iran has fired on territory of a NATO country. In fact, Hezbollah, their proxy, had earlier fired on territory of a NATO country. And of course, Iran has been firing missiles. So far, all have been intercepted, as I can recollect, going into Turkey, which is also a NATO country. So this is there's a lot going on here on the political side in terms of what's going on. And then the other thing I would also point out, and I'd be remiss if I didn't, Saudi Arabia, which has been viciously attacked by Iran, does have a mutual defense treaty with Pakistan, that big country that sits to the east, which is also has a lot of nuclear weapons, I should mention. Not saying they're going to use them, but they have them. But they do have a mutual defense treaty. So that is a bit of a wild card. This whole thing is, will the Saudis implore the Pakistanis to weigh in on their behalf? And by the way, Pakistan has a pretty good-sized Navy as well, and they could contribute forces for opening up the Strait of Hormuz along with everybody else.
Iran says that the U.S. and Israel have struck the Natanz uranium enrichment facility in Iran. We were talking about that exact area back in June when that 12-day war happened. What's our understanding of what's been going on at that location in the time between the 12-day war and today's events?
Well, as you may recall, it was, quote, obliterated, unquote. Yeah. But the thing is, even if it's, taken offline, everything's destroyed, deep down in those revetments might still be containers of highly enriched uranium. And I'm assuming that the reason that was hit again was there was probably activity, Iranian military or some sort of Iranian activity at that site, which was a base that kind of supported a presumption or an assessment that the Iranians are trying to get their hands on that enriched uranium. Now, would that mean the Iranians are trying to build a nuclear weapon with that? Well, 60% enriched, I don't even know if they have the capability to, even though it's not a huge hurdle, I don't know if they have the capability to take it from 60% to the 90% range where it can be weaponized. But that's a lot of very radioactive material. And you look at all the drones and all the ballistic missiles that they have been firing across the Gulf, over into Israel, and they just tried to hit Diego Garcia. And you can imagine if they were to take radioactive material and use that in around the explosives, they could create quite a dirty bomb, which is a radiological dispersion device, which could, basically cover an area with radioactive material that is dangerous, hazardous, costing an evacuation. And if they were to do RDDs in places like Doha, Dubai, Riyadh, Tel Aviv, you name it, that could be incredibly disruptive. That could really slow down a lot of what we're doing. And it would literally change the political math of the entire Gulf. So I'm sure if they caught any activity there, they're going to, as you saw, try to destroy that activity as quickly as possible to simply avoid any possibility that the Iranians get their hands on this radioactive material that they could then weaponize.
It seems President Trump is keeping his options open in a lot of ways. The press continues to ask him what his future plans might be for Carg Island or for the potential of any sort of ground operation as it relates to the war. The president not confirming or denying what his future plans are. Hal, what are your big questions in the immediate term? What are you going to be looking out for the rest of the weekend and early next week?
Well, I'm going to look at two things. I think the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit out of Japan should be arriving in the Gulf of Oman pretty darn soon, within a couple, 3 days, if not sooner. That's a big one. The other one is the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit that's coming out of San Diego. That is steaming over there. That's going to take a while to get there, but I am kind of curious how fast they get on station. And then there's one that I don't think has been ordered to deploy, but they could be. We don't have the huge naval presence that we once had off of Venezuela. But one of the things we do have is we have an amphibious ready group with a Marine Expeditionary Unit out of the Atlantic that is down there. That right now they've just been doing training and exercises. But that's also something that potentially, depending on what's happening in the Caribbean, the president could decide to move that over to U.S. Central Command's area of responsibility. That would be a very, very capable, potent force. That's something where they could land and take some of the smaller islands. That's something where they could potentially even mass all of these amphibious, these MEUs, put them under a singular command and maybe do something at Clark Island. So there are things that are going to open up in the near future, possibilities, depending on how this war goes, that the U.S. could put boots on the ground, and the U.S. could do some things that would put the regime in a very, very, very difficult position.
Hal Kemper is the host of the Strat podcast. What's coming up on Strat, Hal?
Well, I'm going to be talking more about the Middle East. And, my last one was talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Actually, this one I'm going to focus a bit of time talking about the supply chain disruptions. I'm going to look at what this is doing for liquefied natural gas, obviously what it's doing for oil. Also going to look at something that's not getting as much attention. There have been humongous price increases in fertilizer. And a lot of fertilizer comes out of the Persian Gulf, obviously because the oil and natural gas capabilities there, but the oil, I should say, more than anything else. That has had a big impact, and it's having an impact at a time when the world is planting a lot of its agricultural products for the fall. And so now you've got this fertilizer, which is something they really need worldwide, that's being blocked. That could have second, third order effects, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that.
Al Kemper, you can listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. Good to see you. Have a good rest of your weekend.
All right, you too, Austin.
All right, let's head to a break. Looks like we do still have senators speaking on Capitol Hill, so we'll bring you out if they are still speaking in 2 minutes. A special Saturday session for the Senate. They're still live right now. Let's pull it up. Let's watch live.
There are 69 million women who have changed their names after getting married. Their birth certificates do not reflect that change. While many of them have access to their original birth certificate, that alone would not be enough to register under the SAVE Act. They will also need to produce official documentation that their name has changed and matches what is on their current government-issued photo ID. Now, if you've been divorced and remarried, good luck getting all that together. This isn't just a barrier for recently married women who haven't gotten around to updating their papers. Women of all ages will be affected. Another one of my constituents reported an enormous headache with just proving her identity in order to get a real ID. And mind you, a real ID is just a martyr's driver's license that doesn't even indicate citizenship status. I quote, "As a divorced woman, it took me 3 visits to get my real ID. The first time, I did not realize I needed my marriage certificate. The second time, I brought the divorce decree and it was not accepted. The third time, I had to go to the town hall and have my marriage certificate made. This bill is so damaging to the women of this country." Can you imagine the hardships that many women will have to go through not only to get a real ID, but also to document their citizenship under the system established by the SAVE Act? Another one of my constituents has similar fears about her elderly mother being turned away from the polls. Quote, "If the SAVE Act gets passed, my husband and I still have the ability to vote, but my 85-year-old mother will not. She does not have a passport and changed her name when she married my father in 1964. Please do not let Trump do this to our female voters." These barriers aren't being faced just by women in blue states. They are being felt in red states, too. Take Brandy Halliday from Utah, Senator Lee's home state. She wrote a letter to the editor of the Salt Lake Tribune on March 15th, from which I quote, "When my 80-year-old mother moved to Utah, she needed to get a new ID and register to vote. She had to show a birth certificate, her marriage license to my father, her divorce papers with my father, in which she kept his last name to match that of her children, and then her marriage license to her second husband. This was the only way to trace the name on her birth certificate to her current last name. This took 2 trips to the DMV, which is not an easy task for someone of her age who uses the walker, and she's fortunate to have my help in tracking down the relevant documents." Now imagine, and I'm still quoting, trying to do this for a person who may have moved frequently over the course of their lives and has lost documents along the way. They will need to contact various offices, possibly across many states, and request the appropriate documentation, which may also require fees that they may not be able to afford. And imagine someone working 2 jobs while trying to raise a family needing to do this. Now, my colleague from Utah has sought to minimize these burdens. He's pointed to text in the bill, specifically page 14, line 15, purporting to say that, quote, "If you don't have documentation, you don't have a problem, and that you can register, quote, without a single additional document other than that what you provide to the government in the form of a sworn affidavit under penalty of perjury." So if this is true, then what's the purpose of this bill? What the senator from Utah described is basically the current system in Rhode Island, at least. I will not. But this is the way the bill works. If you review the specific page and line that Senator Lee has referenced, page 14, line 15, and just look a few lines further in that same direction, specifically page 15, line 6, the bill says anyone submitting a sworn affidavit must also, quote, submit such other evidence to the appropriate state or local official demonstrating the applicant is a citizen of the United States, and such officials will make a determination as to whether the applicant has sufficiently established United States citizenship, close quote. This section further requires the state or local official to them file their own affidavit that, quote, the applicant has sufficiently established United States citizenship. And if that official makes an improper determination, then he or she could be put in jail for 5 years. All I am doing is reading the words on the page that we're being asked to enact into law. I'm trying to take a textualist approach and derive their original meaning. So this purported exception to alleviate the gross injustice that this bill would inflict upon the 69 million women who have changed their names and the 21 million Americans without ready access to papers, well, this exception wouldn't deliver them any relief at all. They still must show their papers, which exact ones no one can say. It'll be a subjective decision to that clerk who is attesting to it. And ask the clerk to risk 5 years in jail simply for permission to register to vote. That doesn't sound like much relief at all. It's another gotcha. Second, young Americans in college will face issues at the polls. The 26th Amendment lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. This was a critical reform in the Vietnam War era that embodied a simple principle. If you are old enough to fight, you are old enough to vote. It is the height of hypocrisy to place barriers to vote in front of any American citizen who puts his life on the line to keep us safe. Well, in Rhode Island, which has a voter ID law, a college ID is sufficient to show at the polls when voting. But under the SAVE Act, that law would be invalidated. A college ID is not on the list of, quote, valid photo identification in the SAVE Act. And I'll bet there are very few college-age students bringing their birth certificates with them to school. At their parents' rightful insistence, these documents are probably kept locked away at home. And very few college students go through the trouble of getting a local driver's license because they only are temporarily living where they attend school. So young Americans may disproportionately get turned away. They may be denied the right to participate in civic life, even though they have so much riding on it. Concerns that many Americans will be stripped of their voting rights are not theoretical or hypothetical. We have seen this play out very recently. In 2013, Kansas implemented a state version of the SAVE Act. According to the Associated Press, it was, quote, one of the biggest political fiascos in the state in recent memory. In other words, it was a total failure. And we are on the verge of replicating that failure nationwide. It was such a failure because over 30,000 Kansans, that's 12% of everyone seeking to register, saw their registration suspended or invalidated. Fortunately, in 2018, the more damage. As Trump and the Republicans are purportedly trying to do now, Kansas was trying to prevent non-citizens from voting. It turns out that this is a completely illusory problem. In Kansas, only 3 non-citizens registered to vote each year from 1999 through 2012. That's a total of 39, or 0.002% of all registered voters. The court found that these were nominal cases explained by administrative error and confusion, and of the 39, only 11 actually voted. When invalidating the Kansas law, the court found the following fundamental and fatal flaws. The law has acted as a deterrent to registration and voting for substantially more eligible Kansans than has prevented ineligible voters from registering to vote. At least one applicant testified that he opted not to apply to register to vote again, despite possessing documentary proof of citizenship, because of the burdensome experience of being held in suspense and prevented from voting in 2014 due to the law. Based on this record, the magnitude of the burden on unregistered eligible Kansas voters cannot be justified. The evidence at trial demonstrated that the documentary proof of citizenship law disproportionately impacts duly qualified registration applicants while only nominally preventing non-citizen voter registration. It also may have the inadvertent effect of eroding instead of maintaining confidence in the electoral system. Imagine disqualifying 30,000 illegitimate Kansas voters because over a 13 period, a total of 39 non-citizens were mistakenly added to the voting rolls. This unfortunate episode in Kansas is a cautionary tale for us here in Congress. We should learn from their mistake. We should be humbled by the mistake. And more importantly, we should not repeat their mistake. In Kansas, it made no sense to punish 30,000 law-abiding American citizens who wanted to vote just to prevent 11 non-citizens from voting. The way to solve this alleged problem of non-citizen voting is simply to enforce existing federal and state law that only U.S. citizens are allowed to vote with strong penalties for noncompliance. Under federal law, it is a felony for non-citizens to vote. Section 1015 of Title 18 of the U.S. Code states that, quote, whoever knowingly makes false statement or claim that he is a citizen of the United States in order to register to vote or to vote in any federal, state, or local election, including an initiative, recall, or referendum, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for not more than 5 years or both. The Rhode Island Constitution states, every citizen of the United States of the age of 18 years or over who has had a residence and home in this state for 30 days next preceding the time of voting, who has resided 30 days in the county or city from which such citizens desire to vote, is eligible to vote. Under current law, to register in Rhode Island, all voters must attest to their U.S. citizenship. They must, and I quote, swear or affirm that I am a U.S. citizen. Then check a yes or no box for whether they are citizens of the United States. They are warned on the registration form, a simple one-page document, that, quote, if you sign this form and know it to be false, you can be convicted and fined up to $5,000 or jailed for up to 10 years. And then to vote in Rhode Island, all voters must show a valid photo ID. These laws are enforced. They are an effective deterrent. They have made our elections safe and secure, and that is why non-citizen voting is so rare. According to Christine Stenning, the president of the League of Women Voters in Rhode Island, in her words, there is no evidence that non-citizen voting has ever been significant enough to impact an election's outcome. Research from the Heritage Foundation, perhaps the preeminent Trump-aligned conservative think tank, found only 77 instances of non-citizen voting from 1999 until 2023, each of which was investigated by the authority. That's 77 out of hundreds of millions, maybe even more than 1 billion votes cast during this time period. During the 2016 election, an exhaustive study by the Brennan Center found that at least 30 cases of non-citizen voting were referred for investigation. And in Trump's first term, 2017 through 2021, only 19 people were indicted for voting without U.S. citizenship. In 2024, the numbers look very similar. The top election official in Utah reviewed all 2.1 million registered voters and found just one, quote, confirmed non-citizen registered to vote, and that person never voted. In Idaho, officials found 36, quote, very likely registered non-citizens, and not all of them voted. The Secretary of State of Iowa said that out of the million-plus registered voters we started with, we've been down to 0.010% of the overall count. 0.010%. In Louisiana, investigators found 390 non-citizen registrants out of 2.9 million. Only 79 had voted in an election over the last several decades. In Montana, only 23 possible non-citizen registrants out of approximately 785,000. In Georgia, only 20 out of 8.2 million. In Maricopa County, Arizona, only 2 out of 2.5 million. Now, none of these people should have voted, and they should be punished for breaking the law. But we are talking about a handful of votes. We do not need a complete overhaul of our election systems and to potentially strip millions of American citizens of voting rights when the evidence demonstrates that this purported law is already addressed by current law. According to an op-ed by Stephen Richer of the Cato Institute, a famously conservative and Republican-linking think tank, the results of these state investigations, in his words, affirm what is simply common sense. People largely aren't willing to risk their status in the United States, the land of economic opportunity, for the ability to cast one more vote out of hundreds of thousands, or millions in a state and hundreds of millions in the country. The Wall Street Journal editorial page, a loudspeaker for conservative views, similarly said about the SAVE Act, although Mr. Trump insists that voter fraud is endemic, his big claims aren't backed by hard evidence. The president recently said illegal aliens are voting in such huge numbers that he won Minnesota 3 times. Audits in a variety of places, Georgia, Michigan, Texas, Utah, Idaho, have found non-citizen voting and registration to be rare. Other states might be worse, but consider incentives. Illegal immigrants who want to stay are trying to avoid being noticed by the authorities. Green card holders have much to lose if they commit a crime. Prosecuting violations is good for deterrence, and vigilance is important. Now, you might be thinking that you are a law-abiding citizen who has lived in the same neighborhood for decades, and therefore you have nothing to worry about if the SAFE Act were enacted. Not so. Even if you've been registered for decades and voted while issued, you still should be worried about what the SAFE Act means for you. States would be required to report their full voter rules to the Department of Homeland Security and certify that there are no non-citizens on their list. And the federal government can require, then, states to purge their voter rolls of any suspected non-citizens. Think about it this way. The department that maintains the no-fly list, which often misidentifies people, will be now maintaining a no-vote list. What could go wrong? There is not a single state that currently requires documentary proof of citizenship on par with the SAVE Act. So how will the states be able to meet this new mandate and avoid voter purges? The shorter answer is they can't, at least not easily. So there is a real risk that states will take a conservative approach to compliance and require all their voters to re-register with documentary proof of citizenship. In addition, the SAVE Act does not contain any express language protecting voters who have already registered under the current system. So there's also a risk that Trump's DOJ could use authority under the SAVE Act to find a state's entire voter roll out of compliance with the, quote, documentary proof of citizenship requirement.
Jack Reed speaking on Capitol Hill, the senator, among a number of lawmakers that are working this special Saturday session. The time in D.C., 4:45. Let's hit a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, a quick look at the live images we got coming into the newsroom at this hour. A live look at the White House. President Trump not in D.C. this weekend. Instead, he's in southern Florida. Live look at Capitol Hill, where we're going to continue to see them debating the Save America Act as the day progresses. Live look at the Big Apple. This is 6th Avenue. This camera planted at Fox News World Headquarters, peering down the way at some of the foot and vehicle traffic on 6th. Radio City Music Hall down the way as well. Finally, this Live Now look is sponsored by Autoparts.com, a live look at Bay Point, California, not too far away from San Francisco. You can scan Autoparts.com QR code there in the bottom portion of your screen. Our break continuing. We'll be right back in a couple minutes. All right, we are still seeing that Jack Reed is live on the Senate floor. He's speaking about the Save America Act and some of the legislative priorities that both parties are trying to fit into this act as they continue talking it through. That's going to do it for my time on the desk. I'm Austin Westfall. Jay Russell has you covered next. He'll be up after this.
As soon as the ink is dry with President Trump's signature. And before the Supreme Court ultimately weighs in, there will be litigation in the district courts and the appellate courts across the country. There will be conflicting rulings, and the constitutionality of the SAVE Act will almost certainly not get resolved before the 2026 election, possibly not even until the 2028 election. In the meantime, there will be mass confusion about the rules that govern those elections. And I might add, the 2026 elections, as I said, are already underway. At least 6 states have already had their primary elections. If the rules suddenly change or there are mass purges of the voter rolls between the primary elections and the general elections, then that will undermine the integrity of the election far more than the illusory problem of non-citizen voting. In addition to these constitutional infirmities, there are tremendous unfunded mandates and burdens that would be placed on the states if this law is enacted. According to Rhode Island Secretary of State Greg Amore, the state government would need to change its voter registration systems and forms. It may need to purchase new voting machines and equipment, and it would need to pursue a significant public outreach campaign to educate voters about changes in the law. But the SAVE Act provides $0 to cover these costs. States and localities will need to cover this unfunded mandate, and that means higher taxes or more debt. With regard to Rhode Island, first, Rhode Island would be required under the SAVE Act to essentially eliminate registration by mail and online. Under current law, any Rhode Islander can print and fill out a voter registration form, get their signature notarized, and mail it to the town hall. Or they complete the process entirely online. They can do it entirely online. The SAVE Act requires anyone who registers by mail to also present documentary proof of citizenship in person at the election office by the registration deadline. While the election is silent about online registration, I'm assuming the same rule applies. So Rhode Islanders will need to spend precious time and inconvenience to go in person to show their proof of citizenship, which means that this process of mail-in registration will be eliminated practically. As I said at the beginning of these remarks, what I'd like to see is to make voting easier for American citizens, not to give my constituents yet another headache, place additional demands on their time, and impose, frankly, ridiculous government mandates, especially when it comes to exercising their fundamental rights to vote. Second, Rhode Island would need to narrow its list of acceptable photo ID to present at the polls when voting. Rhode Island law permits voting at the polls to verify their registration and identity through ID cards that are issued by educational institutions and government-issued medical cards, and of course, the real ID. The SAVE Act would not permit these cards issued by educational institutions and government-issued medical cards. Rhode Island currently permits voting with non-photo identification if accompanied by a birth certificate, Social Security card, or government-issued medical card. The SAVE Act does not permit non-photo IDs personnel to vote under any circumstances. This example alone should shed or shred any notion that the SAVE Act is a simple voter ID law. If it were, then the very sensible procedures currently used in Rhode Island would be acceptable. They have been in operation since 2012 without any issues. And yet my Republican colleagues would meddle in them for no discernible and compelling reason. Third, Rhode Island will need to submit its own voter rolls to DHS and purge anyone suspected of being a non-citizen within 30 days of an enactment and then on an ongoing basis. The state must submit its voter rolls to DHS SAVE system to identify non-citizens and then purge them from its rolls. Anyone identified as a non-citizen who believes that it is a mistake must meet the new documentary proof of citizenship requirement and re-register. Rhode Island and many other states, red states and blue states alike, are actively litigating with DOJ to rebuff the federal government's attempts to obtain its voter rolls. DOJ hasn't even said why it wants this information. Nobody should believe it's for any legitimate purpose. DOJ has been losing in court, and this legislation would essentially end this litigation against the state's interest. DOJ should be defending what it's doing in court, not coming to Congress for a bailout. Nor should we give them a bailout. This meddling by the federal government is, by the way, completely unnecessary. Rhode Island already undergoes regular voter list maintenance efforts. A statewide voter mailing in 2020 ultimately resulted in 60,619 inactive voter registrations being removed from the state's voters list. Since 2023, election officials in Rhode Island have removed 107,738 voters from the voter list through maintenance proceeds. In November 2025, the Rhode Island Secretary of State launched the latest effort to ensure the state's rolls are accurate. The government mailed every single registered voter in the state, asking them to review the information in their voter record and update any inaccurate or outdated information. Rhode Island is already a participant in information sharing agreements to identify potential instances of election fraud through the Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC, which 25 states use for voter list maintenance and identification of potential instances of election fraud. Our states are constantly and actively determining that their roles are not swamped by people ineligible to vote. Fourth, Rhode Islanders will need to pay to comply with new federal mandates. The state, as indicated, must conduct a marketing campaign to ensure that Rhode Islanders are aware of the requirement to provide documentary proof of citizenship to register. The state must notify every person who registers by mail of the requirement to provide documentary proof of citizenship prior to voting. The state must change its registration forms and signage at the polls. As noted above, the state must review its entire voter roll for citizenship status. So the SAVE Act says that Rhode Island, a state where non-citizen voting is punishable by 10 years in prison and where everyone must show IDs at the polls, would need to radically overhaul its voting system and pass those costs on to the taxpayers in order to meet new federal mandates. The proposal on the table is to throw out state rules about voter ID and require what is effectively a national ID while ignoring current law that already makes it a serious crime for non-citizens to vote. That is a raw deal to fix a non-existent problem. Mr. President, this is so dangerous because it will break a system that successfully prevents fraud and replace it with one that makes it harder for American citizens to exercise their constitutional right to vote. So why are they doing this? The real reason, in my view, is to support Trump's big lie that the 2020 election was stolen, even though he lost by 7 million votes. And even though 46 of my Republican colleagues voted to certify the election. So it must not have been that illegal. They are doing this in service of President Trump's ego and his insatiable desire for power. Power that he is using to take revenge on his political enemies and reward his political allies. Power that he's using to personally enrich himself and his cronies through corrupt business deals while he leaves the American people holding the bag through his tariffs. Power that he's using to no longer provide Medicaid to children and seniors while funding yet another forever war in the Middle East. And power that he's using to remain above the law, immune from prosecution based on a sweeping Supreme Court ruling that he's protected so long as he is president. Let's examine the record of how Trump is executing this power grab. It is systemic. It began on day one, and this is a component of that effort. He has got
That is the Democratic senator out of Rhode Island, Jack Reed, speaking about the Save America Act. This is live going on right now in our nation's capital. Again, right here, this is a live look that you're looking at our nation's capital. If you're just tuning in to figure this out, the Senate is debating the Save America Act, which would require Americans to prove citizenship when registering to vote, typically with a passport or birth certificate. The bill already passed the House on a narrow vote and is now facing debate in the Senate. Supporters say that the bill is needed to prevent voter fraud and ensure only citizens vote in federal elections. We will bring you the rest of that as it comes along. Hello, everybody. My name is Jay Russell. I'll be with you for the next 3 hours, taking over for my colleague, Austin. What I want to do now is taking a live look out here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Very clear skies out there right now. Something that's going on in Louisiana. A famous rapper, Mystical, has pleaded guilty in a rape case tied to a 2022 incident in Louisiana, a major development in a case that has been moving through the courts for years now. Now it's on to sentencing and what this means legally moving forward. That's why I want to bring on someone who knows about the case joining us right now. This is Ethan Good with Louisiana First in Baton Rouge. Ethan, what exactly did Mystical plead guilty to, and where does the case actually stand right now?
So thank you for first off, thank you for having me, Jay. Love to be on your show. Well, as we all know, Mr. Michael Tyler, better known to the world as Mystical, Mr. Danger, has gotten himself in a little bit of danger with the legal system. So back in 2022, he was accused of, third degree rape. He raped a young lady, sexually assaulted her, and the police down here in Ascension Parish got reports that there was a case involving a man and a woman, and admitted herself into the hospital, and it was acts of rape. So probably about a few days later, authorities went to Mystical's house out here in Prairieville, which is in Ascension Parish, and took him into custody. And that was back in 2022, and he has remained in custody ever since. Now we are moving forward, coming into present day, where Mystical has entered a guilty plea and he's facing now up to 20 years. So right now they are doing a pre-sentencing investigation on this matter, and that will take up to 90 days to complete, and he will go back into court on June 16th for sentencing.
Something interesting about this, Ethan, as well, is this has taken a long time to really get to this point. Why did it take so long to actually reach a plea? I know you've been on this for a while in Baton Rouge.
Well, the reason why it's taken so long to, reach a, agreement, plea, whatever you want to call it, the reason why it's taken so long is, first off, you have to back all the way up. This is a person, and I mean, I'm gonna say this in the most lighthearted way possible. This is a person who does have a history of these type of allegations. I mean, we go back to 2003 when, he and his bodyguards were accused of, sexually assaulting a woman at his house back then and accused her of stealing $80,000. And he also had an extortion charge with that. Then we fast forward to 2016, where he had another charge of sexual assault in Shreveport, Louisiana. And that charge was soon, later it was dropped. And now we fast forward to 2022 and bring it up to 2026. When cases like this come into play, things that I've learned since being here in Louisiana, you have to go through a lot of discovery. You have to go through a lot of evidence. And I think at some point, maybe his lawyers were thinking, okay, it's so much evidence wound up against this guy that, we have to kind of, cop out a plea at this point.
Another interesting thing too, Ethan, is if he does receive a lengthy sentence, what do you think this means for his future now? He's very well known within Louisiana and all throughout the country, but it doesn't look like things are looking too bright right now.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, now you have to think about things such as, okay, this is, the third time. I mean, one time, okay, we get away with it. Maybe we get a little better. Second time, that's another slap on the wrist. But now a third time, it's getting to the point to where, okay, you're a registered SO at this point, for the third time. And now, I mean, it's really to the point to where I would think it's no coming back. I mean, you have this, you have previous allegations of this. And so it's kind of like a pattern and it's kind of like a cycle. So, I mean, to your point, there is no, positive outcomes, even with a lengthy sentence for Mystical in this case.
And I know the community is very close to music when it comes to Louisiana, especially the artists that come out of Louisiana. How's the local community reacting to this plea that Mystical has set out?
I mean, it's a great question. I mean, some people, they're shocked that this is another development of Mystical in this type of case. And I mean, some people are not surprised. I mean, I've talked to, many locals here who have been, of course, following Mystical all the way from, when he dropped his first hit back in the 90s. I mean, I've talked to local people from Ascension Parish, from New Orleans, et cetera, who have said this is not a shock to them that, this has happened again. But some people are very, disappointed. Some people are just kind of just moving on with it. It's kind of to the point, we backtrack to what we just said earlier. There's no good outcome when it comes to things like this, especially, stemming on the third time.
Reporting for Louisiana First in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Ethan Good, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. All right, everybody, we're coming up just past the 5 o'clock hour on the East Coast. We're going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Jay Russell. Thank you for sticking with us. Let's go ahead and take a live look right now. This is of the White House. Currently in our nation's capital is just past the 5 o'clock hour. We're going to continue to speak about the ongoing conflict going on between Israel and Iran as it continues to escalate. And the big question now is not just what happened overnight, but what goes on next. Officials are watching closely to see whether the states contain or expands into a broader regional conflict. Right now, I have someone joining me who actually knows a lot about this topic. Right now, you're looking at Corey Shockey, the Director of Foreign and Defense Policy at the American Enterprise Institute. Thank you, Corey, for joining us. I wanted to ask you, when you look at the situation right now between Israel and Iran, how serious is this moment compared to, I would say, past tensions?
Well, I think the longer that Israel continues to strike Iran, the weaker the Iranian state gets, because the Israeli intelligence is genuinely extraordinary at its ability to target leaders in particular. But that may result in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard being in a stronger position domestically and internationally. So it's a very consequential moment whether this war will expand or whether the regime in Iran will collapse.
How did we get to this point now? We're talking about a possible regional escalation.
Well, the Gulf states in particular, but all of the Arab states had very much wanted to stay out of this. They signaled to the Iranians that they weren't going to participate in the American and Israeli attacks, but that did not prevent Iran from targeting both their energy infrastructure and their populations, airports, apartment buildings. And the more Iran does that, the harder it is for those countries not to participate in the ongoing operations. And Iran now attempting to close the Straits of Hormuz will be very consequential for the economies of the oil exporting countries and all countries who are reliant on imported oil. And so that makes it harder for countries even beyond the Middle East to remain out of the conflict.
And speaking of one of those countries, definitely the United States is one of those who goes through the Strait of Hormuz. We're hearing about U.S. ships, as you're seeing it on the screen right now, aircraft and troop movements in the region. Does that mean that the U.S. is preparing to get directly involved, or is this more of a deterrent that you're feeling?
It's not clear to me which of the two it is. If it's intended as a deterrent, it has to be incredible, right? So the movement of Marines from Japan, the second Marine Expeditionary Unit moving to the region, certainly suggests that we are going to blast the strait open and attempt to keep it open, and perhaps even take Karj Island, which is where Iran's oil export comes from, further deeper inside the Gulf. So if it's not intended for use, it is sending a credible signal, I think, to the Iranians and to others that we are not going to allow the Iranians to either keep the straits closed or become essentially a toll gate in and out of the Gulf.
What does this situation mean for U.S. foreign policy and military strategy moving forward?
Well, I think it's not yet clear whether the operations the Trump administration has engaged in will add up to strategic success. That is, the administration has been all over the map in terms of what they say this is for. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense have argued that the objectives are narrow and military, destroying Iran's ability to attack its neighbors. But the president has been much more expansive, suggesting that regime change in Iran is the objective, and even that we would select Iran's next leader. And those are very expansive political goals that military force alone cannot achieve for you. And the White House hasn't outlined a strategy for how they are going to attain those broader goals.
And then bringing it back home here for Americans watching this unfold, what should they realistically understand about how this can affect the United States and the world?
Well, I think we're seeing at gas pumps already how it can affect Americans, because even though we are one of the world's largest exporters of oil, the global market dictates the price, even in the United States. So we see it in prices, and we're soon to see it in prices for food and other things as fertilizer, aluminum, other things transit the Gulf. So one way is in prices. Another way is if the administration decides that we need troops involved rather than just an air campaign, because that would be much costlier for Americans in lives and in treasure.
If this escalates any further, what do you believe a worst-case scenario looks like for our military?
Well, I don't doubt that the American military, as we have seen, has extraordinary tactical and operational excellence. And so America's enemies should be watching what we can do, and the integration of intelligence into operations involving more than just one military service. Those things are very hard to do, and the U.S. is very good at it. But I do worry that because we have not been clear about our objectives, we could be drawn in a way that is sloppy and costly and won't achieve those broader objectives.
Ori Shaki, the Director of Foreign Defense and Policy at AEI. Thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate you coming on this Saturday.
It was a great pleasure.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we're going to step away for our second 2-minute break of the hour. Once we return, we'll bring you those comments coming from the Senate speaking about the Save America Act. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Jay Russell. Thank you for sticking with us. We want to get you right back out to Capitol Hill. This is a live look. Currently, right now, Senator Jack Reed, the Democrat out of Rhode Island, is speaking right now as the Senate debates the Save America Act. If you're not familiar with that, the Save America Act would require proof of citizenship to register to vote and photo identification to vote in federal elections. Let's go ahead and listen into the latest to see what the senator has to say.
That happens. If he is successful, then we will no longer be a democracy. Lest anyone still think that this bill is about election integrity and not 100% about Donald Trump's power grab, my Republican colleagues have added two provisions covering the culture war. Provision that denigrate trans rights, Donald Trump's favorite boogeyman, and his personal pet issue having precisely nothing to do with the alleged scourge of non-citizen voting. I am proud tonight to join my Democratic colleagues in sounding the alarm. We want to help our fellow citizens participate in our elections because only their participation will ensure that the government is truly accountable to the people it represents. My Secretary of State, Greg Amore, has said, and I quote, "The Save Act deviates from pro-voter and pro-democracy policies that make it easier for people to cast a ballot by placing an undue burden on American citizens. It is allegedly already illegal for non-citizens to vote, and requiring documentation proving citizenship effectively creates a poll tax for voters. President Trump is disregarding our country's separation of powers as the SAVE Act makes its way through Congress. This isn't or should not be a partisan endeavor. Democrats and Republicans shouldn't be afraid to face the voters, all the voters, and compete the basis of our ideas and aspirations. The SAVE Act shows that Trump has a different agenda, consolidating power for himself while subjugating the American people. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will understand that and oppose these efforts. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Florida.
Mr. President, rise today for the hardworking American families who are struggling to make ends meet. These are hardworking American families who are struggling to make ends meet because they are victims of Democrats' political theater. I grew up in public housing and watched my parents struggle to make ends meet. I saw my adopted dad lose his job. I remember when my dad had his car repossessed. When these things happened, I felt the panic my parents dealt with in trying to keep food on the table for me and my siblings when the next paycheck wasn't guaranteed. I don't wish what my family went through on anyone. I actually ran for governor of Florida and the U.S. Senate because I want to change this country so fewer families grow up with the struggle that mine did. So it makes me furious to see what Democrats are doing right now with this political stunt of shutting down the Department of Homeland Security. It's been more than a month since this shutdown began. This is the third time in the last 6 months that the hardworking Americans who work to keep us safe each and every day have had to worry about how they're going to pay mortgages, pay the rent, buy gas, bring home groceries to feed their kids. It's unfair and it's un-American. I think every American has probably felt the squeeze from this shutdown when they go to the airport. TSA staffing shortages have gone through the roof, and that has meant longer screening times at airports across the country. Lines are stretching out the door, and wait times are skyrocketing into hours. People in Atlanta are missing 6 a.m. flights when they showed up to the airport at 3 a.m. in the morning. But the federal employees, the ones who show up to work every day to keep the rest of us safe, are the ones going through the worst of all this shutdown. A union official who represents workers at TSA said, a lot of employees that I've talked to don't have any money in their bank account. They've already missed half a check, so they don't know what bill to pay. This week in my state of Florida, the good folks over at Feeding South Florida distribute food to federal workers who aren't being paid because of this reckless shutdown. Think about the situation that Democrats in the Senate have put DHS workers in. What if your boss called you tonight and said, listen, I need you to come in tomorrow. Your job is absolutely essential to the security of our nation. We need you to help us keep people safe. Millions of people around America rely on you to show up so they can be safe. But management decided not to pay you. And we don't know when management will decide to pay you. What would you do? Who would you call? What would you do when your rent was due? How would you feed your family? What would you do about that car payment coming up? What would you tell your child when you couldn't afford their upcoming field trip or sports lessons? Or forced to cancel the thing that your little boy or girl was really looking forward to? These aren't hypothetical questions for the more than 50,000 TSA agents Democrats are forcing to work without pay right now. But don't just think of them as a number. These are Americans, and here are some of their stories. Alondra Galvin. She's a single mom and a TSA officer currently working without pay because of the partial government shutdown. She's been working for TSA for 2 years. Here's what she said. It's very frustrating for everything, from financial restraints to mental instability. There's times at night I'm like, what am I going to do? How am I going to do it? She says, I'm a single mom right now. My son usually goes to spring break camps. And I can't afford that right now because there's no money coming in. I just don't know what to do anymore. There's no babysitter. I don't have money to pay a babysitter. So it's all around bad. And she's not alone. There are food banks for DHS employees springing up all over the country, in San Diego, Pittsburgh, Chattanooga. Demand has been so great in Las Vegas that supplies are now limited, and they're looking for more donations, according to one report. Most people have drained through their emergency funds, said TSA agent Johnny James. Majority of TSA agents live paycheck to paycheck, he said. A lot of them still have loans or debts from the previous shutdown, he said. In Omaha, Nebraska, one man started a GoFundMe page to raise donations so he could buy meals delivered to TSA employees at Eppley Airfield. Airports across the country are asking for gift donations, gift card donations, so the people who keep our economy going, people who make it safe and possible for other Americans to visit their families, do business, or go on vacation, can keep scraping while Democrat politicians in this chamber can put on a show for the news cameras and fight for illegal aliens. In Nashville, one TSA supervisor noted people are, quote, starting to get eviction notices. She summed the entire situation up when she told the same newspaper, quote, we are forgotten. Let me tell you another story I read about in the Christian Science Monitor. An article published 2 days ago, they wrote about a woman named Susan. That is not a real name. She asked to remain anonymous for fear of retribution at work. But her story is real and it is fully verifiable. Susan is a single mother. She has a teenage son. Next month, she will mark her 10th anniversary as a TSA employee. 10 years of showing up. 10 years of being the one who checks the bags, scans the boarding passes, and stands between the traveling public and whatever threats might be lurking. Before the longest government shutdown in American history last fall, the 43-day shutdown, Susan had finally paid off all of her debts, all of them. For a single working mother, that's pretty amazing. Susan went through years of sacrifice, years of careful budgeting, years of telling her son, no, or not yet. And she got there. She was debt-free. Then the fall shutdown came, and the one after that, and now this one. Today, 2 of Susan's credit cards are maxed out. She has 3/4 of a tank of gas left, and enough of the food in the house to make it until yesterday. She has $1.15 in her bank account. Still, when talking to a reporter for the Christian Science Monitor, she said she was one of the more fortunate ones. She said, quote, "We just dig in and hope that we get paid before we get evicted and our cars get repossessed." Susan is still going to work every day. She's still showing up to protect the traveling public. She's doing it on empty pockets, on maxed out cards, on borrowed time. And she considers herself one of the lucky ones. Think about what that says about the people who are less fortunate than Susan. Democrat members of the United States Senate. These are our fellow citizens. These are patriotic people who made the decision to serve our federal government, and you are torturing them. Meanwhile, every Democrat senator who voted to start this shutdown is getting paid. Now, the average salary of a TSA agent is around $50,000, Mr. President. Your senators make $174,000. And while the folks at TSA are working class Americans fighting every day to live their dreams, the average net worth for a Democrat in the Senate is nearly $3 million. I'm not here to shame those who have worked hard and been successful in life. I've worked my butt off during my life, and I've been very successful. And I don't apologize for a second. But in addition to donating my entire Senate salary every year, I'm also not the one sitting here today denying a paycheck to the more than 260,000 hardworking Americans at DHS. The last time the Democrats shut down the government and hurt our federal workers, one of my colleagues on the left said that he couldn't go without his Senate paycheck because he has a mortgage to pay. What the hell do you think the hardworking people at DHS have to do? They have bills to pay. They have mortgages. They have to pay the rent. They have to buy groceries. It makes you sick. It makes you sick to hear a member of the United States Senate who voted to not pay people say something so insulting. Imagine how it makes someone at TSA feel to hear that. A U.S. Senator needs to get his paycheck to pay his mortgage, but if you're at DHS, good luck. I think that's disgusting. If Congress shuts down the government, members shouldn't get paid. I have a bill to make sure that's how it works. My No Budget, No Pay Act would keep everyone in this chamber from getting a paycheck if we can't provide them to the hardworking men and women who work in our federal government. There needs to be serious personal consequences for politicians that want to play games with people's lives and cut off their paychecks. We need to pass my No Budget, No Pay Act. After hearing about the suffering the Democrats have caused for the TS agents, I talked about it earlier, how can anyone here oppose this? Sadly, the answer to that question is the same as the answer to the question of how we got here in the first place. I don't get it, but Democrats want to defund the police and shut down ICE and CBP. Why? Because the brave officers in these agencies are simply doing their jobs and enforcing existing U.S. law. Here's what happened. During the Biden administration, Democrats allowed the office and power of a mentally incapacitated president to be hijacked by unelected radical staffers. Once these staffers seized the levers of power without President Biden even realizing it, they opened our southern border and allowed, or actually encouraged, millions upon millions of illegal aliens to flood into the United States. They let criminals in, rapists, murderers, child abusers, drug dealers. They all flooded in. They let drugs pour in over the border and poison the American people. My Democrat colleagues did nothing to stop it. It was a national disaster, and the American people saw that it was intentional and would ruin our nation. So they elected President Trump. They elected President Trump to take the White House and Republicans to take control of Congress because the American people knew we would clean up Biden's mess and secure the border. The agenda wasn't a surprise. President Trump ran on securing the border and getting criminal aliens, illegal aliens out of our country. It's probably the biggest reason they elected President Trump. Now that he's executed on that agenda, I don't get it, but Democrats can't stand it. He's doing all of their work to let illegal aliens flood across our border. He's doing it without passing any new laws. He's simply allowing ICE and CBP to do their jobs and enforce the laws that are already on the books. It's incredible what simply letting people do their jobs can accomplish. Now, because radical Democrat mayors and governors won't work with ICE, and in some cases are actively encouraging resistance against our federal law enforcement, there's been conflict. 2 Americans, Alex Priddy and Renee Good, lost their lives with incidents with federal agents. It's horrible. I wish it never happened in this country. My heart goes out to their families. If we didn't have illegal sanctuary cities and states, ICE would be able to peacefully detain individuals at jails. That's how we do it in Florida. We don't have issues with ICE. But there are liberal mayors and governors who want to put the concerns of illegal aliens over American citizens and American law enforcement. It doesn't make any sense to me. President Trump has made offer after offer to Democrats to address the concerns they have with ICE actions they have forced to happen. President Trump is trying to meet this moment with reasonable reforms to how ICE operates. He's even said he'll bring ICE agents to help our TSA agents. But Democrats aren't engaging. There are violent, illegal aliens in our country. We have to remove them. If you don't believe me, here are 3 names: Rachel Marin, Jocelyn Ngari, Laken Riley. Rachel Marin, Jocelyn Ngari, Laken Riley. A mother and a child and a college student. All murders. 3 lives that were shattered. 3 families that were devastated. Why? Because of the horrific violence caused by an illegal alien. These are the people that ICE is targeting. And in my mind, it's worth it. If ICE can save 1 person, if ICE can prevent another woman facing the same fate as Rachel Marin, Jocelyn Ngari, and Laken Riley, it's worth it. I don't get it, but Democrats insist on protecting illegal aliens with sanctuary policies while they spit in the faces of American law enforcement officers who risk their lives every single day to keep us safe. It's happening here just outside Washington. Last month, a 40-year-old mother from Fredericksburg, Virginia, was stabbed to death. She was stabbed to death while standing at a bus stop in Fairfax County, Virginia. Her name was Stephanie Minter. On a Monday morning, a mother was ripped from her children by an illegal alien that officials in Virginia refused to let ICE deport. Stephanie's alleged killer had a long criminal record. He was a known violent criminal who Fairfax County described as being, quote, a danger to the community. But not only was he never handed over to ICE, he was let off the hook again and again. He had more than 30 arrests to his name and charges of malicious wounding, assault, drug possession, identity theft, firing a weapon, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Over and over, the charges were dropped and he was released. But this injustice in Fairfax County wasn't limited to the alleged killer who murdered Stephanie Minter. The Center for Immigration Studies found that from October 2022 through February 2025, the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center freed more than 1,000 deportable individuals in direct defiance of over 1,150 ICE detainers. Fairfax County ranked 3rd in the entire nation for refusing to honor ICE detainee requests. And soon, all of Virginia could follow suit. Because the same week that Stephanie Minter was murdered at that bus stop, new Governor Spanberger ordered the termination of all 287G agreements between state agency and ICE. Think about that for a second and ask yourself, how could this happen in America? Sadly, this is the reality facing Americans in Democrat cities, counties, and states. According to DHS, sanctuary jurisdictions across the country declined to honor 17,864 ICE detainer requests in 2025 alone, nearly 18,000 in 1 year. In California alone, over 4,500 criminal individuals have been released since January 2025, despite active ICE detainers. The crimes those individuals were associated with include homicides, assaults, burglaries, and sexual offenses. In New York, ICE has documented cases where individuals with records including rape, strangulation, and burglary were repeatedly released by sanctuary policies. First, Democrats passed sanctuary laws to protect violent illegals that they know their source-funded prosecutors won't go after. Now Democrats are trying to destroy ICE completely so that the very system of brave law enforcement officers, which was established to save the lives of individuals like Stephanie, Laken, Rachel, and Jocelyn, could no longer protect our families. Mr. President, I don't know why the Democrats want to defund our law enforcement. I don't understand why they want to watch as TSA agents suffer without pay. I don't know why Democrats are fine seeing Americans wait hours in line for a flight. The thing I struggle with the most is I don't know why the left is so hell-bent on protecting illegal aliens while letting a mother like Stephanie Mentor be stabbed to death at a bus stop. It doesn't make sense to me. I think it's time for Democrats to come to their senses and fund DHS. To the hardworking individuals at DHS, I'm sorry this is happening to you. You absolutely deserve to be paid and respected. You deserve a shot at the American dream. My heart goes out to you and your family. These individuals chose to take a job where every second of their professional life is spent protecting their fellow Americans and keeping their homeland safe. They didn't sign up to not get paid. When they agreed to take these jobs, the federal government made a deal with them that they would be provided for, and we are failing on our end of that agreement. Now, these people who are working full-time, dealing with long lines, very frustrated travelers, and long, brutal days, dead on their feet, many probably working overtime to protect us, are going home to empty refrigerators, overdue bills, and eviction notice because of my Democrat colleagues' political theater for illegal aliens. And if you look at some of the half-measure Democrats have put forward to get themselves out of this situation, it's obvious. They do not care about whether TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard are paid, and they want to absolutely shut down ICE and CBP. That's just another way of saying they want to defund the police so they can hamstring our ability to enforce immigration laws. Again, not for the benefit of American citizens, but for the benefit of illegal aliens. Mr. President, I think we've had enough of this political theater. We've had enough of the hypocrisy. We need to make sure these individuals get paid. It's unfair to deny paychecks to our TSA agents and more than 200,000 other DHS workers. And we can't allow more heartbreaking stories like Alondra, Susan, Rachel, Jocelyn, Laken, and Stephanie. America is better than this. And I'm not going to stop fighting until these radical attempts end to put illegal aliens before American citizens. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I'm somewhat perplexed by the comments of my colleague because 6 times in the last week and a half, measures have been put forth on this floor that would pay TSA, would pay the Coast Guard, would pay FEMA, would pay CISA, and his party blocked every one of them. And there was a vote just today that would have led to the funding of TSA. And I don't know how the gentleman voted, but I suspect he voted no. So this idea that somehow this side of the aisle is defunding and not voting for these other agencies is just not true. There have been 6, at least, in the last week and a half, motions to move forward with the funding of the non-ICE agencies. And each time, a representative of the party across the aisle has risen to object. So let's be clear, who's blocking funding for TSA? It's not over here. We're ready to fund it tonight. We had a vote a few hours ago that would have funded it. So let's be clear about who's blocking funding for TSA. It's right over here. The second piece is, why are we talking about ICE? If ICE, as the senator suggested, was talking about criminal aliens, we wouldn't be here having this debate. The problem is that's not what's happening. In my state of Maine, in Portland, we had an ICE surge back in January and February, similar to what happened in Minneapolis. It wasn't as large, it wasn't as violent, but it was nonetheless a similar kind of surge where a lot of agents came in and a lot of arrests were made. We've had a hard time getting the actual data, but here's what we do know. Over 200 people were arrested or detained, many of whom were sent far away to Louisiana or Texas or somewhere else. But the website, I just looked it up. DHS actually has a website called The Worst of the Worst, where they give you the picture and the name and the crime of the people that they've arrested to demonstrate that, in fact, this is what they're doing. Here's the problem. What we know is they arrested or detained somewhat over 200 people, and the DHS Worst of the Worst website lists 21. That's 10%. Who are the other 90%? I can tell you from knowing from my constituents, a lot of them were people who were asylum seekers, who were paying taxes, who were working, people who were refugees. One guy was approved to be a prison guard in our local county jail. So if it were the worst of the worst, and the senator kept using terms like criminal illegal aliens, and he gave these horrible cases, if that was what ICE was doing, we wouldn't have a problem. The problem is the untargeted mass searching and picking up people because of their accent or because of their color. That's what we're talking about here, and that's what we should be focused upon. And indeed, there are discussions going on right now to try to find some resolution. By the way, nobody's talking about defunding ICE. Nobody that I've heard of is talking about defunding DHS or defunding the police. We're talking about guardrails applied to ICE similar to the guardrails and the codes of conduct that apply to every police force in America. I suspect the city of Miami has a code of conduct that talks about how do you respond to use of force, when warrants are required. They may also have something about identification. Those are the kinds of things that we're talking about. We're talking about guardrails. We're not talking about defunding anybody. So let's be honest with the American people about what this debate is about. And I believe deeply, I understand about TSA and the Coast Guard, which is very important to my state. They should be getting paid. And that's why, starting several weeks ago, this side of the aisle has brought forward unanimous consent agreements that would have funded those agencies, only to be objected to. And if we could go have one of those unanimous consent agreements tonight or tomorrow, we can get those agencies funded right away and then focus on what the issue is that divides us. And there are discussions going on with your colleagues and with the White House to try to resolve some of those issues. But let's not talk about how, and I'm an independent, although I caucus with these guys, but let's not talk about the Democrats are shutting down TSA. The Democrats are moving to fund TSA and are being blocked by the other side. So let's be clear about what's going on here. And if we can solve and we can fund those other agencies, which we should, I agree, And then we can talk about guardrails for ICE and putting them under the same kind of reasonable constraints of every other law enforcement agency in the country. In my whole life, I have never seen a law enforcement agency that wears masks. Why do they wear masks? Because it's intimidating. It puts people in fear, citizens in fear, and it also, Mr. President, gives a license to the person with the mask on to act not in the public interest. It emboldens somebody to use the force that they have. And I understand about doxing, and we can have a law, we can pass a statute making doxing of these agents illegal and a crime, and a serious crime. I understand that. I've got a draft of that here, of that law. And I think that should be part of our discussion. But I think we really should be talking about what is it that we're trying to resolve here with regard to the guardrails on ICE. And the original communication from the minority leader and the minority leader in the House said nothing about defunding. They talked about what are the restrictions that we need to talk about. Warrants. This is Constitution 101. You don't break down somebody's door without a warrant unless there are certain exigent circumstances. The president's a constitutional scholar. He understands the Fourth Amendment. But those are the kinds of things that we need to be talking about, not should we be paying TSA officers? Of course we should. So let's vote it. Let's do it. Let's put it on the floor and get that done tonight or tomorrow, and then we can focus on the issue that's before us. So I just believe that this body ought to be coming together and talking about the real issues and trying to resolve them and not having collateral damage of these other agencies. For myself, given what happened in Maine and what happened in Minnesota, I cannot vote for a budget that leaves ICE rampant without the guardrails that apply to every other police force in the United States. I can't in good conscience do that. And that's why I'm voting to move forward with funding of the other agencies, but to focus on ICE, to try to get some reasonable guardrails, and we are negotiating and working toward those. But in the meantime, let's pay the TSA people, let's pay the Coast Guard, let's pay CISA, let's pay FEMA. I get that. But let's be clear about who's blocking that. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
So let's remember who shut down Homeland Security. Democrats shut down Homeland Security. They voted to shut down Homeland Security. They wouldn't fund it. And they funded because they don't want ICE to be able to do their job. And it's a problem the Democrats caused because the border was completely open for 4 years. So if we do one part and don't do the rest, we know what's going to happen. ICE will never get funded. And with regard to masks, law enforcement does use masks because they have to protect their privacy sometimes. There is doxing going on. I mean, think about it. All of us have security, probably. I've been swatted. Maybe you have been. My colleagues have been swatted. And think about these agents. They don't have security at home when their family's at home. And there's websites out there that when they find a picture of an ICE agent, they're putting it up on these websites to try to intimidate their families, intimidate their kids. So, sure, I think we ought to always have reasonable restrictions on how law enforcement works. But ICE is busting their butt to solve a problem that was caused by 4 years of completely open borders that nobody on the Democrat side wanted to talk about. And now ICE is trying to do this job and clean up a mess. Then all of a sudden now the Democrats want to put all these rules on them that they can't even do their job. So that doesn't make any sense. And I want to tell my colleague, I mean, the White House proposed things, and for so many weeks, Democrats didn't come back with any proposal. So I'm glad there's conversations going on now, but in the meantime, all these TSA agents haven't gotten paid. Some ICE agents are not getting paid. This is completely unfair.
Mr. President, let the record show that a real debate broke out for a few minutes on the floor of the United States Senate.
If you're just tuning in right now, the Senate is debating the Save America Act in a rare weekend session. If you're just tuning in, the Save America Act would require proof of citizenship to register to vote with a photo identification. And you've seen several senators come up to the podium, giving their remarks, letting the American public know about the bill being tied to negotiations over Homeland Security funding and immigration policy. Lawmakers are negotiating the funding for border enforcement, TSA, immigration courts. Also, the Senate is working through the weekend as lawmakers try to resolve multiple issues at hand, including funding, immigration, election policy. This has definitely become one of the central political fights in Washington right now. It's going to take a live look right outside of Capitol Hill. It's coming up on the East Coast right now on the 6 o'clock hour. As we can see, the sun is coming down. And why this matters is pretty simple. This affects the election rules, immigration policy, and the federal government funding all at the same time. These debates could affect the voting rules like TSA and border relations as well. Let me go ahead and go back into a live look to see if the senators will continue speaking. We'll stay on this for a moment. I just want to see if anybody is going to speak anytime soon. Okay, it looks like they are taking a break right now in terms of speaking in front of the public, but I will continue to stay with this live look on there right now. As soon as more senators come up to the podium, I will be sure to bring you that information. Also, a little bit earlier as well, we heard from John Thune as he was speaking with the Senate. I wanted to bring you those remarks as he spoke a little bit earlier today. Let's listen in.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us on this fine Saturday. As you all know, we are in the middle of a spirited and lengthy debate on the Save America Act. It's a piece of common sense legislation that we think is overwhelmingly supported by the American people, and we intend to keep pushing forward and ensure that the American people know whether their senators are for or against ensuring that only American citizens vote in American elections. Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 311, H.R. 7147.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 311, H.R. 7147, an act making for further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, the truth eventually will get out. Democrats have spent the last week or two attempting to hedge on photo ID.
That was Senator Thune speaking inside the cabinet. Let's go ahead and go to him speaking a little bit earlier on Saturday morning. This is the correct video right here. Let's go ahead and listen in.
You all know we are in the middle of a spirited and lengthy debate on the Save America Act. It's a piece of common sense legislation that we think is overwhelmingly supported by the American people, and we intend to keep pushing forward and ensure that the American people know whether their senators are for or against ensuring that only American citizens vote in American elections. You've probably heard some falsehoods coming out of the Democrats throughout the course of the week. Probably paramount among those was when Leader Schumer answered a question and said, well, we're not really opposed to photo ID. That was quickly dispelled when we had an opportunity to vote or to respond to a proposal put forward by the senator from Ohio, Senator Husted, that would have passed essentially photo ID only, limited it to that one issue. And the Democrats not only blocked it, but their counter-proposal was a piece of legislation that would actually specifically ban photo ID nationwide. So they're not serious about this issue, but they are clearly on the wrong side of the American people. So as we press forward in this debate, we look forward to continue to highlight the differences of opinion we have between our colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle, but to ensure that the American people fully know who is and who is not for ensuring that only citizens, only American citizens, vote in our elections in this country. That's what this debate is all about. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. Really nothing more and nothing less. But that's the end of the day. That's the vote. That's the question Democrats here in the Senate are going to have to answer, and we intend to make them do that. Senator Barrasso.
That was Senator Thune speaking a little bit earlier today. Here's the majority leader of the U.S. Senate. Just looking over right now, it looks like they have continued over in Capitol Hill. Speaking, this is a live look. We're going to get right back out to the floor right now as senators are speaking about the Save America Act. Let's listen in.
A number of features, legal, factual, historical developments that have converged into one, producing a massive gap in our election security. Remember that the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 has been interpreted by the Supreme Court in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona as prohibiting the states from doing any follow-up to verify, to confirm, or refute someone's citizenship. Although federal law does, in fact, as has been noted repeatedly today on the floor of the Senate, it does, in fact, require that you be a U.S. citizen to vote in a federal election. That doesn't enforce itself. And in fact, that criminal prohibition against non-citizen voting in federal elections has become more or less impossible to enforce because non-citizen voting is nearly impossible to detect under the status quo. Because of the Supreme Court's ruling in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona in 2013, the states can't ask for proof of citizenship for anyone who registers to vote at a DMV through an NVRA form at a DMV while applying for a driver's license and simultaneously going through the process of registering to vote. And remember, all you have to do with an NVRA form at the DMV while you're applying for a driver's license is check one box saying, yes, I would like simultaneously to register to vote. The only further act is to sign your name, certifying that you are, in fact, eligible to vote. That is the end of the inquiry. And there can be no more inquiry, and that is part of what's causing so much of a problem. Now, decades ago, there were simply fewer non-citizens in the United States. In many instances, it was difficult to get a driver's license if you were a non-citizen, especially if you were an illegal immigrant. And that, too, has changed. We've now got 30 million plus non-citizens in this country. We've got 10 to 15 million illegal immigrants in this country, specifically illegal immigrants who have arrived between that 4-year period between January 20th of 2021, the day President Biden took office, and January 20th, 2025, the day President Trump became president for the second time. This veritable flood of illegal immigration, a mass-scale border invasion invited by the Biden administration, contrary to our laws, brought these circumstances about. And by doing that, so when you merge that with the fact that we've got a lot of non-citizens here generally, coupled with the fact that it's impossible for the state to ask for any type of proof of citizenship for someone registering to vote at a DMV through an NVRA supplied form, you've got a recipe for disaster. A recipe for disaster that we've never had previously in this country. All right, so as to the arguments, they're picking apart arguments with it. Now, these arguments, first of all, are themselves at odds with how the American people approach this. The American people understand that it's not that big of a deal. It's not the end of the world. It's certainly not Armageddon to suggest that somebody ought to show who they are and that they have the right to do what they want to do. To establish that they are citizens when they register to vote, to establish on the day of voting at the polling location that they are the person indicated on the voter registration file. The American people overwhelmingly understand and accept the fact that this isn't that big of a deal. Sure, it might be an incremental burden for some, but it's not going to be a problem, and it's a problem that Americans are used to dealing with. You don't go to the bank or to the pharmacy or to the doctor's office or to a hospital. You don't apply for a hunting license or a fishing license. You don't buy a gun. You don't go through TSA and travel. You don't do any of these things and much, much more without being able to prove who you are and that you have the right to do the thing that you were about to do. And the same is true with the Oscars, the Grammys, the Emmys, the Super Bowl, and the Democratic National Convention. You cannot get into and participate in the Democratic National Convention unless you show up with voter ID and credentials. What else is like that? Oh, yes, I know, the United States Senate. You can't come to the United States Senate. You can't cast a vote in the United States Senate. You certainly can't make it into this chamber without ID and without credentials establishing that you have the right to be here as a senator, the right to vote as a senator, to make laws as a senator. Every one of us have had to go through this over and over again, not just when we vote or do any of the other things that I mentioned, but when we register as candidates, we got to show who we are and that we're eligible to run for the United States Senate, that we meet the constitutional requirements for service in the United States Senate. We got to show our ID again when we vote, and then even after we win our elections, if we are so fortunate, as those of us serving this body have been, you still have to show up and produce an ID on a couple of different occasions. You have to show your ID and your birth certificate or a U.S. passport in order to establish your citizenship just as you would with any other job. Remember, every American citizen who has any job as an employee in the United States of America has to establish their citizenship. They have to do that by either showing a U.S. passport that establishes citizenship or alternatively a birth certificate and a photo ID. So we've got to do that here just like any other government employee, any other private sector employee in America. But as senators, we also have to show up with other documentation, in addition to showing that we are who we claim to be, and that we are that person who claims to have been elected to the United States Senate in the most recent senatorial election. We also have to show up and have the benefit of an election certificate by our chief elections officer, Secretary of State or Lieutenant Governor in most states, to establish that we are eligible to participate here. So this is no different. And the Democratic National Convention, Republican National Convention as well. These are not unusual standards or requirements. And so let's get on to these arguments. Over and over and over again, and we heard this both from the senior senator from Rhode Island and from the junior senator from Rhode Island, among others, over the last few days. We're being told this would bring about a massive campaign of voter disenfranchisement. Let's remember what disenfranchisement means. In this context, it means you're taking people who can vote today and making it so that they can't vote tomorrow. This is an argument conceived and held by the devil himself because it's just utterly false. There is not a scintilla of truth to this. You could try to breathe life into it by adding inference upon inference, taking different statements out of context. You would still be lying if you were making this argument because there's nothing about it that it disenfranchises anyone. If anything, Madam President, what this would do is this would prevent the disenfranchisement of actual U.S. citizens by those who are not citizens of our country, by those who, whether through mistake or more likely fraud, may register to vote, notwithstanding the fact that they're not eligible to do this. The modern left has become obsessed with what they consider victimless crimes. We hear about this from the modern left all the time, and we've heard about that in this very chamber this very day. They approach non-citizen voting as if it were such a minor thing, not only in terms of the numbers, the frequency or infrequency with which it occurs, but also that if it does happen, let's not worry about it. Remember, our mantra is, let's make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Their mantra appears to be, let's make it easy to vote and screw the rest. We don't care. Easy to vote. When you focus obsessively on easy to vote to the exclusion of all other things, you're not just increasing marginally the risk of voter fraud, something that they claim doesn't exist, and that we have invented into existence because of our own tendencies toward paranoid fantasy. But they're also ignoring the fact that when we allow that to happen, we are disenfranchising actual American citizens because their vote matters less. Their vote can be canceled out entirely by 1 or more, or 1,000 or more, or 10,000 or more people who vote in the same jurisdiction who might not be eligible to do so. So yes, it matters. And this is not disenfranchisement. It's a little bit like saying you're excluding entire categories of people by requiring them to prove who they are when they start a job. Something that we all have to do every time we start a job. And somehow the American economy continues to function. Somehow men, women, people of every race and combination of races imaginable in America do every single day. Most of us do that many times in a single career. We start a new job, we prove who we are. When we go to the DMV, we have to prove who we are. When we get pulled over in our car, we prove who we are. Why is this any different? Well, they say, well, it's a constitutionally protected right. Darn right it is. And it's our job to make sure that that is protected. But the fact that it's a constitutionally protected right in no way, shape, or form means that we have to make it easy to vote and screw the rest. Let's let them cheat. That's not a rational conclusion. Unless, of course, your objective is to facilitate non-citizen fraudulent voting in our elections to the disenfranchisement of actual American citizens who were there to vote. This is not a victimless crime. And shame on my colleagues for suggesting otherwise. We also heard, this one was from the junior senator from Rhode Island, and we heard it multiple times, not only from him, but from the senior senator from Rhode Island, that it requires a passport to vote under the Save America Act. This is not just a lie, this is a damned lie. Because the plain black and white text of the bill makes very clear that there are a zillion ways that you can prove your citizenship. Now, there are a couple of them that are easy, that are familiar, that roll off the tongue because we use them elsewhere. Like, for example, providing a U.S. passport that establishes citizenship on its own. And like showing up with a birth certificate and a government-issued photo ID. That'll do it too. Those are the documents we use in the employment context under the I-9 form. But there's a whole lot of other stuff we've added to this one. For example, there are certain types of driver's licenses. I don't mean real ID, because there are a lot of real ID driver's licenses that are issued to citizen and non-citizen alike. That's become a point of confusion. There's a subcategory of real ID driver's licenses known as the enhanced driver's license, issued by some states to some people that contain indicia on the face of the driver's license that it will establish citizenship. There are, as I understand it, some tribal identification papers that will also establish U.S. citizenship. Not all of them, but some of them do. There are a handful of other things that will do that. But, Madam President, in addition to all these mechanisms, you can also show up without a single document in hand. If you don't have them, you can't find them, you lost them, your house burned down, whatever it is, you can show up and you can fill out an affidavit, a sworn affidavit saying, I, Mike Lee, swear under penalty of perjury that I am a citizen of the United States, and this is where I was born. If you're a natural-born citizen, as I am, as I think most of us here are, I was a citizen as of the moment of my birth by virtue of the circumstances of my birth when I was born on June 4th, 1971 in Mesa, Arizona, to U.S. citizen parents. If you are not and those are the basic facts, you outline the basic facts of how it is that you became a natural-born citizen, enough facts so that the state election official knows what to look for, knows where to look, and can confirm or refute the existence of your citizenship as a natural-born citizen. You shift the burden onto the state. It doesn't cost you a dime. It doesn't even have to take more than a few minutes to show up and provide that information. Now, some might say, well, that too is a step. Well, yeah, there are a lot of steps in a lot of things, and it's what we do to make sure that the vote matters, to make sure that the vote isn't being just completely left open to fraud and manipulation. If you take the easy to vote nonsense far enough, and you don't couple it with anything that makes it hard to cheat, you really are just inviting and, in fact, guaranteeing fraud. You're guaranteeing effective disenfranchisement, nullification of U.S. citizen voting, and often facilitating foreign election interference, something that my Democratic colleagues claimed for years to be obsessively concerned about. And now, nah, let's not worry about it. We just want to make it easy to vote. So it's not true to say that you've got to have a passport to vote. One of the reasons why they like to make this argument, as dishonest as that argument is because passports, of course, are something that not everybody has. Some Americans do, but some don't. Some don't travel enough for it to matter, and if and when they need to travel outside the United States, they'll get one. And it's expensive. Costs a couple $100 to get a passport. All of us as senators have had a lot of experience helping our constituents get passports. Every one of us has had the experience, not just once or twice, but often once or twice a day, where we get a call from a constituent saying, I'm supposed to be boarding a plane, I'm on my way to London or Yemen or Tokyo or wherever it is, and I can't find my passport or it has expired, and we walk them through the process of doing it. It does have some expense involved, and there are often delays involved in getting one, but if you've got one, it can be helpful. But the reason they like to use that argument, falsely claiming over and over and over again for the last 4 days in a row that you've got to have a passport to register to vote under the Save America Act, is because they like the fact that there is a cost associated with a passport, and they can use that to make one of the other spurious arguments, which is that this is a poll tax. Well, of course, Madam President, we outlawed poll taxes more than 60 years ago by constitutional amendment. And of course, this is not a poll tax because you need not shell out a dime. A poll tax is something that you have to pay for in order to have the right to vote. This is not that. Nothing like that. All right, next point. My colleagues continue to argue that every part of this is so fraught with peril, including the very basic elements of what, under this law, the states would need to do to coordinate with and share voter registration data with the relevant federal agencies, primarily those within the Department of Homeland Security who operate the already existing SAVE database, so that this coordination can occur between state elections officials, those who maintain their voter rolls, and the federal personnel who maintain this database. The argument that they're making is that even those parts, even the sharing of data between state officials and federal officials, just to make sure that we don't have non-citizens voting, because some of that's going to happen. Particularly with this many non-citizens in the country, the ease of going into a DMV and applying for a driver's license and simultaneously checking a box and signing your name to register for to vote. Given how easy it has become to do that, it is an absolute certainty that you're going to have a number of people who are not citizens who will register to vote. Now, some of them might be doing it deliberately. I suspect there are quite a few who might do it inadvertently. There may be language barriers involved, and they think they're supposed to check that box and they'll sign their name, they might not know entirely what they're doing, or they might not have a complete understanding that whatever their immigration status is, it doesn't allow them to vote. The point is this: it is a known fact that we have a lot of registered voters in this country who are non-citizens. Let's talk about how we know that. In the first instance, we've got a small handful of states, but a growing number of states that have begun a systematic review of their own voter registration files. And they have shared their voter registration file data with the individuals and agencies within the Department of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C., to figure out who's a citizen and who's not. Those that have done this have found many thousands of non-citizens in their voter files so far. My hat goes off to those who have done it. This is the responsible citizen thing to do. And they've gone through the process of figuring out how to correct the errors. So some of them have found out that way. Others, as is the case, for example, with the state of Oklahoma, a general phenomenon that occurs all over the place, but in Oklahoma, they have a law designed specifically for this situation. Remember, Madam President, when you are summoned to show up for jury duty, that happens through a random selection of names from voter registration files in the jurisdiction in which potential jurors are drawn. So nobody should be summoned for jury duty unless they're on a list of registered voters. And when registered voters show up for jury duty, with some regularity, they will stand up and they'll say, hey, I'm not a citizen, and I therefore cannot serve as a juror. Now, there are all kinds of reasons. I've seen this happen as a lawyer many times. People get summoned for jury duty. Some of them will look for excuses not to do it. Some are really good reasons, others less so. You hear people joke about different ways they can avoid it. I've heard people joke about showing up and saying, you know, I believe in jury nullification, that the jury can do whatever it wants without regard to the law. It doesn't matter, it's all our choice. And some say that that's a way to avoid it. I don't encourage that. Others will say, well, there was this great episode of the sitcom 30 Rock years ago, where I believe Liz Lemon, the main character of the show, showed up for jury duty while dressed as Princess Leia, and with just as many indicators that she was really weird as possible, hoping that some of the lawyers would exclude her, perhaps using one of their peremptory challenges to get over it. Others still might show up and fraudulently claim that they are not citizens when in fact they are citizens. So in Oklahoma, in order to ferret this out, they passed a law and said, all right, if you show up for jury duty, having been summoned to show up as a potential juror, and you claim that you cannot serve because you are not a citizen, we're going to check. We're going to check to see if you are in fact a citizen. Because if you're not a citizen, you shouldn't have registered to vote, and that's one kind of a problem, and we're going to need to remove you from the voter registration files. If you are, in fact, a registered voter in our state, then you have just stated under penalty of perjury, in order to escape jury duty, that you are not a citizen when, in fact, you are. That is also a problem. Look, it's much better. Don't lie. If you really won't want to do that, show up dressed as Princess Leia or as Chewbacca or something like that. That's probably a better point. I don't recommend that either. Just do your duty as a citizen. Those states that have adopted procedures like that, whether in the form of a formal law, like Oklahoma, or as is the case in Michigan, just they've adopted a practice when they assemble those names, they run them through, and inevitably they find a whole bunch of them were in fact not citizens, and then they can remove them. In other states still, there are 4 or 5 states and the District of Columbia in which they openly admit that they register non-citizens to vote, because in some local elections within those jurisdictions, they allow non-citizens to vote. It's a terrible idea. I don't know why they would want to do that, but they do. There's nothing in the U.S. Constitution that prohibits it in a state or local election. And as long as there's nothing in state law or in the applicable state constitution that prohibits it, they're free to do so. And some of them have. Some of them do. Foolish as it is, they do it anyway. Curiously, in those states, when U.S. federal authorities have asked them to explain how it is that they deal with the problem of voter registration files consisting of people who are allowed to participate in certain local elections as non-citizens, how do they prevent those same voters who are not citizens but registered to vote from casting votes with a normal ballot as for federal offices like U.S. House of Representatives or U.S. Senate? Every time that question has been asked, they go silent. They won't say a thing, and then they refuse to cooperate. Now, a few minutes ago, I referred to a number of states that have on their own, just because they're good citizens, they've taken advantage of the SAFE database within the Department of Homeland Security. They've shared their data, usually having entered into a memorandum of understanding between the state and DHS beforehand. And then they say, hey, run the numbers. Show us where we've got people in there that we shouldn't have. To their great credit, they've done that. But there are a whole bunch of other states that adamantly refuse. Most so-called blue states, states with Democrat legislatures and or Democrat governors, have been refusing to do that. And so they have no idea, or at least we have no idea, how many non-citizens might be registered to vote in those states. So this is kind of a problem. Anyway, back to the argument made, I believe, by both of the Rhode Island senators. Boy, the Rhode Island senators sure had a lot to say today. They just didn't have a lot of good things to say about the Save America Act. And by good things, I don't mean that they were criticizing it. I mean they were using really bad arguments that are not rooted in truth and that are made with either knowledge of their falsity or reckless disregard as to their truthfulness. So this is where it gets interesting. They argued, we can't even trust the states. The states can't even trust the Department of Homeland Security or anyone in the Trump administration with that data that under the Save America Act they would be required to supply to the Department of Homeland Security for this review. We can't. Why? Well, the argument, they use a lot more words to say it, but it basically boils down to 3 words: orange man bad. Now, that's not U.S. government with data because some of it contains personally identifying information. Well, Madam President, welcome to the U.S. government. They know everything about us. There is no fact that they do not have on us, on every American citizen. Like it or not, we do everything we can, and we do everything we can in this legislation to make sure that privacy is respected. But with or without that information being handed over by a state election official to the Department of Homeland Security for the sole purpose of ascertaining voter eligibility, it does nothing to maximize or further protect the privacy of the American people. Nor are my Democratic colleagues saying or even suggesting in any way, shape, or form that they want to undo all the thousands, or not millions, of other instances, areas in which they collect a whole lot of data, including a whole lot of personally identifying data on U.S. citizens. So they're just hyper-focusing on this one, where, by the way, the ease and simplicity of protecting the privacy and the personal information of individual U.S. citizens is far easier than it is in the context of the IRS or of the financial transactions or everything else that the U.S. government keeps track of. So this strikes me as pretextual, and of course pretextual is a fancy word for, it's a cheap excuse for the real reason. Now maybe we'll get to the real reason in a minute. Let's just say that they're opposing this for a reason, but none of the reasons that they are offering pass muster. Not one of them can withstand scrutiny. So their argument that Trump bad equals no state should have to share its data even where necessary, in order to weed out fraud in federal elections. That argument isn't good. That argument is basically saying, we don't want our states to have to do that because we're pretty sure that our states have registered a whole bunch of non-citizen voters, and we don't want to have to give them up. From day one, when they talk about this, even before debate began in the Senate, my Democrat colleagues have been arguing that anyone whose name would likely trigger alarm bells through the processes established by the Save America Act, warranting their removal based on their status as non-citizens. It said that anyone who would likely be removed from the voter registration files would be more likely to be a Democrat than a Republican, and that would be bad for us. They've literally said this. Now, they're careful not to say because they're non-citizens, but that's the reason, that's the only reason you'd be removed through this framework, is if they're non-citizens. And so when they say over and over again, this is going to disenfranchise people, it's going to take away their vote. Well, yeah, if you're a non-citizen, but if you're not, it's not going to. And so this process that they go through in defending the status quo and in saying that Armageddon will be upon us if we require people to show up with a photo ID when they vote, to show that they're citizens when they register to vote, and that the states are going to share their data on their voter registration files with the Department of Homeland Security just to make sure that they are, in fact, not voting in U.S. elections as non-citizens. When they object that strongly to it, it makes you wonder why they're so upset. And I think the question answers itself. It speaks for itself when they freak out over something like this. They have no problem with any of the other myriad areas in which voter ID is required or photo ID is required. In fact, Madam President, in the last Congress, when President Biden was still in office and when the Democrats had the majority in this chamber, we're talking just a little over a year ago, every Democrat in the Senate then joined in and supported legislation that contained a voter ID element. So the voter ID component of it is, most of them have said they're okay with it. And then when we tried to offer that one up and pass it by unanimous consent at the motion of our friend and distinguished colleague, the junior senator from Ohio, who's got probably more knowledge of how elections work and state election systems operate than any other member of the House or Senate, past, present, or future. This guy is sort of he's the Einstein of election systems. So he offered that up, accepting at face value our Democrat colleagues' repeated insistence that they don't have a problem with voter ID requirements, and it still drew an objection. Now, it drew an objection that made no sense because the objection articulated had nothing to do with voter ID. At least that's how I heard it. So that was kind of an issue. All right, next argument. This one came specifically from the junior senator from Rhode Island, who, if I've got this right, falsely claimed that the Supreme Court of the United States has said that it's unconstitutional to ask a registering voter for proof of citizenship. Now, if I misunderstood that, I hope and expect to be corrected. But I don't think I did. I think that was the argument. And if that was the argument, that argument is a lie. It is absolutely false. It is not only guilty of being false, it is innocent of being true. The Supreme Court ruling to which he's referring is this case called Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. Now, it was wrongly decided, but it's conclusive nonetheless. The majority opinion reached this conclusion. It did not say it's unconstitutional to ask a registering voter for proof of citizenship. Far from it. It said that based on the text of the 1993 NVRA as passed by Congress, that the text, as a matter of statutory interpretation, preempts, prohibits any state using the NVRA form at a DMV from asking any driver's license applicant simultaneously registering to vote to also establish citizenship. That, Madam President, is a statutory conclusion, one that we are free to change. It is not a constitutional mandate. It is far from a constitutional mandate. Now, if that's what my friend and colleague, the distinguished junior senator from Rhode Island, meant to say, then he is just plain wrong. But by saying that, he's suggesting that we are powerless, absent a constitutional amendment, from requiring any registering voter to provide proof of citizenship, which would make no sense, by the way. I mean, given how many times you're required elsewhere in federal law, to say nothing of state law, but even just in federal law, to establish who you are and that you are a U.S. citizen. Now, for example, you have to do that in the I-9 every time you start a new job. Every American has to do that, or you can't start the job. You also have to do it when you apply for a passport. And then there are related issues of proof that you have to do in many, many other circumstances. If you want to buy a firearm, you go into a federally licensed firearms dealer, you have to provide a photo ID. You then have to go through a background check. You have to show who you are. Now, to this, the Democrats say, oh, but this is a constitutionally protected right. You've got a constitutionally protected right to vote. True, there are multiple provisions of the U.S. Constitution that in different ways protect your right to vote. Yes, it is constitutionally protected. So too, Madam President, are a whole lot of other things. So too is your right to travel. And yet your right to travel is not unqualified. If you want to travel in and out of the United States, then you're going to have to get a passport. If you want to travel between two states or even two cities through commercial air travel, you're at a minimum going to have to show a driver's license. And yet the right to travel is constitutionally protected. The right to bear arms is constitutionally protected, as is the right to vote. So the fact that something is constitutionally protected doesn't mean that there are and can be no guardrails around that to make sure that you are a person who is allowed to exercise the constitutionally protected right in question. That never has been the case, and it never will be the case. You still don't escape the need to establish who you are and that you have that right. Next comes the argument made repeatedly by both the junior senator from Rhode Island and the senior senator from Rhode Island that this will somehow disenfranchise women. This has to be one of the dumbest arguments that I have ever heard, not just in connection with this bill, with the Save America Act, Madam President, but with any bill ever debated in the 15 and a half years I've been in the United States Senate. I find it utterly offensive to suggest that women just can't possibly be expected to get their stuff together enough to establish who they are, that they're citizens. Or, as the argument goes, women who get married and change their name upon getting married are never, ever going to be able to prove who they are after they change their name, because after all, their parents couldn't have known what their married name would be when they were born, so we just can't pass this law. This is really, really dumb. I mean, first of all, we have a lot of women serving the United States Senate, every one of whom had to prove their citizenship, had to establish their election certificate, and many of whom have been married and changed their name in connection with that. And it's not just the women at the United States Senate, it's all women everywhere. And I know a lot of women. I have 5 sisters, Madam President. My wife also has 5 sisters. Between us, that's 10 sisters. That is a lot of sisters. Every damn one of them knows how to establish who they are and that they are entitled to vote. This is not a problem. And they're all married, and they all have married names that were different than the name listed on their birth certificate. It is not a problem. It's not just my family that's like that. I would imagine that Madam President's family is the same way. Women are no less capable than men of establishing who they are and supplying the necessary documentation. Now, of course, what they say is, well, but what if they did? What if they did get married? And what if they can find all the other pieces of documentation? Maybe their maiden name is still on a passport if they have one, and their maiden name would obviously be used on their birth certificate. Well, that's not a problem either. For the same reason, Madam President, it's not a problem if you don't have any documentation. I mean, it's best if you've got the normal documentation, because it's going to save the state governments a whole lot of trouble under this bill. Makes it a lot easier for them if you just show up with the right documentation, which most people have. But if you don't, that's okay. We've made that okay too. You just have to do an attestation, a short paragraph outlining who you are, when, where you were born, how you became a citizen, whether you were a citizen as of the moment of your birth by virtue of the circumstances surrounding your birth, or whether you were naturalized, and if so, when, where, and how.
You were just listening in to Senator Mike Lee, the Republican out of Utah, speaking on the Save America Act. This is a live look currently right now at Capitol Hill. This is a live look at the White House right now. On the White House website, it actually says there that American citizens and only American citizens should decide American elections. The Save America Act is a common sense bipartisan bill that will simply require a valid ID, proof of citizenship, or no mail-in ballots, except for illness, disability, military, or travel. Hello, everybody. My name is Jay Russell. I'm still going to be with you for the next hour and a half or so. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
Look at all, multiple buildings severely damaged. Multiple buildings. Look at this bus. Look at the bus. A heavily damaged bus. Wow. Oh, I see a drone. I was seeing a drone fly around. Hold on. Can you see that there's a drone up there that just went into... See the drone up there behind my head? Behind my head, there's a drone flying around. Look at that. It's like a drone light. It's a light on a drone. It looks like. Maybe a camera and a light or something. Hopefully they don't find anybody else in there. In case you missed it, about 15 minutes ago, President Trump posted saying the United States has blown Iran off the map, and yet their lightweight analyst, David Sanger, who's with the New York Times, says that I haven't met my own goals. Yes, I have, and weeks ahead of schedule. Their leadership is gone. Their Navy and Air Force are dead. They have absolutely no defense, and they want to make a deal. I don't. We are weeks ahead of schedule, just like their incompetent election coverage of me. The failing New York Times always gets it wrong. That is from President Trump. For those just joining us, in addition to this missile strike, several hours before this missile strike, about 10 miles away, another Iranian missile made a direct hit in Dimona, Israel, and injured over 30 people. A quick thank you. Sorry, I got behind on thanking people. A quick thank you to Claire Bentley, Rohit Kumarja, Andy Crabtree, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Just Go and Fly, Sobek, Robert, Birdie, Kevin Bone, Josh Barnes, Mark Etienne LaRouche, Kelly Me, Jenny Ann, Lidwine Elizabeth, Sriracha, Michael V, Weathered Maverick, Kevin Bone again, Chelsea, Andrew Bland, Miss Curvy, Ori Deckel, Los F3D, Nove 2201, Mitchell Pilot, Stang J, High Plains Camper, Urenzone, Thomas P 0419, and also Big D and a guy from the 207 and Who Shot JR and Cubat on Twitch, also Jim Aconius and Starchface. So we're bringing you the latest updates here. Yeah, I can show a map real quick of where we're talking about here. This is Arad, Israel, in southern Israel. So there's Israel there. You can see Israel here. Arad, Israel is here in the south. There is Arad. And it's about 10 miles away from Dimona, which I need to find on the map. There's Dimona down there. There's Dimona. And about there was a missile that hit at Dimona, and then about several hours later, one hit Arad. And if you're wondering, the Negev Nuclear Research Center is down here. That's the nuclear research center where the reactor is. Negev Nuclear Research Center. It's about probably about 15 miles from Arad, and it's about, 5 miles or so from Dimona? 7 miles, 8 miles from Dimona. N12 News reports that a hospital spokeswoman at Sheba Hospital said a helicopter landed at Sheba Medical Center with 2 injured people who are being treated in the shock room. Now, is Sheba Medical Center, is that in Tel Aviv? I had heard they might be transferring some people to central Israel. Sheba Medical Center is in Ramat Gan, which is in metropolitan Tel Aviv. So that might be people who they seriously wounded, who they helicoptered there, possibly.
בהתחלה דיברו על מאוד טוב. הוא כמה מאות, בשנייה, אני מדבר איתך בשניות הראשונות. גם בואי, שומרו...
can see the damaged bus there. So again, several hours before this missile, about 10 miles away in Dimona, another Iranian missile made a direct hit and injured over 30 people. Just several hours before this Iranian missile. So 2 Iranian missiles, direct hits in southern Israel within hours of each other. Thank you to our moderators. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Ruth and Beth Mythical are moderating over on YouTube. Thank you. Also, Kay Lowry Body on Facebook. Margaret Riley, thank you so much for moderating. Paul Anderson, thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks to Big Ball of Yarn, 13 Alamo. Trying to translate what he said. Hey, thanks 13 Alamo, Big Ball of Yarn, Bot King Sentient, LB Prairie Dawn, I got that fire, Mark HNC on Twitch for moderating, thank you. Matthew Kohai 3 McBritches, Sarah and Surly Dev, thank you. Thank you. Tech Slug on Twitch as well. Also, thank you to Asaf Ravid. Asaf Ravid. Donna Simmons was, why were they not in the shelters? I don't know if people were in shelters or not. I just don't know. I have not heard detailed information on that. The people who were injured, I do not know. No one is believed to be trapped at the moment, according to the authorities, but they are searching.
Help the people as much as needed, as much as possible. Take their stuff out of the apartment, find their belongings. And starting from tomorrow, we will fill the windows. It's going to be raining. The very beginning is a chaos. There were dozens of injuries here, civilians. So the beginning of the chaos, the military came very fast before we came, and we are still here, scanning the building. But there is huge amount of apartments that are crashed, that were hit by this missile. Many people were rescued out and are now in hospitals, but hundreds of people will sleep tonight in the hotel because they can't leave their house. They are evacuated. Roman Wall, C-O-M-E-R, C-R-O-R, CEO of Libertad, one art.
I just saw a report. I just saw a report that from N12 News that there are now at least 88 injured, 7 in serious condition. So N12 News says at least 88 injured. I just saw a statement from Hamas. Statement from Hamas, which I'll show you in a second here. Here's what Hamas said. The statement from, I just saw it. I'm going to show it to you for a second. The military spokesman for the Qassam brigades, which is the Hamas military wing. See that right there? There he is. We look with great pride at the powerful missile strikes carried out by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard this evening, targeting areas deep within the criminal enemy entity using new tactics which left dozens dead, which has not been reported, and wounded. We consider it a natural response not only to the Israeli-American aggression against Iran, but also to the, oops, where'd it go? but also to the genocidal massacres against our Palestinian people in Gaza. This Israeli Nazi enemy, says Hamas, understands only the language of force and retaliation in kind. Making it pay a heavy price is what will compel it to stop its aggression. Without that, it will continue its rampage and pick off our Arab and Islamic countries one after another. The Islamic Republic of Iran today represents an advanced line of defense for the entire Islamic nation, and the aggressors will not succeed in breaking the will of the free people. In breaking the will of the free people and the owners of our land, we renew our call to all peoples of our nation to stand united against our true enemy and to work together for our central causes, foremost among them the liberation of Palestine. Again, that is from Hamas. Hamas's military wing, Abu Obaida, military spokesman for Hamas Qassam brigades. CNN's Patrick Oppman, who is their Havana, Cuba bureau chief, reports that for the second time in a week, Cuba's electrical grid collapsed today. I told you I would update you about the New Hampshire story when I got more information. So, NBC 10 Boston is reporting that multiple people reportedly injured after the floor apparently collapsed at a wedding venue in Tamworth, New Hampshire. There are reports of multiple injuries. It's unclear how many and to what extent. So again, that is from NBC Boston. I'll let you know if I hear more. Okay, I have officially 88 injured now. Officially 88 injured now, including 10 seriously injured. Okay, new announcement from the MDA, the Emergency Medical Response Organization. They say MDA medics and paramedics provided medical treatment and evacuated 88 injured people to hospitals, using dozens of ambulances and MDA intensive care vehicles, including 10 seriously injured, 19 moderately injured, 55 lightly injured, and 4 panicked victims. That's an expression they use for, I guess you could say, psychological injuries. I don't know if it's people in shock or whatever else. That's this phrase they use. So again, 88 injured, to hospitals, sent to hospitals in this missile strike. That's after over 30 were injured several hours before this by another Iranian missile strike about 10 miles away in Dimona. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. There is an update to the Homefront Command guidelines. Update to Homefront Command guidelines in Israel. In certain areas of the country. I see Lashish, Western Negev, Central Negev, Southern Negev, and the Dead Sea area. Transition to limited activity. Gatherings, no educational activities, gatherings permitted up to 50 people, provided a standard protected space can be reached in time. Operations are permitted only in locations where a standard protected space can be reached in time. That's in effect till Tuesday at 8 p.m. local time. So new Homefront Command guidelines in Israel. I think in southern Israel. Are they all in southern Israel? Let's see. I'll look that up. Give me a moment. Let me look that up where all this is.
עוד פעם, אני אריב את זה ואתם עומדים מולי.
עידו, תן לנו להיכנס גם. עידו. עידו.
So again, it's interesting. We have had two direct hits of missiles in southern Israel today. Two direct hits. This one in Arad and several hours before that in Dimona, about 10 miles apart. And the Israeli Homefront Command has updated their defensive guidelines in southern Israel. That just came out. And I'll show you on the screen that update. But they clearly think there's, increased risk there. You can see right there. This is for the various parts of southern Israel. Transition to limited activity. Educational activities not permitted. Gatherings permitted up to 50 people, provided a standard protected space can be reached in time. Workplaces, operations are permitted only in locations where a standard protected space can be reached in time. And that goes until Tuesday at 8 p.m. local time. So they must feel like there's more of a risk there right now. Given these increased defensive guidelines. Do they think that? Do they think that? The south is southern Israel more vulnerable than other parts of Israel? Is the defense, missile defense, not as strong in southern Israel? That I don't know.
אדם! אדם!
אחד, אבל לא ביחד. הוא אישר להם, אין מה לעשות, הוא אישר להם, זה לא בשליטתי.
אדם! נו! לא יודע אם לנתניה? אדם, תוציא אותם, די! אדם, בוא רגע תפריד. רגע, שנייה, אנחנו נכנסים לדקה. מה, עוד פעם מחזיר אותך? אני לא מחזיר אותך, בוא בבקשה. רגע, עם מי אתה? אדוני, עיתונאי הארץ יזרוק אותם מישהו מהארץ. אני וידאו של הארץ, וכתב של הארץ. שנייה אחת, רגע, עוד אין לי מצלמות, רגע.
איפה אחורה? תסתבך לך במצלמה.
AFP, יאללה, קדימה, בוא איתי בבקשה. יש לנו 2 דקות, אני איתם שם. תודה רבה. Who are you with? אני לא מכיר את זה אבל. יש. This is where the missile struck. Okay. Yeah, that's the place where the missile struck. It's about almost 500 kilograms of explosive. How many kilograms? Almost 500. Just almost 500. Half a ton. So help out the camera? No? Huh? Help out the camera?
את הכלב. את הכלב.
Tell me your name. My name is Adam Mita, spokesperson of the Southern District of the Hong Kong.
Okay, tell me the situation now here.
So what you see behind me is where the Iranian missile struck, almost 500 kilograms of explosives. You can see the damage, the massive damage that happened to a civilian territory. So once again, we can see how the Iranian regime actually targets civilian facilities. Just with great fortune, we don't have casualties here, people that were killed because people actually went to the shelters and were saved. But the damage that we see once again when Iranian regime targets innocent civilians is just unbelievable.
So why this missile caused so large damage?
It's the size of the rocket that the Iranian regime is using. It's just so big, the connection 670 causes just a lot of explosives.
So the Israeli missile cannot stop it.
Well, we have a great defense, aerial defense, but what happened in this case is that we fell to conflict.
Do you know when the missile comes, the people are going already in the shelter or still in the building?
So some of the people who were in the shelter, the ones who were in the shelter, the ones that didn't get in the shelter,
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Oh, wow. Sorry. כמה שניות, אני אסיים פה עם התקשורת,
Just tell me how the damage here.
Can't hear me. Is that the crater we're looking at? You guys might have noticed that before. I didn't notice it before. I was looking at the buildings. So is that, because he said the missile hit there. So it looks like that's the crater. I think. Yes, as one of the viewers said, about 1,000 pounds of explosives in the missile.
You guys are good? בסדר, צפריר?
Again, 2 direct hits in 2 different cities within 10 miles of each other in southern Israel today. This one in Arad, and before that, one in Dimona. The Dimona missile injured over 30 people. This injured at least 88 people. A quick thank you to Justin King. Thank you, Justin. Haroon AQ, Steve Hook, Tom Rob 1000, Nina Drew, Braden Kemp, Beagle Bam, Lidwine Elizabeth, Miss Teddy, T1XCD, Basic Bow from Sweden, Claire Bentley, thank you. Also Andy Crabtree and Rohit Kumarja. And Tech Slug. I think I'm seeing that President Trump posted again. President Trump just posted again. One moment, breaking news. Thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning this. President Trump just posted again. Breaking news. Breaking news. Here is what President Trump just said. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Oh my gosh, President Trump says 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or the U.S. will hit and obliterate their power plants. Breaking news. Oopsie. Where did this go? Oh, there we go. Breaking news. Big breaking news. We might do the graphic again. I do not know if this is actually going to happen, but he just said it. He just said it. Is he really going to do that? Some of our viewers are discussing this. Is he bluffing? Is he serious? Will he do it? But we now have a 48-hour deadline from 7:44 p.m. From 7:44 p.m. Oops, sorry. Well, what's going to happen now? What's going to happen now? We might need a timer. We might need a timer. I agree. Big breaking news. What I need to do is do this, and then it's 7:44 p.m. Eastern Time. And it would be the 23rd. I don't know if this is going to work. Let's see if this works. Kind of does. Maybe it should be I don't know if I can change the clock the way it's listed there. Format. Display, oops, sorry. Date format. There. Oh, there we go. I got it. 47 hours. Maybe I can make it a little bigger for Iran to open straight. Wait. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Oh, I know what I have to do. Sorry. I know what I have to do. Oh, no, it's not working. Hold on. We got to try this again. Let's try this again. Here we go. There we go. Breaking news. We have the clock. I have to fix this. Hold on. I have to fix this. Let me just fix it over here too while I'm here. Okay. Okay. All right, we have our clock, we have our deadline clock up. As you can see, President Trump has issued a deadline to Iran saying if they don't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Braden Kemp thinks under humanitarian law, attacking power stations is a war crime. Braden says America pointed this out when Russia did it. That's what our viewer Braden says. Hold on a moment here. I'd have to do some research on this. Oopsie, hold on. Hang on. Hang on. Everything's falling apart. Everything is falling apart right now. Let me do this here. Hold on. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put this here. Here. If I can get this on the screen here. Okay, that's going to go down there. Then what I'll do is put it right. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'm sorry. I don't want that there. That's wrong. I have to get it on the screen. One moment, please. Okay, now what I can do is add. Here's this here. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Now it is on the screen for you to see. And give me a moment here. Sorry. Just hang tight for a moment. Hang tight for a moment. Again, I am not a military law expert, so I don't know if this would be considered a war crime. I will have to defer to the military law experts. Thank you to Clint Perigui and Stephen Kish and Braden Kemp and Patty Takes Photos and Shadow Fox 6530 and Miss Curvy and Bob 325 and Stephen Num. Thank you. Give me a moment here. I'm trying to show you both things here. Maybe if I do that, you can see a little of both. Let me just check for updates here. But you can see. Oh, Bitcoin went down a bunch. I should hold on a second here. I think that's got to be the headline. Trump gives Iran 48-hour deadline to open Strait of Hormuz. Okay, now I just saw, did Bitcoin go down when he posted this? Watcher Guru says Bitcoin dropped a bit. Bitcoin dropped like 1,000 or something, or like 1,200 it looks like, all of a sudden. Yeah, now it dropped, yeah. Now, it looked like it went down. It was around like 70,200, and now it's 68,900 or so. We're going to take some of your comments upon this, but obviously a big development here. Obviously a big development. We now have a 48-hour deadline. Oil prices open tomorrow. Oil prices, again, it's on the weekend. The markets are closed for this deadline, but the markets will be open starting tomorrow. Well, the oil market opens tomorrow, and then the stocks open on Monday. But the oil market, I think, is what, 6 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow? And he says they need to fully open it without threat, fully open. Bitcoin, actually, it's interesting. Bitcoin has dropped some more. So it was at about 70,200, and it just did this sudden drop to about 68,400. But if you look at a Bitcoin chart right now, you can see it's just this sudden drop. So I have to think there's a correlation there. Wow. Big development, big news, guys. Maybe we'll do a poll. We're going to do a poll. What will happen? What will happen by deadline? Straight opens, Trump attacks, and then neither. And neither. Third option is neither. Okay, we're doing a poll right now. We're going to see what you guys have to say. Let me post it on Facebook too. Give me a moment, please. Thanks for your patience while I get it posted on Facebook. Why can't I see the option here to post it? Facebook, oh, there it is. Oopsie, hang on. All right, I am posting the poll on Facebook now. And let's see what you guys said. Hang on. Now, over on YouTube, the poll result right now is oops, hang on. That didn't work. Let's try this one more time. Let's try this one more time. Here it is. Here's what YouTube is saying in the poll. Over on YouTube, 7% say the straight opens. 7%. 57% says Trump attacks, and 36% says neither. On Facebook, 4% says straight open, 65% say Trump attacks, and 30% say neither. And let's see what Twitch has to say right now. What are they saying over there on Twitch? Twitch says 4% straight opens, 52% says Trump attacks, and 43% say neither. So most of you don't think the straight is opening up in 2 days. Oh, all right. I think we lost that footage, so I'm going to have to go back to the other footage. Hang on. Just fed. All right, so let's get back to... All right, I have other footage to put up. But there you go. So again, not many of you think he's going to open the strait. That Iran's going to open the strait in 2 days. But slightly more of you think he will attack than neither. Okay. It's pretty pretty similar between Facebook and between YouTube and Twitch right now. One of our viewers said this is getting way serious. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Now, what I need to do is get some video on the screen for you, which I'm going to do right now. That is Beirut there. Let me see what video I have here. I have Jerusalem. I have Beirut. I have Tel Aviv. Why don't I get Tel Aviv up? It's good to have Beirut up because sometimes things can happen on the Beirut camera. And, oh, what's this? I have Tel Aviv, okay. Let me get Tel Aviv up. For now, I'll do this. For now, I'll do this. Okay, Tel Aviv we're going to put in the corner. There. So this is Beirut and Tel Aviv. Okay, so again, you can see it right there. President Trump has given a 48-hour deadline to Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz without threat, or he will hit, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you, by the way, to My Crystal Clear Life and Kepulikepi on Twitch, and Barker J. Rar and Farquad and Big Dog Gaming. Also Tech Slug and Guy from the 207 and T-Wiki. And I also want to shout out, give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Crappy 1127, Crappy J, Braden Kemp, Clint Perigui, Clint thinks Trump doesn't bluff. Thank you also, Lobster Bobster. Lobster Bobster thinks Trump is getting desperate. Lobster Bobster says Israel is likely considering a major retaliation, maybe even a nuke. I mean, that would be just off the scale major attack. But anyways, that's what Lobster Bobster thinks. Lobster Bobster says, and Trump needs Iran to capitulate to keep it from happening. This is rapidly spiraling out of control, thinks Lobster Bobster. Thank you, Lobster Bobster. Things certainly seem to not be dying down, and things seem to be escalating today. I would agree with that, with these missile strikes and President Trump's threat. Thanks also, Alex Dubois. He says, Alex says, Trump always makes such calls in the weekend because before the markets open. It's always a lie. That's what Alex thinks. Braden thinks this violates the principle of distinction, which requires parties to target only military objectives and prohibit attacks designed primarily to terrorize or cause severe suffering to the civilians. Again, I cannot speak on whether such a strike on power plants would violate international law. It's an interesting question. Thank you also, ND Alpha Male, who says, at what point do Russia, China, and North Korea attack the USA? Also, thanks to Quarter Waters and Pilot, thank you. I don't know what he is saying their biggest power plant is. There's the actual answer of what it is and what the U.S. would say it is. I am looking it up, and I am seeing, well, you could go to Wikipedia and look up power plants in Iran, and it lists some different ones. There's the Rudshur power plant, capacity 2,000 megawatts. That seems pretty big. The Shahid Abbaspur Dam, capacity 2,000 megawatts. I don't know what he has in mind. I don't know if they've picked one, to be honest. I mean, if it's a plant next to a dam, that could also lead to, obviously, major issues. Let's see. I want to see if there's any other reporting on this new threat by President Trump. Seems like a big deal. Seems like a big deal. Maybe we'll turn a little volume on there from Beirut. I also have a Jerusalem camera I'll keep handy if we need it. Let me just get that ready if I need it. I mean, is this from President Trump? Is this any kind of response to the two missile attacks that hit Israel in today overnight? I have no idea. I've seen some comments about how I've seen some comments from reporters talking about how just yesterday Trump said, look what happened just yesterday. He said, oops, where's the picture there? Just yesterday, we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts. Easy Prey thinks his words are unreliable. Just in case you didn't hear, Cuba is having another countrywide blackout tonight. Second in about a week, I believe. What happened to Bitcoin? So when this announcement came out, Bitcoin dropped about $1,700, and it's made up some of that. Anyways. How's this going to affect the oil market when it opens tomorrow? I don't know. Hey, thanks to Crypto King. Thanks to Haley Lipinski. Is Trump worried about it opening? Do you think? Well, he obviously wants it to happen. What does he? I don't know what Trump thinks will happen. Does he think within 48 hours it's going to open? I don't know. Thank you, Vaulted LLC, who says, so Iran can bomb civilians, but we are supposed to follow some arbitrary laws? No laws in war, says our viewer Vaulted. Thank you, G. Callan and William T.H. William says, if we have destroyed their military and their leaders, why do we have to resort to these measures to get them to open the strait? Himi says, thanks Himi Jarbar, who says, an attack on the Iranian nuclear power plant changes everything, complete insanity. They do have, what do they have? One operational nuclear power plant in Iran? There's at least one. Bushehr on the Persian Gulf Coast. That is not one of their biggest power plants in terms of capacity. There's numerous other ones with bigger capacity, but I mean, obviously it would be a huge deal if the U.S. starts bombing power plants, major power plants in Iran. But President Trump, I mean, now we have a deadline, very firm. He gave the exact time of the deadline. Very firm deadline. Might President Trump extend it? He has extended deadlines before. Might he post an hour before something like, I am receiving very friendly notes from Iran. They clearly want a deal. I don't like their proposals, but I will give them 48 more hours. Could happen. I mean, he's done similar things before. We've covered them. So I don't know. One of the viewers thinks making deadline would make him look weak if he didn't follow through on it. Well, what if he extends it, will it look weak? I don't know. Shin, who I follow, reports new strikes reported in Tehran province, Iran, and elsewhere in Iran. I'm seeing some reports of new strikes in Iran. Will we get a statement from Iran about this at some point? I'd be pretty shocked if we didn't get a statement from Iran at some point in the coming 2 days. Financial Times had an article calling this crisis the biggest crisis for the airline industry since the pandemic, talking about how jet fuel prices have gone way up. Jet fuel has doubled. The cost of jet fuel has doubled since the start of this war. They talked about, the Financial Times has reported that you could end up having airlines start canceling flights if due to fuel shortages. If there's fuel shortages in different places they fly to and they can't get fuel at the airport. So something to keep an eye out for. And obviously, it would be expected that they would raise prices of tickets. Yeah, now, Rand says Delta reduced their flights by a bit. I did see a couple reports of it. So I know. Thanks for pointing that out. The airline SAS, I believe days ago, said they were canceling, 1,000 flights? Yeah, Euronews 4 days ago, SAS to cancel 1,000 flights after jet fuel price doubles in 10 days. That was days ago. Then I saw something yesterday. One of our viewers said it was Delta. I thought I saw somebody else. I'll have to look it up. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want to give you false information. I thought I read something about it last night. I'll keep an eye out. Hang on. I'm not talking about canceling flights to a particular destination because they're worried about like war going on. I'm talking about canceling flights because of, things like jet fuel has doubled. All right. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now, the specifics. If I see something about it, I'll mention it. But I don't have it handy right now, and I don't want to spend a half an hour researching it. Oh, I found something right here. United Airlines to cut more flights. Hold on. United Airlines to cut more flights as it eyes oil above $100 through 2027. Reuters says United Airlines is cutting more unprofitable flights over the next 2 quarters as it prepares for a prolonged period of high jet fuel prices. The chief executive said in a staff memo yesterday the airline is preparing for oil to rise as high as $175 a barrel and remain above $100 till the end of 2027. The war in Iran has pushed airlines into a fresh fuel shock. Jet fuel prices have nearly doubled since late February. United had already begun trimming less profitable flights. In the staff memo, the CEO said the airline would cancel about 3 percentage points of off-peak flying in the second and third quarters, targeting routes and periods with weaker demand. Anyway, something to keep an eye on. Oh, I do have aftermath video from Arad. We got video from Arad back. Where there was a missile strike by Iran that injured at least 88 people in southern Israel several hours ago. Here, maybe I'll put that up. Hold on. So we have the, instead of this, this, and this. Okay, that is Arad, Israel, where the missile strike was. And then several hours before that, an Iranian missile made a direct hit in Dimona, about 10 miles away, and injured over 30 people. Hang on, just checking for updates here. Give me a moment, please. What is going to happen, guys? Oh, we don't need the volume on from the Beirut. We want the volume on from here. Sorry, that's better.
קודם כל, לפני שנמאס לאוטו, אני נכנס איזה מדרכה נקייה לנקות את החרא. ולשאר בבסיס שם. ונקיות, נקיות.
So we are bringing you live updates. There are 47 hours and 13 minutes until Trump's deadline for the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on one moment. I got to do something real quick. Our viewer, Sui Haidith, is pretty sure that Iran will ignore Trump's deadline. Yeah, I'm going to eat in a little bit, You know, I forgot what day it was. It's Saturday, not Sunday. So the deadline would be on Monday. But definitely after the markets open. And the oil market opens tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Oil market opens tomorrow. Now remember, I want to point something out. President Trump posted twice this afternoon. So he did post the post on your screen, right? About the post on your screen he posted. But here's what he posted 1 hour before that. This is 1 hour and 7 minutes before that. Here's what he posted. He said the United States has blown Iran off the map, and yet their lightweight analyst, David Sanger, he means the New York Times David Sanger, says I haven't met my own goals. Yes, I have, and weeks ahead of schedule. Their leadership is gone. Their Navy and Air Force are dead. They have absolutely no defense, and they want to make a deal. I don't. We are weeks ahead of schedule. Just like their incompetent election coverage of me, the failing New York Times always gets it wrong. So that was 1 hour and 7 minutes before the other one.
תגיד לאלירן שהגיע לי פה עכשיו בעובד רשות שהוא צריך סמכות, מישהו הגיע.
One of our viewers, Tirth Arakdas says 0 chance Trump backs down. I mean, this deadline really came out of nowhere, it seemed like. I didn't hear any reporting there was going to be any deadline like this coming up. And, you know, one of our viewers just mentioned the Marines arriving. So there's at least 2 groups of Marines who are supposed to arrive, one next week, and then one, I don't know, maybe the week after, it's unclear, but one group is coming from California, and one group is coming from the Indo-Pacific. They're supposed to arrive during the week, and they're both Marines who are coming with amphibious assault and landing ships. So it sounded like maybe, I mean, some people thought, understandably, that, well, maybe the Marines are coming to do something to help open up the strait. But there was no sense that I got that there was going to be some big deadline coming. Thanks, New Creation, who thinks there's 0 chance of the strait opening. Thanks, Dhruv Sharma, who says, can you help elaborate why America attacked Iran, Israel attacked for its existence? What's in the war for America for oil? Well, without getting all into it, it is a debated topic. There have been reasons at different times. There's a debate over whether there's a consistent message from the administration about what the goal of the attack is. Without getting into that whole topic, but you know, some of the reasons given by the Trump administration are so that they can never have a nuclear weapon, to hit their missile program, right? And to keep them from threatening, and that they were an imminent threat to the United States. So those are some of the reasons you hear lately. I may not be getting all of them, but those are the ones I remember hearing a lot recently. Thanks, Shizzleflarf. But my answer to your question is that I cannot, it is a debated topic in the US and some feel the administration has not been clear, whereas the administration says they have been clear. Thanks, Alex Dubois. Alex mentions, have you heard about fuel rationing in different places? I haven't heard about UK. It's maybe after I eat, I'll talk about that. There's something we haven't even talked about is there's various countries that are already being hit quite hard about this. I think there is some fuel rationing going on in some countries. I was reading an article about it last night. So that's something we can talk about a little later. I gotta eat soon. I can't get all into a whole new topic right this second, but it's something we can talk about later. I know a number of Asian countries are being very hit hard economically by this. There are some countries where they're trying to conserve power. They're telling people to not set their AC too low or not go into work. Thank you, Alex. Thank you also, New Creation. Thank you, Rob93. Oh, Rob, I just checked UKMTO and I didn't see anything. Did they just post something? I checked like 10 minutes ago. I don't see anything from there, Rob. I looked at their X account, UKMTO, and I don't see anything there. New, they last posted 7 hours ago. But I'll keep an eye on it. Maybe they just haven't posted it yet. Oh, did they post it on their website, maybe? Maybe that's what they did. Oh, it's on their website. They didn't post it yet. UKMTO has received a report of an incident 15 nautical miles north of UAE. The master of a bulk carrier, so this is not far from Strait of Hormuz. There's the Strait of Hormuz here. There's the X right here. See that right there? 15 miles north of Sharjah. The master of a bulk carrier reported an explosion from an unknown projectile in close proximity to the vessel. All crew are reported safe. So looks like another ship has been attacked. That's what it looks like. I don't know about damage to the ship. They haven't posted it on their X account yet, but they did post it on their website. Oh, they said, I'm sorry, they said, here, what they said is, no, they said, all crew are reported safe. The master of a bulk carrier reported an explosion from an unknown projectile in close proximity to the vessel. And this is today, the 21st. Yeah, they have not posted about it yet on their X account. Thanks for mentioning it. Stephen Kish thinks 48 hours for Trump could be fewer hours, 30 or 24 if he doesn't like what he hears or is told. Thanks, Stephen Kish. Thank you, Shane Nelligan. Thank you, Adam James Abroad. Thank you again to Rob93 for letting me know about that. X Tin Man, thank you. Thank you also, Tasmanaut, who says people should buy perishable food, non-perishable food, and prepare yourself. Thanks, Shizzleflarf. Thank you also to Crypto King. Israel Bishop. Thanks, Israel Bishop. Thanks, Israel Bishop. Ken Staggs as well. Ken Staggs thinks Trump is just pressuring NATO to show up. Kelly C, thank you. Kim K. Carter, thank you. Quarter Waters, thank you. I think I thanked Quarter Waters already. And NDA Alpha Male, thank you. And also thanks to Trump's Pool Guy on Twitch. Tech Slug. Trump's Pool Guy, I already looked up on the air biggest power plants in Iran. I'm not an expert on it. There seemed to be a number on Wikipedia, which you can look up, that have sort of similar capacities. I don't want to put words in Trump's mouth and start judging Iranian power stations because it's out of my, not in my area of expertise. But if you go to list of power stations in Iran, you can find a number of them with capacity of around, you can list them by capacity. There's a number of them with capacity around 2,000 megawatts, I believe that is. So that's, I would direct you over there. I don't want to start getting into a thing where we start micro-analyzing power stations in Iran, because I don't know that this attack on power stations is going to happen. But again, there's a bunch around of natural gas power stations around 2,000 megawatts. Then there's also a power station that's a hydroelectric at a dam that's 2,000 megawatts. There's some actually. There's a number of hydroelectric ones with dams that are at around 2,000 megawatts. Several of those. So then there's a nuclear plant, but it doesn't, not the same capacity. You can check out list of power stations in Iran for information on Wikipedia. Also, thank you to TechSlug. Thank you, TechSlug. TechSlug thinks Trump put himself in a corner. Iran can literally do nothing for the next 48 hours and benefit. That's what TechSlug said. Hang on a moment here. What is this? The IDF says is conducting more strikes against Tehran. The IDF is currently conducting strikes on Iranian regime terror targets in the heart of Tehran. So Israel says it is currently conducting strikes in the heart of Tehran. Okay, the Israel police just said, they just posted Israel police, and they said that this Iranian missile strike in Arad resulted in the evacuation, that would mean taking people away for medical treatment, I believe, of approximately 100 people, including 10 in serious condition. So Israel police are saying around 100 people injured in this strike by Iran, this missile strike that hit Arad, Israel. Now, another question is, some of our viewers thought that, well, Israel will retaliate at Iran for this. Now, given that Israel has hit about 10,000 targets in Iran over the last few weeks, I don't know how much holding off, I don't know how much Israel can increase the intensity of what they're doing in Iran, given what they've already done the last few weeks. But who knows? Maybe there's certain targets, maybe there's targets they haven't been hitting that they will hit. You know, it was a big deal when they hit South Pars gas field that Iran relies on for like 80% of its domestic power. So will Israel respond to these two missile hits in Israel today by targeting, by somehow escalating what they're targeting. That I can't tell you. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you, by the way, to Dhruv Sharma, who says, what threat is there to the U.S. from Iran? Thank you, Tasman is Diesel. Rosemary Hill, thank you. And Shaneligan and Vapeco. Vapeco says, didn't Russia warn against such attacks? Do you mean attacks on Iran's power plants? I'm not sure, Vapeco. I don't know. Thank you, Weathered Maverick. I appreciate it. I believe Russia warned against attacking maybe the nuclear reactor. If that's what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I see an article from 2 days ago where Russia called on Thursday for the creation of a safety zone around Iran's Russian-built Bushehr nuclear plant to prevent a major disaster, 2 days after a projectile struck within several hundred meters of its reactor. I don't have specifics on, I can't confirm. The IAEA said a structure about 350 meters from the reactor was hit and destroyed, but there was no damage to the reactor itself. I don't know anything about what kind of projectile that was and who fired it. Hey, look at this from Saudi Arabia. Hold on, Saudi Arabia, some sort of warning in Saudi Arabia. Give me a moment here. So Saudi Arabia says an alert has been issued by the National Earning Warning Platform for emergency cases in Al-Kharj Governorate to warn of a danger. So some sort of alert in Saudi Arabia. That's from the Saudi Arabia Civil Defense. The blue poster is not specific to this alert that I could see. So I don't know if this is like a drone thing or a missile attack or something, but they just put this out, the Saudi Civil Defense. An alert for Al-Kharj Governorate. I can show you where that is. Al-Kharj. There's Al-Kharj right there. There's Saudi Arabia. It's not that far from Riyadh. It's, well, maybe like 50 to 100 miles from Riyadh. There's Al-Kharj right there. Has a population of 375,000 people. So they're now under some sort of warning from, you can see, Saudi Civil Defense. An alert has been issued by the National Early Warning Platform for emergency cases in Al-Kharj Governorate to warn of a danger. Oh, Faytux News found this from Qatar. Look at this from Qatar. Faytux News found this. The Qatari Ministry of Defense just posted 4 minutes ago, announces that a Qatari helicopter suffered a technical malfunction while performing a routine duty, which led to its crash in the country's territorial waters. The search is underway for its crew and passengers. Now, I mean, I can't verify that it was a technical malfunction. You know, it's is there a possibility that this was some kind of, it was, you know, targeted by a drone or something? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. I hope the crew and passengers are okay. It's from the Ministry of Defense, so I assume it's a military helicopter. It's not confirmed though. Thank you to Faytux News for pointing that out. And then UK MTO did post about this, apparently another ship attack, which we told you about before. We told you about this before, but just to talk about it one more time. UK MTO has received a report of an incident 15 nautical miles north of Sharjah, UAE. The master of a bulk carrier reported an explosion from an unknown projectile in close proximity to the vessel. All crew are reported safe. The Strait of Hormuz is right here. Report time was about, wasn't that long ago. It was about 7 p.m. Was the report time before Trump made his post? I think it was. I think it was 7:08 p.m. Eastern. And President Trump posted his threat at 7:43, 7 something or other. Well, what happened to this? I meant to have that up on the screen. Yeah, Trump posted his threat at 7:44 p.m. A lot of developments happening. Things certainly don't seem to be settling down.
באתי להתנדב, באתי כרטיס, באתי לעזור. סטובי. לא, אני חסמתי לך את המעבר שם כל הזמן הזה. מסקרנים.
Заколебался таких сокровений, которые пришли помогать.
תקשיב, אם לא אני, מיכאל היה צריך עכשיו הביתה והולך לשולחן מסוים. הקמתי את מיכאל. מה לעשות אחי, מה, אני אשאיר לכם פה לבד? סיימתי לחלץ את המשפחה של אשתי, אני עכשיו באוטובוס בדרך לים מלח. 34 זה בהמשך. Там нормально. Там нормально, там ничего не строилось. Ну вот везде, всю город, за весь Кавказ, каньон без разбитых.
Oh, hold on a moment here. Hang on. I have a statement from Iran in response to Trump's threats.
אני קיבלתי שחרור מיהודי, אני יוצא הביתה.
Give me a moment here. Iranian military responds to Trump's threat. I'm going to show you this right now. Here is the response from the Iranian military. Iranian military statement in response to Trump's threat, posted on Iranian state media. It says, following previous warnings, if Iran's fuel and energy infrastructure is violated by the enemy, all energy, information technology, and desalination infrastructure. Desalination is very important. Belonging to the U.S. and the regime in the region will be targeted. Desalination plants, it's a lot of the water for a lot of the countries in the region they get the water from the ocean and then they take the salt out in desalination plants. And you can find articles talking about how it could be a very, very serious humanitarian situation if desalination plants started getting attacked. Because you could be left with a situation where there's no water for people and there's not easy alternatives. And they do specifically mention that in that statement there. So something to keep in mind. So AP had an article about desalination. Oops, as I take that off of there, a while back. And they said in Kuwait, about 90% of drinking water comes from desalination, along with roughly 86% in Oman and about 70% in Saudi Arabia. The technology removes salt through seawater. And then AP says Gulf governments and U.S. officials have long recognized the risks that desalination plants and the systems, they're part of a system. So they use electricity. So there might be they might be attached to electrical infrastructure. Many Gulf desalination plants are physically integrated with power stations as cogeneration facilities. Anyways, Gulf governments and U.S. officials, says AP, have long recognized the risks these systems pose for regional stability. If major desalination plants were knocked offline, some cities could lose most of their drinking water within days. More than 90% of the Gulf's desalinated water comes from just 56 plants. So they do mention desalination in their response. And again, just to mention, this is the response from the Iranian military. They say, following previous warnings, if Iran's fuel and energy infrastructure is violated by the enemy, all energy information technology and desalination infrastructure belonging to the U.S. and the regime in the region will be targeted. Reports of explosions in western Baghdad. Well, Iran state media says news sources reporting that loud explosions were heard in the west of Baghdad. And I also see, Al Jazeera reports that loud explosions were heard west of Baghdad. I don't know what that is. Saudi Arabia says the danger has been lifted from Al-Kharj governorate. Okay. So just they ended the warning, the safety warning in Al-Kharj governorate. Okay, so I just wanted to mention that in case you were wondering. Thank you so much, Martha Newton. Thank you, Martha. Tasman is diesel, thank you. I feel like I should take 5 minutes and put some food in. I haven't even eaten. I haven't eaten. There's been so much going on. Why don't I take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer, and then I'll come back and we'll keep talking. So give me about 5 minutes here. Hold on a second here. Thanks to all of our moderators. I'll thank our moderators in a second. Really appreciate it. If I can pull it up here. Hold on a second. I need to pull this up. Over on Facebook. Oh, I don't think I ever ended the Facebook poll. Oops. I never ended the Facebook poll. That was a mistake. Well, I can end it now. Well, it was a poll on everywhere, not just Facebook, but I just forgot to end it on Facebook. All right. One moment here. Okay, thanks to our Twitch moderators, 13 Bastion Girl, Bot King Sentient, I Got That Fire, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Sarah and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Really appreciate it. Also, Ruth on YouTube. Thank you so much, Ruth and Beth Mythical. Thank you so much. And also over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. I really appreciate it. And hang on. I'm going to take about 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer because I need to eat something if we're going to keep doing the stream. All right. Oopsie. Steve will be back in about 5 minutes. All right. I'll say around. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. So hang out, and I will shrink this a little bit. Having problems fitting this. There we go. I'll be right back.
Baruch!
10 سنين أخي.
All right, thanks for your patience. I am making some food right now so we can keep streaming. A lot going on right now. This is the site of you're looking at the Arad, Israel, where there was a Iranian missile that hit Arad, Israel, and or injured about 100 people. That is what we are looking at right there. There was another hit missile that hit in Israel several hours before that, about 10 miles away, and injured over 30 people. So 2 Iranian missile hits in Israel overnight. Update from Qatar Ministry of the Interior. Qatar announced that due to a technical malfunction, I believe they said, that a military helicopter, the military said a helicopter crashed in their territorial waters. This is what they said. The Ministry of Interior announces specialized teams are carrying out search and rescue operations in the country's territorial waters following a helicopter crash, as reported by the Ministry of Defense. I hope the crew is okay. Give me one moment here. That would be a Qatar helicopter. Do you want me to keep this up on the screen, or do you want me to put, I mean, there's really not much to see. I have feeds of, I have like the Beirut feed and the Tel Aviv feed. And again, there's really not much going on. I think I have a Jerusalem feed too. So, oh no, not this. So let's see. Let's see what people say. People seem to be saying that they want different camera. There's not much going on in this camera. So why don't I put up, why don't I take this one off and I'll put up Tel Aviv and Beirut. We can do that. Probably you're most likely to see something on the Beirut cam. Hang on. Hang on here. Why is there no audio on the... I think we're getting much audio on the Beirut cam here, but it's live. Not hearing anything. Is it frozen? Oh no, the Beirut cam is... that Beirut cam seems to be having an issue. Hold on. Why am I having an issue with that camera? One moment. Let me hit refresh here. One moment. You know what? Hold on. I might have to put a new link in. Give me a second. Let's try this. Oh no, that's not it. That was a oh, the Beirut cam is fine. I'm sorry. The Tel Aviv cam was having an issue. Okay, let's try this. See if I can get the Tel Aviv working. All right, Tel Aviv camera for the moment is not working, but the Beirut cam is working. But I don't hear anything from it. That's Beirut. Oh, hold on. I think I have to reset these. All right, let's try this. Let's try this one. All right, Beirut is now live. There's Beirut. That is live. And I will put up the Jerusalem camera too when I get a second. Oh no, I have Tel Aviv. All right, give me a moment. I need the Tel Aviv cam, which I'm going to put up right now. I can see it. And, oh, this is what I need. Where is it? Okay, that's Tel Aviv. And can we make that a little brighter? And then Okay, sorry. By the way, thank you to Bernard Gonzalez. Thanks, Bernard. Also, RDG3923. And Mitchell Pilot, thank you. Mitchell Pilot thinks Trump will follow through on his ultimatum or will claim Iran followed his order. Either way, Iran will not comply. Thanks, VBN channel. VBN says if Trump hits power plants, you would think this may affect Iran's ability to pump oil. So Trump will be cutting off the oil market even more. Thank you to also Tasman is Diesel. RDG is wondering if grid instability can cascade across borders. That I don't know. If Iranian power problems could create power problems in other countries. That I don't know. I haven't heard that. Oh, I don't need the, yeah, we can put it different. We don't need the Trump post up there anymore because, I mean, I agree that we can put a different camera up there. Oh, by the way, for whatever it's worth, Gemini AI is saying that Iraq has some reliability on Iranian energy. They claim that Iran supplies a third of Iraq's electricity. Also, Afghanistan is one of Iran's a main supplier for Afghanistan as well. And Iran exports some electricity to Pakistan and Armenia. So that's interesting. If it's true. That's what Gemini AI says. Now, I need to put up on the screen. I got to eat in a little bit. All right, we're going to go with this. Tel Aviv and Beirut. Sorry, I'll be better when I get something to eat. All right, so I'm going to leave this up here, and I'm going to eat, and I'm going to come back. Sorry, I need to eat. And we'll do more coverage when I get back. And I'll be watching I'll be keeping an eye on things while I'm eating. And if something crazy happens or big happens, I can stop eating and just run in here. So I appreciate you being here for the coverage. Thanks for your patience while I get some food, and we'll continue our coverage. And this is something around here just to do it. Tel Aviv and Beirut. turn up the volume a bit for you. All right, so I'll be back shortly. I appreciate you being here. I'll be keeping an eye on things. If there's something urgent, I can come in. Otherwise, I'll come back right after I eat. Oh, thanks to Captain Obvious. Captain Obvious thinks there should be a taco ticker. Thanks, Captain Obvious and Sparky Jean, by the way. Okay, so let me do that. Thanks, Tech Slug, as well. Let me do that, and I'll be back in a little bit.